Introduction. It is often reasonable to aspire for greatness. However, Uchiha Q sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. Yet by this point, it hardly made a difference. The rumors had already spread like wildfire. That day, Uchiha Q had a thought that had subtly emerged upon witnessing the Uchiha clan being stripped bare. After vanquishing those ruffians, her plan was fully refined. She orchestrated a dramatic play, a tale of the Konoha elders forcibly seizing the inheritance of the young. The ruffians had already been implanted with suggestions through hypnotic eyes when Uchiha Q employed her Sharingan during the interrogation. Once given the directive, they further disseminated the rumors. Of course, it could not all be considered mere gossip. This was a result of Uchiha Q's actions that fateful night. Chapter 1. Young Lord Rog of Wadoberg. As November rolled around in their senior year, the teachers recommended Jiang Hingyang and Su Wenshang for a 2-week special training program, which he was somewhat reluctant to attend. To this end, teacher Zhu spoke with him. Jiang Hingyang, this special training is an excellent opportunity. The top students from 7 high schools in Shan City will be there. You should take the chance to listen in. There are only 2 spots per class. I'll think it over. Think it over? You should return today to prepare. I've already spoken with your uncle. Xian had long been aware of this special training and, noticing Jiang Hingyang's apparent lack of enthusiasm, recalled the reason he had previously avoided sports. She began to enumerate the benefits of attending. Her final point was, Jiang Hingyang, you should go. You can secretly bring back some materials for us to review. Where the elite gather, the teachers are undoubtedly exceptional. Do you really want me to go? Of course. Why wouldn't you? She wished to attend, but lacked the qualifications. Thus, Jiang Hingyang embarked on his 2-week journey. Meanwhile, Tao Chihua and Wendy began their special training in the sports class, enduring the biting cold of winter while carrying weights across the field. On the first holiday, she returned alone to Weiqing. Wendy, exhausted from training, was advised by Xian to rest well in the rented accommodation. After dinner, Xian immersed herself in her phone, watching Football Boy. As it was a rewatch, she was captivated, particularly inspired by Ryo Hayakawa's relentless pursuit of his promises. Promptly, she sprang up, retrieving her English exam papers to work on English required utmost concentration. Jiang Mama entered once, and, upon seeing her so engrossed, quietly retreated. Jiang Qifeng noticed her swift return and gestured toward Xian's room. Why is your daughter so cheerful, still working on exam papers at such a late hour? As a mother, she felt both pride and concern for her child's eyes. Indeed, Xian is quite worry-free. It is Shiyu who causes me greater concern. I have faith in Shiyu, especially with his sister watching over him. That reassures me greatly. Jiang Qifeng nodded in agreement, took a sip of tea, and returned his focus to the television. Her speed and efficiency in completing her English work were remarkably swift. Aside from the essay, she finished within an hour. Just as she was preparing to answer, her phone rang unexpectedly, sending a shiver down her spine. She glanced at the caller ID and quickly sat up straight. On the other end, his voice resonated, Jiang Xian. What did you do during the day? He seemed to be walking in a spacious area. I made dumplings. Traditionally, every year during the new year, her family would prepare 100 dumplings her mother loved to play, while her father was not adept at it, and Shiyu was surely at the internet CAF. Thus, whenever it came to making dumplings, this task naturally fell upon her. Why is it that you're always making dumplings? It's not that, it's just that every time you call, I happen to be making dumplings. Jiang Xian, how are you always so adorable? He paused, seemingly amused. She felt she hadn't said anything particularly remarkable. Do you have time to come out now? Now. Im inviting. Her heart nearly leapt out her throat. Wasn't he supposed to be in training? Why was he here? Leave your house in 30 minutes, he'll wait for you. 30 minutes was sufficient for her to prepare for her English answers, and she felt a surge of anticipation as she mentally rehearsed. ABCD, CCDA. Her accuracy was remarkably high. She smiled brightly at her exam paper. 30 minutes later, she stood before Jiang Hingyang, who was clad in a long black coat and wearing a black mask, hiding all but his eyes beneath the collar. Upon seeing her, his expression radiated warmth, leaving her cheeks flushed. It was truly astonishing. She had never anticipated encountering him here at this moment. How'd you come here? The wind was strong today, tousling her hair, while he stood before her, shielding her from much of it. I have a little aunt who lives around here. My training ended temporarily today, so I thought I'd come visit her. Hearing that he had relatives in the area, Jiang Xian quickly conjured numerous possible scenarios in her mind. Your little aunt? Did you visit here when you were younger? I live here for a while. Don't be too disappointed. I didn't know you back then, nor did I meet you. Feeling slightly embarrassed at his perceptive insight, she marveled at how astute he was. I know if I'd met you as a child, I would surely remember. Why is that? Because there aren't many boys who are so temperamental, yet so good-looking. Jiang Hengyang became animated hearing her compliment him seemed to lift his spirits, and he playfully pinched her cheek, albeit gently. Jiang Xian, when did you become so talkative? I merely spoke the truth, and yet you still pinch my face. Just a little pinch. This time, he used both hands, cradling her small face in his palms. Chapter 2. The cook Yelena with a single strike, Gu Rusin, who received no system notification, silently lamented the hardness of the enemy's skull. While pondering this, he did not allow himself any delay. He discarded the bloodied brick onto the ground and swiftly seized the Type 38 rifle slung across the back of the enemy soldier. Time was of the essence, and there was no moment to waste fiddling with the newly acquired weapon. He kept a vigilant watch over his surroundings, and, seizing the opportunity in the deserted alley, he dragged the unconscious enemy soldier to a shadowy corner and efficiently stripped him of his gear, mercifully ending the soldier's misfortune with a swift grip to the throat. Ding! Successfully eliminated an enemy private, earning 10 gold coins and 1 honor point. Following the pleasant chime of the system notification, within 2 minutes, Gu Rusin emerged from the alley, sporting the enemy's uniform and a military cap, striding with an air of audacity. Although the ill-fitting enemy attire was quite uncomfortable, he was resolute in his mission to infiltrate the enemy stronghold and eliminate the despicable Fuji. This was a decisive moment. Should he succeed, all would be well, and should he fail, he could always make a swift escape, a skill in which he had considerable expertise. Thus, Gu Rusin, disguised as an enemy soldier, made his way towards the stronghold. Passers-by, upon seeing him, instinctively recoiled, as if they had encountered a harbinger of doom, which attested to the fear his enemy garb instilled in the populace. As he drew closer to the stronghold, Gu Rusin's heart raced, and by the time he reached the entrance, a sheen of sweat had formed on his brow, not from fear, but from the undeniable tension of undertaking such a momentous endeavor for the first time. His heart nearly lodged in his throat. Exhaling a deep breath, he cast a furtive glance at the 6 or 7 enemy soldiers stationed at the entrance. Adjusting his cap, he lowered his gaze and strode boldly inside. One must admit, Gu Rusin possessed an extraordinary audacity. Others would likely shy away from such a perilous undertaking. Likewise, the arrogant soldiers did not suspect that anyone would dare impersonate their imperial army within their own lair. Even when they noticed Gu Rusin's ruse, they merely glanced at him. The enemy uniform afforded him an air of legitimacy, and without further scrutiny, they allowed him to pass. In disbelief, Gu Rusin found it hard to accept how effortlessly he had infiltrated the enemy stronghold. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he breathed a sigh of relief, realizing he had perhaps underestimated the enemy's vigilance. His gaze wandered, and he soon discovered that the stronghold appeared to have once been a school, with 3 rows of orderly buildings, each containing around 17 or 18 rooms, separated by a broad pathway dividing the structures into eastern and western sections. In the last row to the west, there lay the kitchen, from which tendrils of blue smoke arose. He faintly caught a whiff of the tantalizing aroma of stewed meat. Instinctively swallowing hard, his heart unable to suppress a silent exclamation. What splendid fare the enemy enjoyed. It left him feeling quite famished, rubbing his stomach. Just as he was about to step forward to scrutinize the enemy's stronghold more closely, a patrol team of Japanese soldiers appeared, leading a wolf dog towards him. In an instant, Gu Rusin's expression shifted slightly, his heart racing, and he hurriedly lowered his head, retreating to the side to grant them passage. Initially, he had presumed that the conditions inside the enemy's stronghold were not dissimilar to those outside, and that their defenses were rather lax, with no soldier taking him seriously. However, it became abundantly clear that he had gravely misjudged the situation. The enemy's strategy of appearing lax while maintaining a vigilant core was indeed masterful. It made him feel rather foolish. At the same time, he silently thanked his fortune that the enemy's stronghold was fortified with barbed wire. Otherwise, Gu Rusin might have foolishly attempted to scale the wall, oblivious to the dangers within. In that moment, his previous underestimation of the enemy dissipated entirely. They were certainly not to be trifled with, and he needed to exercise utmost caution. As the patrol team drew nearer, the large wolf dog, tethered by a chain, opened its wide jaws, panting, drool cascading from its mouth, its jagged teeth particularly menacing. Suddenly, it barked fiercely at Gu Rusin, who had retreated to the side. The sharp bark startled him, causing him to instinctively take 2 steps back, nearly prompting him to draw his firearm against the soldiers. Fortunately, he refrained from taking action. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor, possibly placing his life in jeopardy. Nonetheless, his reaction elicited a chorus of mockery from the patrol, each soldier chattering derisively, casting scornful glances in his direction. Although Gu-Rusin could not comprehend their words, the disdainful expressions made it clear they viewed him with contempt, reveling in his embarrassment. To avoid revealing his true identity, he instinctively adopted a guise of terror, retreating a few more steps in feigned panic, casting fearful glances at the wolf dog. Since the enemy wished to see his folly, he would oblige them. As he had anticipated, this performance only intensified their laughter, with the soldiers pointing and jeering at him. Utterly unconcerned, treating him as a coward, their disdain palpable. As the sounds of their laughter faded into the distance, Gu-Rusin finally exhaled, watching the patrol's retreating figures. A fierce resolve igniting within him, dispelling any remnants of his earlier fright. A pack of worthless scoundrels. I shall settle the score with you all in due time. He muttered to himself, mindful not to linger any longer lest he attract attention from the enemy within the stronghold. Should they question him, this foe soldier would surely fail to comprehend their language, making it nearly impossible to avoid exposure. Heightening his vigilance, he shouldered his rifle and set forth, determined to gather intelligence on the enemy stronghold, utilizing the guise of a Japanese soldier to navigate his way through. Soon, he passed by several patrol teams, each accompanied by their own fierce dogs. Perhaps due to Gu-Rusin's recent experience, he maintained an air of calm, or perhaps the enemy was simply overconfident, believing no one would dare to act recklessly under their watchful gaze. Consequently, none of the enemy soldiers suspected him. Within a brief span of merely 10 minutes, he had gathered a general understanding of the vast enemy stronghold. However, due to the presence of the patrol teams, Gu-Rusin dared not brazenly approach the nearby buildings for a closer investigation. It was evident that he had yet to ascertain the whereabouts of the enemy leader, the despicable Fuji, which left him feeling somewhat anxious. Chapter 3. Transformation. Upon witnessing the demise of the three elders at Ye's hands, even Elder Duan was taken aback. Seeing Duan's expression of utter despair, Swan Tian found it somewhat curious. Nonetheless, he chose not to delve into divination himself and instead inquired with keen interest, "What is it? Can they not be killed?" Elder Duan sighed deeply and replied, "Young master, you are still inexperienced and unaware of what they truly represent. Millennia ago, it is said that our world was inhabited by cultivators of the Ascension realm, a time of unparalleled prosperity compared to now. However, one day, for reasons unknown, an unimaginable cataclysm occurred, shattering the world into fragments, one of which is our present Dongshan. During this calamity, 12 heroes emerged, 4 of whom hailed from Dongshan. They ultimately safeguarded all living beings amid the chaos, and the weapons wielded by Yao and his companions are those of the heroes from that era. The weapons of the heroes can only be wielded by their direct descendants, and even then, under stringent conditions. Yao and his companions are the chosen ones of this age. As descendants of heroes, they naturally command respect, and in the eyes of some, they are seen as the progeny of deities. Yet, the crux of the matter lies not in this, but in the weapons of the heroes. According to prophecy, the cataclysm is not yet over, and the heroes' weapons are the sole means to save the world. In response, Swan Tian chuckled dismissively. This old man has smashed the weapon. Is there no way to remedy this? Elder Duan shook his head in futility. The heroes' weapons were forged using unique techniques that have long since been lost to time. Perhaps this is our fate, a punishment for our breach of contract. Fate, Yi interjected, having approached Elder Duan's side. Fate has no interest in trivial games unworthy of children. Elder Duan bellowed in anger. You, Swan Tian promptly pulled him back, preventing his reckless outburst, and remarked with a grin, "Indeed, fate serves as your excuse, and besides, the apocalypse has not yet arrived, for we still have this esteemed gentleman." He chuckled, shaking his head. "You give me too much credit. What if I were to fail? Moreover, will you not lend a hand to assist? A simple calculation would reveal the cause and effect. That would render it meaningless, would it not? What joy is there in omniscience and omnipotence?" Swan Tian shrugged, his expression rather infuriating. Moreover, the presence of the Yi clan ensures that one cannot simply allow events to unfold unchecked. You seem to comprehend my sentiments. Elder Duan cast a complex gaze towards the jovial knight, who was conversing with the young master. This youth, viewed as unparalleled in the eyes of the young master, possessed the ability to effortlessly obliterate the weapons of heroes, thus undoubtedly a remarkable figure. However, he also shattered the last flicker of hope for the world. Elder Duan found it exceedingly challenging to maintain a calm demeanor in such discourse. Hence, he resolved to remain silent. Meanwhile, the onlookers, previously safeguarded by the weapons, had long since fled. The unfolding chaos rendered them utterly bewildered, and remaining in such a perilous situation could subject them to unimaginable horrors. If their lives were lost, it would indeed spell disaster. Unlike the younger disciples, some elders privy to the truth were frantically seeking to convey this monumental event to the clan. A storm was brewing. In stark contrast, elders Wu and Lu, though astonished, maintained their composure. Before their departure, Yicheng had advised them to refrain from interfering with the young master's actions. If ever there was a need, they were to spare no effort in fulfilling it, for the entire Yi clan was intricately linked to the young master. Moreover, the clan leader was the spokesperson for the Burial Emperor district. With the protection of the Burial Emperor district, the Yi clan found themselves in a position of relative security amidst the crises facing the sect. However, they remained unaware of the true nature of the Burial Emperor district, as the world surrounding Dongshan had long been sealed off, cutting them off from external news. All right, Knight turned to Yi Ling-er and called, "It's your turn." Linger. Yi Ling-er responded with a gentle smile, "Yes, young master." To speak candidly, while Yi Ling-er felt confident that her ascent on the heavenly ladder would surpass Jian-yi, reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary mortals, she still felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain if she could meet the young master's expectations. The young master had already done so much for her. She did not wish to disappoint him, even at the cost of her own life. Then, Yi Ling-er closed her eyes for a moment, and soon, a divine light flickered from the depths of her gaze. With a single step forward, an overwhelming aura began to surge forth. Knight observed the determination in Yi Ling-er's eyes, nodded approvingly, and gestured with his hand, pointing to the ground where she would tread. Suddenly, a staircase of white jade materialized beneath her feet. Yi Ling-er looked ahead, and a towering staircase of white jade appeared in the sky. The steps were adorned with intricate carvings, depicting flora and fauna, encapsulating the myriad wonders of the world. In fact, Yi Ling-er felt a peculiar sensation, as if these carvings were not mere inanimate objects. Gazing upward, the staircase soared into the heavens, vanishing beyond sight. It ascended straight into the depths of the clouds. At the moment the staircase reached towards the sky, it seemed as if all of creation paused for an instant. Yi Ling-er felt as if she were an independent observer in the drama, suddenly struck by an unsettling sensation. Abruptly, as if provoked, a golden gate slowly emerged on the ascending staircase towards the heavens, exuding an awe-inspiring majesty. It appeared to be a manifestation of celestial authority, a limitation imposed by the heavens upon all living beings, representing the ultimate boundary of existence. Witnessing this magnificent spectacle, all present were rendered speechless, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment, including Yi Zong and the elders of the Swan Tian Pavilion. Elder Duan stammered, "What is this?" Swan Tian kindly elucidated. Ascending the heavenly staircase signifies more than a mere transition to another realm. Throughout the ages, it has stood as a unique symbol. It represents a significant leap in the life stages of an ordinary being, an evolution of existence. Those fortunate enough to step upon the heavenly staircase are exceedingly rare, the favored children of their era. Do you see the tightly shut golden doors? Should you manage to push them open, you will gain the right to enter the void. This is not a matter of deceitful entry. It entails shattering the shackles of the world and attaining true freedom. Yi Ling-er originally lacked such fortune. Her talents were insufficient. And even with the enhancement of the star guide, time was not on her side. However, with the assistance of Yi, what once seemed unattainable became a matter of course. You are not from the era of Yi, and thus cannot comprehend his true significance. Chapter 4. The attendant. Are you planning to resolve matters on your own while listening to my voice? Yu laughed heartily, pointing at the two young ladies. You, lead my brother to his chambers and serve him well. There will be rewards for you. Fail in your duties, and there shall be none. Yu selected one girl who appeared quite boisterous and the other who was demure, ensuring that both preferences of Su Zhang were accommodated. He then pulled out a handful of gold dust and placed it on the table. All right, my dear, we shall certainly attend to this young brother well. The more flamboyant girl eagerly reached for the gold. Not so fast. Serve him well first before you collect. Yu pressed down on the gold, preventing any from being taken. The two young ladies exchanged glances at the gold on the table and hurriedly sat beside Su Zhang. Let's move the table to the window. We wish to enjoy not only the view inside, but also the scenery outside, Yu declared. Aunt Wu instructed the other girls to step aside and beckoned a few men to carry the table to the window. As they gazed outside, Su Zhang felt quite anxious, wishing to slap himself for having carelessly pointed to this location. Sir, we also have the talented Miao Yu, who plays the guzheng. Shall we summon her? Aunt Wu introduced. Bring her forth. Yu welcomed Beauty without reservation, holding a rather bold interpretation of the notion of selling art without selling oneself, which simply implied a playful refusal. A pretense of modesty. In Chiyoyu's words, by the time it matters, she will have been used, and can she not take her payment? As for the possibility of reporting herself to the authorities, would she fear such a thing? Excellent. Wuma was oblivious to Chiyoyu's sordid intentions. She exited the upper floor, closed the door behind her, and descended the stairs. As soon as Wuma left, Chiyoyu began to engage with the two young women beside him. They responded to him with flirtatious whispers. One of them expertly pouring wine from the table into Chiyoyu's glass, aware that their efforts would garner rewards. The other girl, despite being embraced by Chiyoyu and feeling his hand slide lower, still managed to feed him morsels from the plate. Chiyoyu was quite pleased with this service. Casting a glance at the long men and while sipping his drink, he teasingly remarked to the girl feeding him, "Ah, this dish is delightful." The girl, though experienced, blushed at his attention, her face turning crimson as Chiyoyu's large hand ventured further down, a reflex driven by instinct. Meanwhile, Su Zhang was accompanied by two girls who were eyeing the gold on the table. One of the girls frequently replenished Su Zhang's wine, while the demure one boldly grasped his hand, guiding it around her waist, positioning it suggestively on her left hip. Su Zhang, however, remained absorbed in the view outside, his gaze fixed on the Longmen Inn. Naturally, he still savored the delectable dishes before him. The food here was commendable. The top floor housed only 4 private rooms, and directly across from the upper floor was the waif pavilion, which was occupied by just 3 individuals. Miao Yu was gently strumming her pipa, intrigued by her 2 guests, who appeared remarkably youthful. Indeed, they were not yet fully grown, despite their height exceeding 7 feet. Their faces unmistakably bore the signs of youth, resembling mere children. Although the older one claimed to have a baby face, Miao Yu was not swayed. She had encountered many patrons in this establishment, and while some merely came to listen and observe, it was rare for anyone to occupy the most prestigious room solely to appreciate her zither performance. The younger one seemed to grasp the nuances of the music, while the older one seemed utterly lost in comprehension, creating a rather mismatched atmosphere. Nevertheless, she resolved to play her best. "Young lady, you appear to have many questions. Feel free to voice them," she prompted. The older one picked up on some of her cues. No questions at all." Miao Yu inhaled deeply, forcing herself to focus. The elder guest was perceptive, but the younger one was exceptionally handsome, destined to become one of the most striking figures in the realm. Yet, she pondered his age. Was he merely a few years her junior? The younger one furrowed his brow, while the elder smiled. "Shitty, we are merely here to experience the ambience. It's not easy for the young ladies here. Given the sensitive nature of their visit, it was better to address one another as brothers." The elder was, of course, Zhang Run, who had just arrived in Pingxiang. He had located the Longmen Inn, but chose not to meet with Wu Anri and the others, instead discovering an intriguing spring house, the tallest establishment in the city. Without hesitation, he brought Zhao Yun inside to enjoy the experience, instructing Zhang Hu to take the horses to the Longmen Inn first. Zhang Run, lacking musical talent, had heard Wu Ma praise Miao Yu's zither skills as unparalleled, prompting him to summon her. After all, who said that one must possess musical ability to appreciate music? The pretense of sophistication can certainly be indulged. After all, in a previous life, even with a lack of musical talent, one could still raise one's voice amidst the revelries in the taverns of Xi'an. Moreover, I have a penchant for the ambience of quiet bars, where one can sip on fine spirits, listen to melodious tunes, and engage in light-hearted banter with friends or negotiate business deals. I believe my junior, Zilong, is earnest in his desire to hear a beautiful performance on the guzheng. I have faith that Miao Yu's guzheng skills are unparalleled. Even if I cannot discern the nuances, the confidence she exudes upon entering the room is palpable. However, upon catching a glimpse of Zilong's face, her composure faltered. How many young women could maintain their tranquility when confronted with Zilong's charisma? This fellow, blessed with good looks, is unwittingly a source of distress for others, showing a remarkable lack of public spirit. To top it all off, his martial prowess surpasses my own, leading me to question who truly embodies the essence of reincarnation. Zilong possesses an undeniable aura of a protagonist, leaving me feeling like a mere backdrop. A green leaf meant to accentuate the brilliance of his crimson bloom. A series of knocks interrupted Zhang Ren's reverie. "Come in." Wu Ma entered, addressing the 2 young masters. "Would you like me to arrange for another young lady to perform on the guzheng?" She understood that the affluent patrons upstairs were extravagant spenders, while these 2, although wealthy, seemed to prefer a simpler experience without the company of a lady, merely wishing to enjoy the music. Miao Yu, feeling discontented, contemplated the suggestion. Perhaps we should change performers. Zhang Ren proposed. Miao Yu glanced at Zhang Ren, whose perceptive gaze seemed to penetrate her thoughts, causing her to feel a moment of unease. Stealing a glance at the younger one, who was lost in contemplation of the scenery outside, she felt a surge of irritation. With a swift motion, she picked up the guzheng, bowed respectfully to the two, and exited the building. Chapter 5. The Blacksmith. John. The following morning, Lu Xiaoxi forcefully stuffed several eggs into Lu Qingjin's arms before stepping out once more. In recent days, Lu Xiaoxi had pondered their situation as two orphan children. If they were to suddenly acquire a house and a car, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Should any ill-intentioned individuals target them, what could two mere children do? They would be at the mercy of fate. Given that Lu Qingjin was preparing for the imperial examination, it seemed prudent to first rent a modest dwelling. Once Lu Qingjin succeeded in his studies, gifts would surely come their way, and by that time, acquiring a residence would not seem so conspicuous. Resolute in his decision, Lu Xiaoxi made his way to a tailor shop to convey his intentions to the proprietor. The owner, efficient in his dealings, promptly dispatched an employee to summon a reliable intermediary. The intermediary, a young man named Lu Neng, appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age, with a well-proportioned physique that surpassed Lu Qingjin's. Dressed in clean blue cloth, a common attire in the city, he exuded an air of vitality and capability. Lu Neng had grown up in this town and was well acquainted with its secrets, knowing every nook and cranny. He was distantly related to the prominent Lu family. Yet due to their vast lineage, they could hardly attend to every branch. Lu Neng was the youngest son in his family, residing just outside the city, where they owned several acres of land. Lu Neng, uninterested in agriculture, leveraged his childhood connections in the city and the reputation of the Lu family to recently engage in the role of an intermediary, earning more than he would by toiling in the fields. Upon outlining her housing requirements to Lu Zhongren, Lu Xiaoxi was promptly informed of several suitable courtyards available for rent, ready for viewing at a moment's notice. Such expediency left her both astonished and delighted. Was the efficiency of ancient individuals truly so remarkable? Observing her surprise, Lu Neng did not withhold his explanation. Just the other day, when I visited, Boss Ma mentioned it briefly, and I committed it to memory. In recent days, I have been keeping an eye out for similar courtyards, so it is fortuitous that you inquired today. It was unexpected to witness Boss Ma and Lu Neng's diligence, particularly Lu Neng, whose ability to retain a fleeting mention and translate it into tangible action suggested that such individuals are bound to seize opportunities and prosper. There is a saying that opportunity favors the prepared, and Lu Neng appears to embody this sentiment. Fearing that Lu Xiaoxi might perceive him as overly calculating, Boss Ma hastily clarified, "Do not take offense, young lady. I merely informed Lu Zhongren out of concern that should a relative of yours arrive unexpectedly, you might struggle to find an appropriate house." Lu Xiaoxi held no grudge against Boss Ma. In fact, she felt gratitude for his consideration, as she was indeed in urgent need of a residence. She did not mind seizing opportunities to enhance her financial situation, provided it did not harm others. The arrangement was settled, and after expressing her thanks to Boss Ma and offering 10 coins to the errand boy, she followed Lu Neng to view the properties. Lu Neng had located 4 courtyards. The first was situated outside the city, featuring affordable rent and spacious grounds with a plot of land suitable for cultivating vegetables and flowers. Lu Xiaoxi dismissed this option in her mind, considering it unsafe for her and Lu Qingjin, 2 adolescents, to reside outside the city. Although the current era was prosperous and security was generally good, it did not imply that every individual harbored pure intentions. The allure of wealth could tempt even the most honorable, and preserving one's life was paramount. The second option was a 2-courtyard arrangement, with the owner residing in the front yard while renting out the back. The wall separating the two was not a significant drawback. The third option was a small courtyard nestled beneath the city wall, sunny and clean, available for rent or purchase, with negotiable pricing. Its only disadvantage was its proximity to the wall, compromising privacy. Anyone atop the wall could easily peer down and observe. The final option was somewhat costly, requiring 3 or 2 taels of silver per month, located in the city adjacent to the residential area of esteemed gentlemen, specifically the residence of Scholar Wang. Scholar Wang was a notable figure in the city. Once impoverished, he gained recognition after passing the imperial examination. The Lu family's 5th branch, recognizing his potential, arranged for the marriage of their illegitimate daughter, Lu Pinlan, to him, providing her with a courtyard and land as a dowry, as well as support for his scholarly pursuits. However, despite their efforts, he repeatedly failed in subsequent examinations. Over time, rumors began circulating that the daughters of the Lu family's 5th branch were ill-fated in marriage. which made it increasingly difficult for them to find husbands. Consequently, Lu Pinlan, upon returning to her parental home, found herself unwelcome and subjected to scorn on the streets, often berated by her mother-in-law at their doorstep as a harbinger of misfortune. Despite numerous misfortunes, none could overshadow Lu Pinlan's pride in her son. In her most challenging moments, her 10-year-old son succeeded in an examination, effortlessly qualifying as a child scholar, and the following year he advanced to the status of a shiotsuai, an honor rarely bestowed upon one so young. News of his achievements spread like wildfire, prompting the local magistrate to send congratulatory gifts. In the blink of an eye, Lu Pinlan's reputation flourished. People hailed her as a wise homemaker, suitable for family life and blessed with prosperous descendants. Consequently, the standards for her family's daughters seeking suitors were elevated significantly. With the autumn imperial examination approaching the following year, the Wang family, both shiotsuai, resolved to relocate to the capital for their studies. The courtyard of the Wang family was available for rent or sale, but since they had moved away, it required full payment for a year's rent. Lu Ning explained with a smile. What is the price for purchase? This amount, Lu Ning replied, extending 4 fingers. For 100 taels? 400 taels for the courtyard, including furniture, Lu Ning smiled. While their location may not be the best, I trust you are aware of the market rates in that area. Plus, with a dual shiotsuai household, many scholars would be keen to purchase it, seeking good fortune. Let us not consider other places. We shall go see the Wang family's courtyard, she decided. Does your family have scholars as well? My younger brother studies. How fortuitous. You must go take a look. I assure you will be pleased. As they conversed, they arrived at the Wang family's small courtyard, which appeared to have been tidied, presenting a clean and charming ambience. The valuable items had been removed by the owners, leaving behind only some simple, sturdy furniture. After a brief inspection, it was found to be in relatively good condition. What delighted Lu Xiaoxi the most was the study within the courtyard. It was cozy and bright. Although the books and paintings had been cleared out, the desk and bookshelves remained, along with a lounge area, bed, and cabinet that required little additional furnishing. Lu Xiaoxi was utterly satisfied. What do you think, eldest sister? Lu Ning inquired. I'll take this one. I shall rent it, Lu Xiaoxi declared with contentment. If possible, why not buy it? Houses like this are selling for 450 taels. Lu Ning attempted to persuade Lu Xiaoxi to purchase the property. He could tell she was quite fond of the courtyard. I would love to buy it, but where would I find such a sum? Expenses in the city are substantial, and being able to pay a year's rent at once is solely to provide a conducive environment for my brother's studies. Lu Xiaoxi smiled, declining the offer. She had indeed wrestled with the decision between buying and renting for quite some time. Financially, she was not lacking. Purchasing the house might allow her to fulfill her objectives promptly, yet reason cautioned her against such a hasty decision. For 2 individuals without power or influence, they could easily become targets, regretting their choices too late. Chapter 6. The Summoning of Knights. Now that the plan was established, it was time for execution. Qin Xianrong initially intended to obtain a travel permit and then venture to learn how to prepare bubble tea. However, she encountered difficulties right at the first step. Sister, are you being foolish? A woman clad in leather, her hair tied high in a ponytail, with an air of streetwise confidence, remarked from across the table at Qin Xianrong. Before Qin Xianrong went to apply for her permit, she habitually arranged a gathering with a few of her old friends to discuss her thoughts about the future. Little did she know, just as she finished speaking, the sister across from her doused her with a bucket of cold water. What's wrong? I think it's quite reasonable, Qin Xianrong replied, looking at the woman exuding a palpable sense of society. The woman with a high ponytail, full of exasperation, retorted. You shouldn't have gotten involved with that guy with the surname Wan back then. Look at you now. You were such a clever girl. Why aren't you thinking now? Qin Xianrong felt a twinge of displeasure. Ingjia, why bring that up again? I'm quite happy now. Why don't you tell me what is wrong with my idea? The woman known as Ingjia, the sharp-tongued one, answered. You ask me? You've already mentioned that this is your son's suggestion. A child like Wan Yan, it's normal for him not to understand these things. You and Wan Xian have failed to grasp the situation. What is amiss here? And yet you blame me for criticizing you. With that, she pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Qin Xianrong instinctively recoiled. She despised the smell of smoke. What is wrong with my son's idea? Ingjia exhaled slowly, narrowing her eyes. Those milk tea shops have their secret recipes. How much do you think you can learn? They might not even share their secrets with you. Qin Xianrong paused, recognizing the validity of the concern. Then, shall we develop our own? Ingjia, enveloped in smoke, replied. In my opinion, you should just directly open a franchise. After all, you're not looking to make a fortune. Consider it a pastime. If it's just for fun, then I'll freely innovate. I merely want to engage in some activity. Qin Xianrong shook her head, still intent on opening her own shop. Ingjia pressed on. Do you even know how to make pearl milk tea? Not really, but I can always hire a chef. Ingjia scoffed, exhaling smoke. So for one milk tea shop, are you planning to establish a central kitchen and hire a chef? Chun Qianrong glanced at Ingjia. You must have a solution then. I feel like I owe you from my past life. I used to help you sing, and now I have to assist you in starting a business. Ingjia extinguished her cigarette, gazing at the woman before her, who despite her age, appeared remarkably youthful. However, I can't do much else. I can help you find a reasonably priced storefront near the university, but the rest is up to you. Chun Qianrong pursed her lips, observing the woman across from her, but did not respond directly. Ingjia was all too familiar with this expression. Whenever someone displayed it, they were undoubtedly pondering various thoughts. With the trip to Wanwan now off the table, Chun Qianrong decided to head home. She waved goodbye to Ingjia and left the bar, leaving the stylish woman behind, simmering in her frustrations. Upon returning home, Chun Qianrong shared the issues in her plan with the two Mr. Wans. Wan Yan hadn't thoroughly considered the implications and merely spoke without contemplating the possibility that even if she learned, they might not be willing to teach her. Ultimately, it came down to her youth. Humph, it seems the burden of resolution falls upon me, Wan Xin remarked nonchalantly while seated on the sofa, taking a sip of tea. Chun Qianrong cast a glance at the composed Wan Xin and, without hesitation, pinched his arm, urging him to speak amicably. Ouch, Wan Xin gasped, feeling the pinch's severity. Do you know how the pearls in bubble tea are made? Wan Yin exchanged a glance with Chun Qianrong and shook his head. The chief cook at home was Wan Xin. As for Wan Yin and Chun Qianrong, their culinary skills typically extended to frying an egg or slicing a cucumber, leaving them oblivious to the nature of these pearls. In any case, they are certainly not actual pearls, Wan Xin explained. These pearls, also known as tapioca balls, are essentially made from starch, he added. Chun Qianrong, intrigued, inquired. Where did you learn that? During our last trip to Huizhou, while you two were busy indulging in bubble tea, I was conversing with the shop owner. He mentioned that the pearls are made from glutinous rice flour and tapioca flour, which is essentially starch balls, Wan Xin replied, a proud smile gracing his face. Impressive. A trip abroad and you still managed to engage in culinary discourse, Chun Qianrong remarked. This was indeed one of Wan Xin's habits. He relished chatting with restaurateurs whenever dining out. If he encountered a delectable dish, he would persistently seek to befriend the owner in hopes of uncovering their secret recipe. Although most proprietors were reluctant to divulge their methods, there were those enthusiastic enough to let slip their secrets during friendly conversation. The owner of this bubble tea shop appeared to belong to the latter category. Aside from pearls, do you also know how to make the milk tea? Wan Yin queried, eager to learn if Wan Xin had discussed that as well. Wan Xin took another sip of tea, gently waving his right hand in a fan-like gesture, adopting a pose reminiscent of Zhuge Liang, and replied, Indeed. Indeed, my foot. Chun Qianrong retorted, pulling Wan Xin up and pushing him toward the table. Quickly write down the recipe and instructions. I shall find a chef to try it this afternoon. Rubbing his arm, Wan Xin protested, why bother finding a chef? I can do it myself. You have the bar to manage. Can you accompany me to oversee the bubble tea shop every day? Chun Qianrong, reclining on the sofa, cast a sidelong glance at Wan Xin. I plan to hire a couple of pastry chefs, preferably attractive ones, so that we can save on promotional costs. As Wan Xin scribbled the recipe and methods on paper, he couldn't resist flattering his wife. You're already beautiful enough. You're practically a living advertisement. Flattery, Chun Qianrong chided, giving him a playful glare. Wan Yin, observing his parents' impending bickering, prepared to depart, but then heard his mother say, Xiaoyan, you have plenty of ideas. How should we promote our shop? That's simple. Just have those singing aunties visit your shop every now and then to enjoy some treats. Wan Yin responded directly. It's the star effect, after all. Remember to share some earnings with those aunties. Don't let them come for free. Do I need to remind you of that? Chun Qianrong lifted her teacup and took a sip. What do you think? Should we compose a song specifically for promotion? Indeed. The thoughts of a singer are such that even promotion can be intertwined with music. Wan Yin contemplated this notion and found it to be quite an intriguing idea. Much like the advertisements for the future Ulamai, the very mention of its name conjures the visage of Jay, Cho, in one's mind. If this song could be utilized effectively, the promotional impact would surely be remarkable. However, is it not a bit extravagant to employ such a grand strategy at this nascent stage of the milk tea shop? Wan Yin voiced his concerns. To his surprise, Chun Qianrong retorted, what is extravagant about it? We can simply compose another song for future promotions. Well, are you the protagonist, or am I? Such a nonchalant declaration is beyond my imagination. Given her confidence, Wan Yin decided to acquiesce. After all, he did not intend to expand this business significantly. Earning a modest profit would suffice. Returning to his study, Wang Yin prepared to continue writing the script at hand. Meanwhile, Wang Xian had already documented all the milk tea recipes she knew. Chen Qianrong glanced at the notes. Was it truly that simple? Wang Xian shrugged, asserting that it was indeed straightforward. Perhaps they were overthinking it. After all, milk tea shops typically open one by one, without such intricate recipes. All right, then I shall venture out to recruit a few pastry chefs, declared Chen Qianrong, tucking the recipes into her bag and dashing out. The storefront that the spicy Annie found for Chen Qianrong was situated on a street emerging from the Central University for Nationalities. Due to the diverse student body representing various ethnic minorities, this area had long since evolved into a culinary haven, showcasing an array of delicacies from different cultures and regions. Wang Yin recalled visiting this place in a previous life, where he had nearly succumbed to the spiciness of stir-fried rice noodles. In a matter of days, Chen Qianrong had recruited two newly graduated female pastry chefs, both of whom would attract students to the milk tea shop. One chef was tasked with crafting cakes and pastries, while the other would prepare milk tea and assist Chen Qianrong at the front counter. Throughout these days, Wang Yin also contributed numerous suggestions to his mother, recounting various types of milk tea he had encountered in his past life. Under Wang Yin's constructive influence, red bean milk tea, pudding milk tea, and assorted milk tea successfully made their way onto the menu. The inventive young lady making the milk tea even developed fruit tea based on Wang Yin's suggestions, much to Chen Qianrong's delight, prompting her to reward the girl with a bonus. The original storefront was already well decorated, so Chen Qianrong chose not to dismantle the existing embellishments. Instead, she replaced the tables and chairs with a fresher, natural wood color and upgraded the lighting to a warm white, enhancing the cozy atmosphere of the milk tea shop. The final matter to settle was the name of the establishment. When Wang Xian opened the bar, the two had deliberated for quite some time over the name. Ultimately, they decided to derive a character from each of their names to create the bar's title. Thus, the bar was bestowed with a refreshingly verdant name, Wang Yanqing. Upon arriving at the milk tea shop, it was evident that such a simplistic and crude naming logic could no longer suffice. The two individuals simply suffered from indecisiveness rather than an inability to conjure names. Otherwise, why wasn't he called Wang Ai Chen from the very beginning? Ultimately, it was Wang Yin who made the final decision, dismissing the names concocted by Wang Xian and Chen Qianrong, such as fragrant milk tea and garden milk tea. In homage to the yet-to-exist Xiang Piao Piao, Wang Yin resolved to name his milk tea establishment Sweet Silk. Not at all tacky. Chapter 7. Earl Kunting. Although I have become a warlord, at my core, I remain a well-behaved child. Kuaiji is a territory fiercely contested by Sun Tzu, and the place I inhabit is the cornerstone of Sun Tzu's unification of Jiangdong. After the announcement of the poetry competition, I seized the opportunity to utilize my authority to declare yet another event, ostensibly to welcome my brother's arrival. Following the withdrawal of the officials in Shaoxing, Governor Wang Lang continued to hold his post in Kuaiji. Contemplating the need to cultivate a good rapport with Wang Lang, I prepared gifts and, along with Xiang Qi, set out to pay him a visit. I was unsure how I had offended Wang Lang. He regarded me with palpable disdain, exclaiming, "How can a mere young lad bear such great responsibilities? Do you think you are Sun Tzu? A true hero like Sun Tzu is a rarity in a century. How could I possibly rival him?" Thus, he belittled my ambitions, lamenting that those who lack understanding of the state's significance should not arrogantly claim authority. He waxed poetic, lamenting the folly of youth, and I, left perplexed, attempted to respond. I thought to myself that Wang Lang's eloquence might not be as formidable as he believed. Otherwise, he would not have been chastised by Zhuge Liang in the annals of history. Feeling a nudge from Xiang Qi, who remarked, "Boss, why are you engaging in futile banter with the governor? This is disastrous." As I glanced at Wang Lang, his face reddened, and he began to speak fervently, the details of which I shall omit. After a moment of silence following his tirade, I interjected, "I merely admire your character and erudition, esteemed sir. I inadvertently find myself a minor leader, compelled by the tumult of these chaotic times. I recognize the immense effort you have invested in this land. However, Kuaiji is a significant stronghold, and with Sun Tzu lurking, any internal discord could lead to his conquering this territory. Surely you are familiar with the tale of Lien Pe seeking forgiveness from Lin Xiangru. Our relationship regarding Kuaiji mirrors that of Lien Pe and Lin Xiangru. You are Lin Xiangru, while I am but the old Lien Pe, am I not? Do you wish for me to bear a thorny stick as a token of humility? Though Lien Pe may be aged, he still possesses formidable strength. I disdain to associate with one as young as you." I leaned in closer to Wang Lang and whispered, "Ah Wang, truth be told, I am already 50 years old. Please keep this a secret. I have taken some medicine that makes me appear youthful. It's merely a ruse to charm the ladies. Let us collaborate, and you shall take the lead. Wang Lang scrutinized me. I need to witness your prowess. Where did you acquire that medicine? It is no longer available. I consumed the last pill. What do you think of that? Wang Lang pondered for a moment. Then you must accompany me. Let us go. I clapped Xiang Qi on the shoulder, causing him to tumble to the ground. Is this the caliber of your subordinates? With a bitter smile, I consented to accompany you. Wang Lang briefed me on a case involving a couple who, unable to bear children, were struggling to support their elderly parents. One day, the parents suddenly fell ill, prompting the couple to seek a physician to save them. Tragically, the father passed away, while the mother, though still alive, descended into madness following the loss of her companion. The couple persistently demanded accountability from the doctor, seeking compensation for the father's death and even holding the government liable, claiming substantial damages. Wang Lang expressed his frustration, emphasizing the importance of public welfare and social security, yet lamented that it was unwise to expend excessive funds on a singular case, particularly when the physician in question was a revered figure. Huata, could even the divine doctor cause death? Such renowned healers are not infallible. Wang Lang sought out the involved parties. Huata, who roamed far and wide to practice medicine, remained responsible and did not flee the scene. Wang Lang remarked to me that if I could resolve this matter effectively, he would entrust Kuaiji to my care. The husband lamented, "This quack. My father succumbed under his treatment, and now he insists my mother mimic the movements of beasts. What ulterior motives could he possibly have, wishing harm upon both my parents?" Huatuo remained silent. "Where is your mother?" "I shall visit her," I said, turning to inquire of Huatuo. "Doctor, what ailment afflicted his father?" "Poisoning," he replied. Upon arriving at the mother's residence, I was surprised to find that I had to descend further down a flight of stairs. As I entered, a peculiar scent struck me. What could it be? Paint. Not fresh, yet still discernible, indicating that this place had been saturated with oily substances, even if none remained now. There had been an abundance in the past. The poor old mother sat despondently, cradling a painting that appeared not to be executed with a brush, but rather resembled an oil painting. I could not discern the content clearly, yet there were countless pieces adorning the wall behind her. The odor of paint was indeed emanating from the oil paintings. I was uncertain whether oil painting techniques had been developed at that time, but to someone from my era, these paintings were treasures. I examined some of the artworks behind me. Dice, a girl with her grandparents, a depiction of Kuaiji's distinctive wine, and some street scenes. All more discernible than the one the old woman held, which had become an indistinct blur of red. Bending down, I asked, "Dear mother, what is it that you hold? May I have a look?" "Do not move. My precious darling, mother has lost her senses. They adore painting, thus mistaking the canvases for their children." I quietly spoke to Wang Lang, assuring the husband, "I will provide you with a satisfactory response. Await my news." Casting one last glance at Huatuo, I requested, "Please accompany me. I wish to understand the situation better. When you took over, was the old man already poisoned? What type of poison was it? Was the elderly woman treated alongside her husband? Do you know when she became mad?" "He was already poisoned," Huatuo confirmed. "I have not encountered this particular toxin before. It does not resemble the arsenic I am familiar with, yet it should not possess the lethal potency of such substances. My knowledge is limited, hence my failure to comprehend the matter fully. I wish to perform an autopsy, but they would not permit it. The reason I remain here is to investigate and elucidate this affliction. There exists an elderly woman who gradually descends into madness. Initially, her condition appears manageable. The emergence of such symptoms is presumably induced by external stimuli. I endeavored to impart the 5 animal frolics, which I devised, to encourage them to engage in physical exercise. However, the couple vehemently resisted my intentions. Ultimately, I found myself powerless, resorting to medication, yet it proved futile in saving a life. Nevertheless, I have always believed that this ailment should not lead to death. As a physician, I cannot simply depart from this matter. I must uncover the truth. I fear not imprisonment, for I still aspire to compose the Qing Nong Shu. They have no children, do they? I am uncertain. Yet a child has consistently been seen in the company of the elderly couple, perhaps a neighbor. Who sought you out? The man. As I wandered, I fortuitously encountered him loitering. He gazed at me and inquired whether I could treat his father, as they lacked the means to consult a physician. Thus, I hastened to their aid. Well then, may you achieve further breakthroughs in medicine. Do diligently write the Qing Nong Shu. I yearn to leave a phone number for Hua Tuo. Modern individuals eagerly anticipate his Qing Nong Shu. That evening, Wang Lang found me while I was still corresponding with Su Gan. Wang Lang recounted the matters I had requested him to investigate. Very well. Let us resolve this issue by tomorrow. The following day, we reconvened at the elderly couple's residence. Present were myself, Hua Tuo, Wang Lang, Xiang Qi, the couple, and several of Wang Lang's subordinates, all gathered together. The truth lies within these paintings. I regarded the couple, you are now middle-aged. And among the three greatest acts of filial piety, failing to produce offspring is the most grievous. How could you lack descendants? The elderly man began to exhibit signs of emotional turmoil, silently shedding tears. We have exerted great effort, yet our endeavors have proven unsuccessful. Let us first discuss this painting. This street should represent your abode. This location, rather than a residence, resembles a warehouse, containing little more than a few paintings. Moreover, it is situated in a basement. This place is not a testament to filial piety, but rather a morbid dwelling that hastens demise. Your family resides opposite the painter, exposed to the elements, which could be quite uncomfortable at times due to the toxic fumes from the paints affecting one's health. The painter mentioned that you have a young daughter who adores painting, yet your household is impoverished, with no means to support her artistic endeavors. Due to the amicable relationship between your families, your daughter utilized the painter's materials for her doodles. However, your child possesses remarkable talent, capable of creating lifelike portraits, hence the existence of this particular piece. The oil painting before us is not something a family of your standing could typically possess. This warehouse originally belonged to the painter, thus it has accumulated many noxious gases. The painter, fond of your daughter, lent this space for her artistic expression. Your parents, particularly fond of accompanying your daughter, moved in temporarily, but did not reside there permanently. This is the origin of the portrait. The dice symbolize the genesis of your downfall. I have investigated the local gambling establishments, all bearing your name. You consistently returned with a die, thus etching it into your daughter's memory, resulting in this artwork. Due to your reckless gambling, your once modest household has descended into dire straits. Yet you remain unrepentant, perpetually scheming for immediate wealth. You see your daughter as an asset, contemplating selling her for profit. However, the profound bond between the elderly and the child renders your schemes unfeasible. The painter should be well aware of the hazards associated with paint. Hence he may have advised you not to linger in the warehouse. Consequently, you urged your parents to reside there, and indeed, illness ensued. Initially, you intended to wait for your father's demise. However, your daughter insisted on seeking medical assistance, prompting you to contemplate finding a doctor yourself. You had no intention of allowing your daughter to be exposed, so you feigned a search, hoping to casually enlist someone for treatment, preferably leading to death. To your astonishment, the person you encountered was Hua Tuo, and you found yourself compelled to stubbornly reject his recommendations. Common sense outweighs mere knowledge. Although Hua Tuo possessed extensive wisdom, he lacked essential common sense and was unaware of the causes of gas poisoning. In your impatience, seizing upon your father's grave illness, you forcefully took your daughter away. Where did you sell her? To a tavern. Kuaiji, renowned for its wine, was the perfect destination for export. You treated your daughter as a commodity, transporting her across the seas, akin to a bottle of wine. Your daughter foresaw her future destination and illustrated it for her grandmother as a memento. Throughout various intervals, she sought paint from the painter, and her claims were corroborated. The tavern also acknowledged this. Your mother, distraught over her granddaughter's departure, spiraled into madness. She persistently retrieved paint from the painter until, in your reckless haste, you caused your father's untimely death, which drove her to complete insanity. The painting she created during her descent into madness was a chaotic expression of her grief. Its red hue perhaps reflecting both her bloody interpretation of your actions and her beloved granddaughter's favorite color. Thus, she cherished this artwork as a token of her longed-for granddaughter. The painter and the tavern have provided ample evidence. The likelihood of death by paint is minimal. It can only point to your premeditated murder. You even sought to shift the blame to the doctor, hoping to exploit the goodwill of Governor Wang Lang for your own gain. Alas, you inadvertently left behind incriminating evidence from your daughter against your crimes. Kuaiji, being relatively coastal, made for a clever choice in wine export destinations directed westward. Away from the sea, you truly ought to temper your greed and perhaps study the 5 animal frolics. You are a genuine beast. The case concluded smoothly, and Wang Lang bowed to me, expressing Kuaiji's willingness to heed your commands in the defense of Jiang City. Chapter 8. Supplemental Revision. Lu Man regained her composure. Qing Ro, it is your time to shine. Fear her not. We are certain to triumph in the 3rd trial. The students of the Qing class echoed in agreement. Yes. Let us forget the recent string of defeats. We will claim victory in the 3rd trial. I refuse to believe she can prevail again. Qing Ro inhaled deeply, determined not to tarnish her reputation as the foremost talented lady of the capital. The students returned to their places. While the despondent prince he was discreetly led away by Mo Sugong. Attendants methodically delivered drawing paper and colored ink to the students. Painting. This was Shen Qingruo's forte. She glanced towards Yin Lingjio, suppressing her discontent before setting her brush to paper. Sitting before the desk, Yin Lingjio regarded the ink with a tranquil demeanor. The Qin class members were generally skilled in painting, while the scholars lacked such talent. Mo Sugong leisurely approached her, saying, "Do not be perfunctory. To surpass the entire Qin class's score, you must draw upon your utmost resources." Yin Lingjiu languidly replied, "How tiresome." Mo Sugong departed with a smile. The young lady of the Yin family, a person of remarkable talent, it merely depends on her willingness. The crowd gazed intently at Yin Lingjiu. Could Miss Shin still triumph? It was uncertain. What if she lacked the skill to draw? She hadn't even begun her work, so it seemed unlikely. Yin Lingjiu rubbed her wrist before seizing her brush, one in her left hand and one in her right. Lu Manman, witnessing that scene, was so astonished she momentarily forgot her own ability to paint. What was she doing with both hands? The Prince of Yu, finally regaining his composure, leaned in to observe. Since Yin Lingjiu began to draw, his expression had been a tumultuous blend of anticipation and amusement. Yet, in the blink of an eye, both sides revealed an exquisite likeness of the same woman, rendered with unparalleled precision. The grace and vitality of her strokes were palpable, imbued with an authenticity that was mesmerizing. With both hands, she conjured two identical faces effortlessly, a feat of immense difficulty that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to master, yet flowed from her with ease. Like water in a stream. The astonishment on the prince's face was unmistakable. His tightly pressed lips betrayed a mixture of disbelief and admiration. Even though only half of the painting had been completed, the essence and astonishing skill were already evident. The attendants remained transfixed, as if drawn into the very strokes of Yin Lingjiu's brush. After a considerable time, a sound marked the passage of time, snapping the prince and attendants back to reality. It was time to submit the artwork. Shen Qingru nodded in satisfaction, admiring her own creation, while the students from the Qin class gathered to praise her. "How beautiful! Qingru, you are incredible. We have won." The scholars from the learning class produced a chaotic mess. Qingruo's painting is the most exquisite. Shen Qingru offered a modest smile as she handed her painting to the attendant collecting the works. The attendant was thoroughly impressed and held it aloft for the crowd to see. Blossoms of peonies flourished amidst the cascading waterfall, accompanied by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers. What a magnificent painting! Miss Shen's artistry is beyond compare. She is bound to claim victory. Shen Qingru gracefully bowed to the crowd, expressing her gratitude for their praise, asserting it was merely a casual effort. "Miss Shen, please do not be modest. The painting is remarkably true to life. The flowers are vibrant and beautiful." Meanwhile, the attendant's gaze remained fixated on the painting before Yin Lingjiu's desk, shaking his head in disbelief. "No, Miss Shen's painting pales in comparison. It is Yin Lingjiu's work that is truly unparalleled." Shen Qingru turned slightly to glance over, puzzled. The attendant exclaimed loudly, "Master Mo, come quickly and see. It is the double shadow, the double shadow. I see it clearly. It is indeed the double shadow." Mo Sugong and the other judges on stage promptly rose and approached, in an effort to allow everyone to appreciate this extraordinary masterpiece. The attendant retrieved Yin Lingjiu's painting and displayed it before all. The crowd, including Shen Qingru, transitioned from curiosity to astonishment, culminating in sheer rapture. No one cares about the current state of the noble Wang, lost in a moment of stillness. Chapter 9. New Surprises, Iron, Ore, and Water Source. Qing Yun turned his steps and pursued the direction in which Jiang Yuyan had fled. Jiang Yuyan, upon hearing the voice of Zhang Gongong, fearing that her attempt to leave the palace might be thwarted, quickly slipped into a secluded corner. Listening intently, she noted that Zhang Gongong did not pursue her further and exhaled a sigh of relief. "Yuyan?" Just as Jiang Yuyan was about to emerge, she heard a familiar voice. Qing Yun's gentle tone called her name. Yuyan, evoking an instinctive reaction that caused her to retract her foot, hesitating to step out. Hiding in the shadows, she remained perfectly still, terrified that even the slightest sound would reveal her presence to Qing Yun. Believing that Jiang Yuyan had already fled far away, Qing Yun searched in vain and, with a barely perceptible sigh, turned back. Remaining concealed in her corner, Jiang Yuyan listened to the footsteps she had come to know intimately, now retreating in disappointment. Only after a profound silence enveloped the area did she emerge from the darkness. Casting a distant glance at the place she had narrowly escaped from, she pressed a hand against her slightly pained abdomen and, dragging her broken lute, slowly made her way back along the path she had taken. The music had ceased. The strings lay scattered on the ground, producing jarring sounds that echoed through the depths of the palace. As Qin Yuan returned, he encountered Zhang Gonggong silently exiting the inner palace. They exchanged nods of acknowledgement, taking their places on either side. Inside the palace, the conversation between the emperor and Hualien could be faintly discerned. The emperor's chamber, resplendent with gold and brilliance, radiated imperial dignity and grandeur. My son pays respects to the emperor. May you enjoy longevity and good fortune. Hualien stepped forward, kneeling before the emperor to pay his respects. The sudden action startled the emperor, causing him to set aside his previous anger and hastily extend a hand to assist Hualien. Lianer, quickly rise. Why such grand gestures before your father? Hualien declined the emperor's support, remaining on the ground in tears. I have been unfilial, drifting away from you for so long. This is my fault. Lianer, speak your mind, but stand up first, the emperor urged, grasping Hualien's arm in an attempt to lift him. Since the passing of his mother, Hualien felt a tumult of love and resentment towards the emperor. He longed for closeness, yet harbored bitterness over the years of neglect towards his mother, which had left her with lifelong regrets. Hualien, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, knelt in sorrow. The mere mention of concubine always brought sadness to the emperor. During her lifetime, there had been barriers, and now, in her absence, he yearned for her every smile and frown. Ultimately, I have wronged your mother. I wonder if she harbors resentment towards me? No. Hualien gradually sought to calm his tumultuous emotions, gazing at the emperor's face, which bore the weight of nostalgia. He spoke with certainty. I shall never forget the scene of the great fire in the cold palace. That day, upon returning from my mother's chambers to the cold palace, the flames were raging. Concerned for my mother's safety, I rushed into her quarters when no one was looking. At that moment, she was trapped beneath a beam, barely clinging to life. The sorrowful memories, regardless of how many times they are recalled, remain achingly poignant. Hualien's tone was imbued with melancholy. Yet the empress mother smiled with a serene and gentle demeanor, caressing her son's face and imparting wisdom about honoring and caring for his father and himself. The emperor nodded, acknowledging that indeed, the empress mother was a kind and gentle soul. Yes, Hualien agreed, even in the depths of the underworld. I am certain she still thinks of Father Emperor. She visited me in a dream last night. Is that so? The emperor inquired, raising his voice slightly. What did your mother say? I cannot recall the details clearly, Hualien replied. I only remember her tender smile and her concern for Father Emperor's well-being. Asking if he was healthy and if he had any troubles. Hualien smiled up at the emperor. You see, Mother was concerned for you. With that, Hualien retrieved a scroll from the box of paintings and gradually unfurled it, revealing a vivid depiction of a beautiful woman smiling while holding a flower. The emperor immediately recognized the beauty in the painting as his former favored consortee. Father, do you think my brush captures even a fraction of Mother's essence? Hualien asked, stroking the dress of the painted figure. The emperor murmured, it resembles her. Indeed, it does. Unable to contain himself, he took the scroll from Hualien's hands and examined it closely. I am inadequate, unable to compare to Mother's beauty, Hualien lamented, touching her own face. Fortunately, Mother visited me in a dream, allowing me to portray her likeness. The devastating fire in the cold palace had consumed nearly all of the Empress Mother's belongings. Hualien stood respectfully, hands at her sides, realizing that this was the only small tribute she could offer her father. The emperor gazed at Hualien. Clad in a simple white gown, her head adorned with little decoration, her face devoid of any rouge, with tears still glistening in her eyes. A wave of guilt washed over him. Ever since Consort Yi's passing, he had intentionally avoided seeing Hualien, instructing the empress to care for her while withholding any paternal affection. It is not appropriate for you to remain in the cold palace, the emperor contemplated, considering his expansive harem. Perhaps you should move. Before he could finalize his thoughts on the intricacies of his court, Hualien had already begun to weep. Father, I do not wish to leave the cold palace. Why? The emperor asked, puzzled. That place was where Mother spent the most time during her life. Hualien sobbed. I wish to grow up there. It is filled with memories of her. Every corner resonates with her presence. I have no ambitions. I only wish to remain in the place that reminds me of her. At the tender age of 9, though Hualien did not physically resemble Consort Yi, her tearful countenance bore a striking resemblance to her mother's enchanting beauty. The emperor found himself in a quandary, desiring to compensate this daughter, yet unsure of how to do so. Even if you do not wish to leave the cold palace, you must eventually grow up, he gently encouraged. With tears glistening, Hualien continued, then may I have sole authority over my future princess's residence? I wish to restore it to the way Mother loved it. Very well, the Emperor conceded, unable to refuse such a heartfelt request. Thank you, Father, Hualyan expressed gratefully. Hualyan bowed in gratitude and, casting a glance at the Emperor, quietly exited the palace. Outside His Majesty's chambers, Qingyun stood like a wooden post, erect and silent, gazing ahead with an expression devoid of mirth. Only when Hualyan emerged from the hall did he take a step forward. Let us proceed. Hualyan nodded towards Qingyun, greeting eunuch Zhang with a smile before heading towards the cold palace. Is the residence next to Prime Minister Li still vacant? Hualyan inquired, wiping away the lingering tears from the corners of his eyes, his demeanor returning to tranquility. Yes, purchase it. It shall become my princess's estate. Hualyan had long contemplated this decision. Understood. Qingyun followed closely, transitioning from a promise to care for the princess to a more taciturn role of silent acquiescence. Your Highness, I pay my respects. At the entrance of the cold palace, Hualyan and Qingyun were halted. A look of surprise crossed Qingyun's face, his tone now laced with emotion. Yin? Chapter 10. The Little Finger of Peter, Disaster Coins. By offering disaster coins to certain unknown entities, one may summon guardian spirits to fend off various calamities. While the introduction to the Heart of Sanctuary allowed Muliang to glean some insights, the description of the disaster coins left him utterly bewildered. What constitutes an unknown entity? What is a guardian spirit? What calamities are being referred to? In a mere 30 characters, Muliang found himself grappling with 3 new questions. It was evident that his collection of information was insufficient for any meaningful analysis. He resolved to keep some indigenous survivors for future inquiries, hoping to extract useful clues or data from them. After scavenging all the spoils, Muliang led his subordinates away from the ruins. He intended to investigate the reality of Dogclaw Village on his way home. Among the 3 dog-headed villages, Dogclaw was the closest to his stronghold. If he hoped to remain undetected, it was imperative to eliminate Dogclaw swiftly. However, upon nearing Dogclaw Village, Muliang was taken aback to find numerous dog-headed individuals loitering outside. Their numbers were comparable to the entire population of the recently destroyed Dogtail Village. This unusual sight raised Muliang's suspicions. His immediate instinct was that the other 2 dog-headed villages had discovered the demise of Dogtail, and that Dogclaw and Dogtooth were conspiring against him. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. The dog-headed beings outside appeared more like displaced refugees, anger simmering beneath their surface, lacking any formidable weapons. The more he observed, the more it resembled a scene of bandits having raided a home, casting out its inhabitants. Muliang dared not approach recklessly and sent out scouts to investigate. Through the perspective of the bee scouts, Muliang discovered that a multitude of other races had recently appeared within the village. Utilizing a map overlay, he effortlessly acquired the identity information of these foreign tribes. The captain of the 3rd hunting team of Qinghu Town was Talusi, indigenous people, comprising 30 heavily armored horned lizard men, 50 werewolf axe wielders, and 20 human longbowmen. Their status was full strength, and they belonged to the exploration division of Qinghu Town. Muliang never anticipated that the horned lizard men, werewolves, and indigenous people, 3 entirely distinct native races, could coexist harmoniously within a single combat unit. Even more surprising was the revelation that they were affiliated with the very Qinghu Town he had mentioned not long ago. A sense of unease began to creep into Muliang's mind. Judging by the equipment of this 3rd hunting team, it was not difficult to infer their strength. Should his Bloodwolf Legion and Goblin Guards confront this hunting team directly, even if they were to achieve a fortunate victory, it would likely result in a catastrophic return to square one. Moreover, it was quite the coincidence that the 3rd hunting team had arrived at this moment. Muliang couldn't help but recall the ruins of the previous shelter. Could it be that this team was indeed coming for him? A sense of trepidation gripped him. Yet, this notion seemed to take root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. The more he pondered, the more he felt that this possibility was viable. Let us not forget that the specialty of Dogclaw Village was the Xuanwu stone mine, and his highland was essentially an open vein of Xuanwu stone. Muliang's expression shifted as he finally grasped the implications. Before the stone walls were erected, such an outcome might have been uncertain. However, now that the walls had been built, it would be exceedingly easy for Dogclaw Village, located not far from the highland, to discover him. A stone wall over 5 meters high was nearly impossible to overlook. He realized he could not allow them to march boldly and prepare to assault his shelter without intervention. Once Muliang clarified the situation, he swiftly made a decision. Since the enemy had yet to encircle the area, attempting to defend would be futile. Adopting an offensive strategy would be far more advantageous. Seizing the opportunity while the enemy was regrouping, he resolved to strike first. As per his previous plans, the Blood Wolves found a slightly distant location, setting up an encirclement and quietly awaiting the arrival of their prey. Meanwhile, Mu Liang, accompanied by all his goblin guards, began to slowly approach Dogclaw Village. Upon reaching an appropriate distance, he commanded everyone to halt. Opening the manufacture interface, Mu Liang clicked repeatedly, producing sufficient horn-short bows and fishbone-long spears to equip each guard, with each also receiving a standard issue of 50 serrated arrows. Unfortunately, due to the lack of suitable animal hides, he was unable to manufacture the vital fish scale armor at that moment. He could only hope that during the ranged assault, they could inflict significant casualties upon the enemy's ranks. Subsequently, Mu Liang crafted over a dozen wooden carts, transforming them into rudimentary incendiary vehicles, reminiscent of the previous assault on the Wolf's Denver. Although this time the adversary significantly outnumbered and outmatched the forces of Dogtail Village, Mu Liang resolutely prepared to launch this surprise attack. His confidence stemmed not from the newly acquired goblin guards, but rather from the villagers of Dogpaw Village, who had been forcibly expelled from their homes, enduring hunger and the biting wind outside. In the warfare of the cold weapon era on Blue Star, battles characterized by the ability to triumph with fewer numbers often correlated with the sound of a rallying cry. Once a rallying cry echoed, it typically resulted in the enemy being utterly overwhelmed before they even laid eyes on their foes. Mu Liang meticulously followed his plan, and at the very end, he produced the familiar fire basin. Light it. Scatter the flames. Do not focus on a single spot. Unleash it. As Mu Liang's words fell, 20 fire arrows soared into the air, followed by another 20. After 3 successive volleys, the outskirts of Dogpaw Village were engulfed in terrifying flames. This time, it was not Mu Liang alone, but a full contingent of 20 arsonists. Furthermore, under Mu Liang's explicit instruction to disperse aimlessly, the inferno far exceeded that of the previous occasion. Many of the expelled goblins were ignited as well, exacerbating the already chaotic situation. The turmoil, while a catastrophic disaster for the goblin villagers, was precisely the scenario Mu Liang had anticipated. However, judging by the current state of affairs, despite the chaos, it was insufficient to incite a rallying cry. Mu Liang needed to stoke the flames further, ignite all the wooden carts, and push them towards the village. Half of the goblin guards, upon hearing this command, immediately followed their deputy captain, pushing the fiery wooden carts in a crescent formation towards the panicked crowd. Their intent was not to harm, but to deliberately herd these utterly bewildered goblin villagers back towards the village. Within moments, the momentum fueled by the fiery tactic took shape. The goblins, in a frenzied attempt to flee, collided head-on with the hunting brigade that had just armed themselves. Neither side had time to react, and in an instant, the two groups crashed into one another. The unfortunate souls at the forefront failed to emit even a single scream before their chests were crushed, meeting an exceptionally grim fate. "Get out of my way, you scoundrels!" shouted a member of the hunting team. Yet, the response was a spear, shaped like a fishbone, piercing through him. "Brothers, these ruffians from Qinghu Town are blocking our escape route. They aim to consign us all to the flames. If we do not slay them, we shall perish ourselves. Attack!" A goblin warrior, cloaked in ash and soot, shouted as he withdrew his spear and melted into the throng. "Kill! Slay these filthy wretches. The goddess of Lousy, whom I have not even touched upon, has been so carelessly desecrated by you all. Since they refuse us the right to live, let us perish together. By what right do they seize our homes? Are we merely to be subjected to their tyranny?" Amidst the chaos, a few indistinct voices emerged, each word piercing the hearts of the other goblins deeply. Coupled with the overwhelming flames approaching from behind, the fury within reached its zenith. The eyes of the goblin villagers turned crimson, baring their fangs and claws, intent on tearing apart those who obstructed their escape. Chapter 11. The tournament at Lannisport. It seemed that Count Quinan harbored a disdain for Peter. Is Littlefinger once again advocating for his acquaintances? Their prices are anything but modest. Acquaintances? What does the Count mean by that? Count Quinan wore an expression that suggested you were naive. A courtesan. Littlefinger is no nobleman, but rather a merchant profiting from women. It is said he works for Prime Minister John. Huh, indeed. A tax collector augmenting his income through brothels. John truly knows how to select individuals. However, our king may ultimately squander his goodwill, as their earnings are funneled back to their peers. Clearly, the skills of the merchants from Mill are superior, and our king has a preference for them. Count Quinan divulged what he assumed Rogo was oblivious to, and his tone conveyed his mockery and disappointment towards the so-called king and the prime minister he appointed. It is common knowledge that Lord Tywin is an exceptional choice for prime minister, yet the muddled and petty Robert chose a frail, old man instead. 7 gods. Their king is truly dreadful. Following in Quentin's footsteps, Roga arrived before a residence. Although the former said nothing, the silence spoke volumes. The lord glanced from a distance and then departed. Roga was puzzled by its meaning. Count Quentin remarked, "There is a basic understanding. The lord has heard that you are not the child of Sir Ron, hence the desire to see what distinguishes you. And the outcome? How would I know?" Quentin shrugged, at a loss for words. "You seem quite concerned with status?" "Of course, the honor of the nobility must not be sullied. The lord takes great care regarding his vassals." As he spoke, Roga sensed an underlying meaning in Quentin's words, yet the latter seemed disinclined to elaborate. Ultimately, they exchanged hasty farewells. "Rest well, see you tomorrow." For Count Quentin, perhaps this was merely a routine meeting. However, in Roga's heart, turmoil reigned. The extent of Tywin's control over the Westerlands was far more intricate than he had anticipated. He felt assured of his subjects and retainers. Their loyalty was his bastion. Doubt in the system equated to doubt in the entire world. Rob preferred to believe that Tywin had eyes and ears spread throughout the Westerlands. Or perhaps it was the old lord's meticulous arrangements. Regardless of the truth, all Rob could do was accept the situation and strive to conceal himself. Unless, one day, his strength could rival Tywin's, his own arrogant pride would lead him to perish beneath the lion's sharp claws. Our Lord Tywin shows no mercy towards ambitious foes. Upon returning to their lodgings, Harlan and the others had already arrived, filled with curiosity about the bustling lannisport. Nevertheless, they remained steadfast in executing Rog's orders. "What are your impressions of this place? Have you encountered or overheard anything intriguing?" Harlan remarked. "I feel that this tournament is less a celebration and more a deliberate provocation from the king towards Lord Tywin." "Do elaborate." Harlan's perspective took him by surprise. "I overheard those drunken fools discussing it, yet I find some merit in their claims. The Lannisport fleet has suffered a total defeat while in a conventional war. It is the king and Stark who reap the greatest rewards. If I were that lord, I wouldn't merely see it as a celebration. Even the sight of those smug individuals would be irksome. Wolf, what about you?" He refrained from commenting on Harlan's viewpoint. Sometimes, silence speaks volumes. Wolf replied, "I believe none of them possess any true skill. This championship is undoubtedly meant for our lord." "Wolf, when did you become such a sycophant?" "I had no idea." Figo was unperturbed by Wolf, feeling entirely capable of standing his ground. "What I said is the truth." Wolf, in his earnestness, failed to perceive the jest in Figo's words, prompting hearty laughter from the group. After a while, Rob gestured for silence and beckoned to Holly. Holly said, "My lord, I wish to raise some ravens for Castle Wardo. This way, you may not miss any significant opportunities." "Such as?" "For instance, during this battle, Lord Tywin did send someone to participate." "A splendid suggestion." "Very well. I entrust this task to you." With that, Rob pulled 2 gold coins from his pocket and tossed them to Holly. Holly, taken aback, exclaimed, "But I want to need so much." "The responsibility of raising the ravens falls to you. They will require sustenance." "Rest assured, my lord, I shall accomplish the task." Lastly, there was Bart, who seemed to have stumbled upon a rather significant secret. "I believe the queen's relationship with a knight is rather peculiar." "Bart, when did you see the queen?" "Indeed, I distinctly saw you heading to the tavern." "Do tell, what did you observe?" "I've heard that Queen Cersei is Lord Tywin's daughter. The flower of the Westerlands. She must be exquisite. The secrets between the knight and the queen are surely fascinating." At that moment, Rog felt a surge of anticipation, although he was somewhat aware of the underlying truth. However, the truth I gleaned from my servant's words was far more exhilarating than the narrative itself. Ahem, I merely speculate. Perhaps I am overthinking it. Later, I discovered that the knight in question was none other than Lord Jaime, the Kingsguard, the eldest son of Lord Tywin, and the brother of Queen Cersei. Bart, you have ignited my curiosity and simultaneously shattered my illusions. I had anticipated some royal secret, yet this was the outcome? How disappointing. A substantial letdown. The Kingsguard, the pinnacle of knighthood. Indeed, Lord Jaime is quite remarkable. However, compared to our esteemed leaders, Jaime surely benefits from Lord Tywin's influence. Yes, time, it seems, slips away unnoticed. The tournament commenced as scheduled. The throngs of spectators starkly contrasted with the knights participating in the competition. Most knights arrived well prepared, mounted on their beloved steeds, adorned in the finest armor, and emblazoned with distinctive patterns symbolizing their quest for honor for themselves and their families. Meanwhile, the populace remained distanced behind the barricades. The king and various noble lords were seated in a specially prepared grandstand, while noble maidens and matrons graced the event, showcasing their most exquisite appearances. For Rog, this was his first experience of such a grand occasion, and he felt a mix of nervousness and excitement. The primary event of the tournament was the jousting match, where two armored knights engaged in combat, wielding their lances with the aim of unseating one another from their mounts. The weapons used were specially crafted, blunted lances. This contest tested the knights' equestrian skills, physical prowess, and technique with the lance. Additionally, there were simulated battles between teams of knights, archery contests, and various individual fighters competing in a chaotic melee for ultimate victory. Most events were structured as one-on-one rounds, with the defeated being directly eliminated, while the victors advanced to the next round, culminating in a final match to determine the champion. Due to the multitude of events and participants, the tournament often spanned several days. The first event was the archery competition, primarily featuring lesser nobles and hired knights. Rob believed that to stand out, one must seize the spotlight from the very beginning. Thus, he became the first competitor to take the field. Chapter 12. Consecutive victories. The rules of the archery contest were straightforward. Outperform your opponent to advance. His opponent was a hired knight with but one eye. Yet this did not diminish the knight's pride. Please, noble lord. Rog wasted no words, and with a single arrow, he struck the bullseye. The hired knight smirked disdainfully and returned fire, also hitting the target's center. My lord, perhaps you could increase the difficulty. Hog's archery skills are quite commendable. Rog remained unperturbed, again hitting the bullseye. However, this time, his arrow did not land on his own target, but rather dislodged one of his opponent's arrows, embedding itself in the center of the rival's target. Hogger merely smiled, perceiving such prowess as rather unremarkable. He drew his bowstring and released yet another arrow. However, to his astonishment, his opponent swiftly followed suit, releasing an arrow of his own. Oh dear, he missed the target, Harlan exclaimed with excitement. Missing the target signified defeat. Although Hogger initially felt a tinge of anger, he pondered whether he could have accomplished the same feat. If he could, he would certainly be willing to challenge his adversary to another round. But could he? I have lost, my lord. May I inquire your name? Rog Greyfoss, came the reply. Hogger murmured to himself, seemingly unfamiliar with this family, yet he would undoubtedly remember the archer named Rog from that day forth. The competition continued, and Rog, with his exceptional archery skills, relentlessly triumphed over numerous contestants. The atmosphere of the archery contest grew increasingly lively due to his string of victories. Even the king, who had initially shown little interest, found himself captivated. Conversely, Duke Tywin, who had previously encountered Rog, maintained his usual composure. Who is this? Inquired a servant beside the king. He is Sir Rog, hailing from the Westlands Waterberg, a young nobleman who has already won 13 consecutive matches. The mention of the Westlands instantly diminished Robert's interest. The same was true for Prime Minister John and Duke Eddard. However, before they could dismiss the Westland nobleman, the archery field erupted with even more astonishing news. Sir Rog had achieved 16 consecutive victories, claiming the title of archery champion. Robert, who had been frowning, suddenly relaxed, exclaiming, "What a fortunate lad!" Yet, the Prime Minister reminded him that victory was never solely a matter of luck, it required skill. Eddard, suddenly intrigued, expressed his eagerness to see how Sir Rog would perform, hoping he excelled in more than just archery. The conversation piqued the curiosity of Queen Cersei, who glanced at her father, puzzled. Sir Rog hailed from the Westlands and had earned glory in the archery tournament. Why did her father show no interest? Or was it merely fear of the king's jealousy? The queen gazed intently at the youth surrounded by a throng, noting his sharp attire and handsome visage, rivaling even Jaime's, stirring emotions within her at first glance. Coincidentally, as Rog accepted the cheers of the crowd, he turned to face the royal box, locking eyes with Queen Cersei, the flower of the West and the current queen of the Seven Kingdoms. No matter how composed she attempted to appear, she could not withstand the allure of his gentlemanly charm and the smile that radiated confidence. It felt as though he was offering the validation she had long sought. He is admiring my beauty. I remain captivating, still wielding an allure over the young and vigorous nobleman. The affirmation from such an outstanding male figure rekindled Queen Cersei's confidence. Her allure, her beauty, is certainly not as lamentable as portrayed by a certain repugnant swine. She remains the flower of the West, undeniably the queen. It is the other party that is unworthy of her. This cursed political marriage. In this moment, the resentment and anguish within Cersei surged once more. Yet, upon seeing a certain individual, her mood inexplicably brightened. She had never scrutinized anyone so intently. He possessed a sunlit visage, a gentlemanly demeanor, noble elegance, and an innate sense of leadership. Perhaps Ugh, the loathsome scoff by her side abruptly dragged Cersei back to the ugly reality, tainting her previously uplifted spirits in an instant. She endeavored to regulate her emotions. She is the queen, the queen of beauty and love, and she did not wish to lose her favorable impression before him. It is a curious phenomenon. Perhaps it is because she had never been validated, especially in such a unique gathering. She yearned for the arrival of a certain moment. Next was the team competition. Prime Minister John timely interjected to alleviate the awkwardness. As the foster father and staunchest supporter of Robert, his foresight was always long-term. Robert may dislike Cersei, but the king cannot afford to disregard the queen. The Baratheon family requires the support of the Lannister family, even if merely to maintain a facade of harmony. Yet, Robert seemed utterly indifferent, continuing to cavort with the nearby noble women without a care in the world. There was no hint of concealment, rather a deliberate provocation towards his queen and father-in-law. Little did he know, his queen had long ceased to care about her husband's actions, often refusing to share the same room. Thus, Robert's behavior, apart from tarnishing himself and burdening his foster father, held no significance whatsoever. In the team competition, the emphasis lay on cooperation among members, oftentimes. A brilliant synergy could resurrect a dire outcome. Roger and his attendants had developed a remarkable synergy since the training commenced. Each offense, each defense, was executed with precise coordination. At times, they could unconditionally place their backs in the hands of their comrades. In contrast, the hastily assembled teams seemed more focused on acquiring rewards and honor, their cooperation always lacking, as if an invisible thread obstructed their unity. "My lord, may we initiate an offensive?" Wolf inquired, unable to contain his impatience. Observing the utterly defenseless opposing team, waiting felt like a futile exercise. "Charge," Roger commanded, and the steed beneath him surged forward. What appeared to be a solemn competition concluded in a remarkably short span, rendering it somewhat ludicrous. "My lord, may we claim their armor and steeds?" Harlan gestured. The victorious side in the competition could indeed claim the horses and armor of the vanquished, a significant boon for some participants of lesser means. The knights before him were not of noble lineage, their armor hardly distinguished, yet the steeds beneath them held some worth. However, for Rog, a moment of gentlemanly grace could yield greater rewards. Thus, he declined Harlan's proposal, earning the profound respect of 5 hired knights. "Sir Rog, may you achieve victory." "Thank you." Chapter 13. Sir James in white robes. The onlookers were captivated by this scene. It is noteworthy that both armor and horses represented considerable wealth. While a great noble might disdain such offerings, Sir Rog, being a lesser noble, elevated his stature through his generosity. The commoners beyond the fence could not help but chant Rog's name. Among the noble women in the stands, though they might not fully grasp the situation, they felt a shared sense of pride witnessing an appealing figure receiving public adoration. "Sir Leo, what do you think?" "Miss Janie, I admit Sir Rog's archery is indeed remarkable. But there are no bows in a team competition." "Bah, stubbornness is merely stubbornness. Sir Rog will surely defeat you." Young Janie Wisterling, unlike the compassionate figure she was during the War of the Five Kings, harbored a particular fondness for Rog, perhaps a reflection of youthful infatuation. Encountering a splendid idol at such an impressionable age is a profound joy. Count Gavin did not reproach his eldest daughter for her lack of decorum, instead observing thoughtfully the young man who shone brightly in the competition. It must be said, youth is an asset, and an exceptional young individual even more so. Numerous nobles had taken notice of Rog, whether out of admiration or because their offspring held him in affection. Regardless of their stance, within a single day, Rog's reputation grew exponentially. Upon returning to the inn, many who had previously been strangers greeted him warmly. They recognized Rog's strength, and his gentlemanly demeanor commanded their respect. Many had come to the tournament with a gamble in mind. Their armor and singular horses constituted their entire fortunes. Should they be cast out as failures, their future would be bleak. Yet, under Sir Rog's leadership, many hired knights who would have lost everything were able to preserve their sole possessions. Consequently, they felt immense gratitude towards him. "To Sir Rog, we raise our glasses. Cheers to Sir Rog. Let us celebrate Sir Rog." Seeing this, Rog naturally did not refuse. "I toast to you all." "My lord, I toast to you too." "So do I." In an instant, the already lively erupted with even greater fervor, and the proprietor beamed with delight. Rog was elated, for today he had not only won the hearts of many but also amplified his reputation. Most gratifying, however, were the treasures contained within the box. Ding! You have received a high-level talent card and a summoning card, which allows you to summon 100 loyal soldiers to fight for you for a short duration. These summoned soldiers will remain with you permanently unless they perish. Although the resources amounted to merely 2 item cards, their significance to Rog's overarching strategy was monumental. Not to mention that he had previously acquired a high-level talent card for a blacksmith. The intrinsic value of 100 loyal soldiers far surpassed many of his prior plans and preparations. His heart swelled with excitement, overwhelmed by his good fortune. After painstakingly nurturing his attendants for such an extended period, it seemed that the arrival of a fortuitous stroke of luck outweighed all his efforts. Just as he relished this rare joy, an old acquaintance appeared. "Count Kunting, what news do you bring this time?" Count Kunting remained silent, gazing at him with a look of astonishment. Rog felt a twinge of embarrassment. Perhaps he had let his excitement get the better of him, as it appeared he had yet to hear any good news from the old man. "What is it? What has happened? Why do you regard me with such a look? My lord, how did you deduce that I bore good tidings?" "Oh, it truly is good news. I feel quite fortunate today. Surely, this streak of luck will continue." Kunting merely rolled his eyes in response. "It could be considered good news, yet you must exercise some caution. Mysterious and cryptic. Is it Lord Tywin seeking an audience with me? If it is anything like last time, I would deem it unnecessary." Kunting chuckled, amused by Rog's cheeky demeanor. "To be valued by Lord Tywin is a privilege. Do you genuinely wish to remain in that dismal place for eternity? My lord, your words are laden with implication. Queen Cersei wishes to meet you." "Queen Cersei? Surely you jest. We have had no prior communication, have we? Who can say? Perhaps you might even be transferred to King's Landing at her behest." "King's Landing? I would rather not." "Humph, you seem to disdain it. That is the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, an opportunity many nobles yearn for but cannot attain. Do not be oblivious to the fortune you possess." "No, please. If Count Kunting desires to go, by all means, take my opportunity." Rog had no intention of venturing to King's Landing. That cursed place, despite its illustrious name, held little of value to him. Moreover, it was the epicenter of power, surrounded by individuals engaged in endless schemes and duplicity, yielding no tangible benefits, only exhausting mental strife. With a negligent king above and corrupt ministers below, it was a veritable ticking time bomb, ready to obliterate him at any moment. He was resolutely averse to the prospect. "If you wish to go, then go. I have merely delivered the message." Count Kunting showed no patience for persuasion. As the matter of good fortune bore no relevance to him, he was merely the harbinger of news. "You must at least inform me of the location, right? The one who will guide you is waiting outside." With that, Count Kunting turned and departed without a hint of hesitation. It seems, indeed, that he is merely a tool. Rog opened the window and immediately caught sight of a figure outside the inn. A tall knight with golden hair and blue eyes, draped in a white cloak, stood out conspicuously among the crowd. James. Rog felt a peculiar sensation. Nevertheless, he resolved to keep the appointment. After giving a brief instruction to his attendant, he descended the stairs. Upon meeting, neither party initiated conversation. Ultimately, it was Rog who shattered the awkward silence, remarking, "If time permits, I would be delighted to treat you to a drink." What was initially a casual pleasantry was taken earnestly by the other party. "Very well, but it shall have to wait until after your audience with the Queen. Of course, you seem to be aware of my identity." James appeared as though he had not conversed with anyone in ages, his words spilling forth without a moment's contemplation. "Perhaps my title as the regicide has slipped your mind. Infamy is often more memorable." His murmurs, tinged with self-reflection, could easily mislead one to perceive him as a fool. Rog harbored doubts. Could this youth truly be Tywin's eldest son? There was an unsettling air about him. Fortunately, the young man soon regained his composure. His magnetic voice suggested that the earlier oddities were mere illusions. Yet, his subsequent remark jolted Rog back to reality. "We must maintain a low profile for the meeting with the Queen. Thus, we shall take a longer route." "Ah, do you not find your white robe rather ostentatious?" Chapter 14. Little Jenny the Hall of Standing, a palace nestled in the corner of the Longqiu Yuan clan's royal residence, had originally been designated for Yuan Fuiying's second son, the first having died young, the royal heir Yuan Fuijing. However, as Yuan Fuijing was only 6 years old and still resided with the Queen, Song Shilan, it was now utilized as temporary quarters for Ye Kai. According to the traditions of Guangnan, Ye Kai was permitted to stay here for the night. Ye Kai surveyed his surroundings. The architectural style, decorations, and furnishings all bore a strong Chinese influence. Yet if one were to regard it as a palace, it felt somewhat lacking in grandeur. Nevertheless, Ye Kai was exhilarated, for 2 young maidens were attending to his slumber. The elder, Huang Shiruqiang, had begun to flirt with Ye Kai, albeit somewhat inadvertently, while the 17-year-old Yuan Shimeng behaved like a mere automaton, repeating simple actions. Influenced by Yuan Xiuan, this maid was consumed by poetry and romantic notions. Having previously looked down upon the somewhat timid Ye Kai, now, thrust into the role of serving him, her pride was utterly shattered. "Your Highness, the hour is late. Perhaps we should retire for the evening?" Sharingan gently caressed Ye Kai's broad chest, her eyes brimming with emotion. Ye Kai seized her restless hand. Overcome by a sense of unreality, this young lady was unexpectedly bolder than he had anticipated. He cast a glance at the still expressionless Sharingan, who stood trembling slightly, sensing the impending events, and said, "What is your haste? Our dear dream sister does not wish to rest just yet." Shi, with a graceful twist of her waist, approached Sharingan, questioning, "What is it? Do you still wish to maintain the airs of a talented woman? Have you read a few essays and forgotten the hierarchy of respect?" It seemed that Sharingan, or rather, including Uchiha, was not particularly favored by those in the royal household. In the annals of Vietnamese history, among the 4 sisters of Nguyen Phuc An, the first 3 were bestowed with the title of princess, while only Uchiha remained without such honor. Initially, Ye Kai had presumed that Uchiha must have passed away before Nguyen Phuc An's successful restoration, thus missing out on the title. However, it now appeared that this woman might be too much of an intellectual, overly pretentious, and somewhat self-important, leading to her unpopularity with Nguyen Phuc An. Contemplating this, Ye Kai strode over and grasped Sharingan's hand, pulling her toward the bed. The proud literary girl was a type he had encountered numerous times in his previous life, yet he had never engaged with someone quite like her. Zhao Zhenren awkwardly observed Ye Kai, the bald young master of the Yi family, feeling quite anxious. Although he had some training himself, he found himself utterly powerless in the presence of this young master. Ye Kai, equally surprised, regarded Zhao Zhenren. Had it not been for his father, Yi Fu, mentioning it, he would never have imagined that this seemingly mystical Zhao Zhenren was actually a senior brother of Hypnotic. Moreover, it was very likely that many of the illicit gains Hypnotic had acquired through dubious means were laundered by the Yi family's Longshan company. Reflecting on the historical context, Hypnotic's swift decision to seek refuge in Bangkok with Nguyen Phuc An raises questions about whether Zhao Zhenren had facilitated connections between him and the Yi family. "Master, young Master Yi, you have truly mistaken me. Hypnotic is indeed my junior brother, but we have long since parted ways and no longer communicate. I genuinely do not know how to find him, and even if I did, he would likely strike me down before listening to a word I had to say." Zhao Zhenren's face was a mask of urgency, completely shedding his previous ethereal demeanor. "You are Hypnotic's senior brother, so you must also be associated with the White Lotus Society, correct? May I inquire whether you follow Maitreya Buddha or the Primordial Mother? Do you adhere to the teachings of the Pure Water sect, the Shoyuan sect, or the Hunyuan sect?" Ye Kai inquired with a playful smile. Well aware of Hypnotic's affiliation with the White Lotus Society, as a senior brother to Hypnotic, it was certain that Zhao Zhenren was also a follower of this sect. The White Lotus Society serves as a collective term for such folk religions, each possessing its own branches. The sect that gained prominence during the late Qing dynasty largely stemmed from the Shoyuan sect founded by Lu Zhuoqing from Shan County in Shandong. The Shoyuan sect, also known as the Bagua sect, flourished in Shandong and Henan before being reformed by Wang Luan, who established the Pure Water sect. In 1751, Wang Luan likened himself to an emperor and incited a large-scale uprising in Shandong. Of course, the most significant uprising would occur 15 years later, during the Sichuan and Shaanxi White Lotus Society rebellion, led by Qi Lin of the Hunyuan sect. Their doctrine also originates from Wang Luan's Qing Shui sect, and the later Tianli sect that infiltrated the Forbidden City, with its leaders such as Lin Qing being similarly splinter groups from Qing Shui. Presently, the Hunyuan sect has begun to spread in the mountainous region connecting the northern parts of Sichuan, Shaanxi, and Hubei. Hypnotic and Zhao Zhenren hail from Sichuan and are likely to be escaped members of the Hunyuan sect. It remains uncertain how Zhao Zhenren addresses Lu Laozu from Yingzhou and Lu Tianwang Lu Jia from northern Sichuan. Has Zhao Zhenren forgotten the impending calamity of the lotuses and the vow for the revival of the Ming? Lu Laozu refers to Lu Song, a native of Yingzhou in Anhui and the founder of the Hunyuan sect, who is still alive. Lu Tianwang is Lu Song's disciple, Lu Jia, who is currently disseminating the Hunyuan teachings in northern Sichuan alongside his disciple Song Jiqing. The Hunyuan sect distinguishes itself from other White Lotus sects, as they not only oppose the imperial court, but also openly advocate for the restoration of the Ming dynasty, with the impending calamity of the lotuses being their rallying cry. Zhao Zhenren was taken aback, his face pale, as if he had seen a ghost. The eastern township of Chuanbei, modern-day Puguang Temple in Xianhan, Sichuan, is thousands of miles away, and he had never disclosed to anyone that he was once a member of the Hunyuan sect. How did this young Master Yi come to know? Yi Fulai stared at his son in astonishment, questioning how Zhao Zhenren's identity as a member of the White Lotus could be known. He had known Zhao Zhenren for several years without any inkling Rest assured, Zhao Zhenren, I have not come to bring you harm, but rather to offer a fortune to your junior brother Hypnotic, and of course, to you as well. Presently, Lord Nguyen of Guangnan is striving to restore Guangnan with the assistance of France, making this an opportune moment for glory and achievement. Brother, he commands a following of over 10,000, and his ranks are filled with elite soldiers. Should he pledge allegiance to Lord Nguyen, he is sure to be greatly favored. At that time, wouldn't Zhao Zhenren also have the chance to serve as a high official in Guangnan? Far better than pretending to be a deity? Zhao Zhenren swallowed hard. Young master, I truly speak no falsehood. I have indeed fallen out with my junior brother and cannot bring you with me. Should I go, my life would be in peril. The prospect of being a high official in Guangnan was tempting, yet it would be futile without the guarantee of survival. 3 years prior, he had swindled a considerable sum from his junior brother Hypnotic, and now seeking him out would be tantamount to courting death. Look at your lack of ambition. Yifulai scoffed. If I say you should go, then go. I shall write a letter to ensure your safety. We at Long Shengho will cover the missing funds that master he requires. Yifulai understood well why Zhao Zhenren was hesitant, as he was aware of the previous incident where Zhao Zhenren had taken his junior brother's money, and Long Shengho had taken the lion's share, leaving Zhao Zhenren with merely 1,000 taels of silver, while he bore the entire blame. With this statement, Zhao Zhenren had no choice but to nod in agreement. Chapter 15. Count Xiaoho Primary School is a remarkably traditional institution. It is surrounded by lush trees and beautiful greenery, established in the early era of universal cultivation. It boasts a history of over 10,000 years. Among its most striking structures is the golden statue that stands prominently at the school gate, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight, nearly blinding Su Lin's eyes and compelling him to gaze at it longer. The principal's office is situated on the 5th floor. Perhaps due to the impending class schedule, they encountered few individuals along the way. Upon reaching the principal's office, Shuangshu gently knocked on the door and waited for quite some time before a voice from within finally invited them in. As Mu Yunxian lifted her gaze from a pile of documents, she couldn't help but adjust her glasses upon seeing Shuangshu and Su Lin enter. Shuangshu was someone she knew all too well. Enrolled at the age of 5 and awakened just 6 months later, she was indeed a prodigious talent. When Shuangshu awakened, it sent ripples throughout the entire school, and as the principal, Mu Yunxian was so delighted by the emergence of such a genius that she spent 3 sleepless nights celebrating. However, no one anticipated that this remarkable talent would struggle with foundational cultivation. After much contemplation, she and several teaching directors concluded that the issue lay with Shuangshu's awakened innate weapon, a millennium-old ice silkworm. Although the weapon was peculiar in form, it was unprecedented for a living being to awaken in such a manner. While ordinary geniuses could swiftly advance through the cultivation of their innate weapons, no one knew how to nurture a silkworm. Initially, they believed Shuangshu to be a failure, but her master insisted on supporting her education, investing considerable time and resources over the past decade, while the once thriving Hongming pharmacy gradually declined. Today, this young girl had come to seek her as the principal. Likely to withdraw from school due to the pharmacy's impending closure, Mu Yunxian mused. She lowered her head and softly inquired, Shuangshu, did your master send you to withdraw from school? Shuangshu shook her head obediently. No, Principal Mu. This is my little junior brother. He is here to enroll today. Enroll? Mu Yunxian found it amusing as she gracefully rose to her feet, fixing her gaze upon Shuangshu. Your master still owes you 2 years of tuition. Now she wishes to place another person in my care? Shuangshu hastily replied. My master mentioned that she would send 5 precious red ginsengs to cover the tuition fees. As Mu Yunxian stood, Su Lin finally noticed that the principal was an enchanting beauty. Her golden hair was elegantly styled, revealing her long and delicate neck, while a subtle touch of makeup enhanced her graceful features. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses accentuated her scholarly demeanor, and her white uniform accentuated her alluring figure, particularly highlighting a subtle yet captivating silhouette. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lin dashed to Mu Yunxuan's side and exclaimed, Big sister, hug. In his youthful form of 4 years, he harbored no ill intentions. In his previous life, he had been oblivious and missed what should have been the most beautiful moments of his life. This time, he was determined to make amends. Mu Yunxian was momentarily taken aback, but upon seeing Su Lin's wide-eyed innocence and playful demeanor, she instinctively reached out to embrace him. As he nestled into her arms, Su Lin began to nuzzle against her. It was delightful. This was the first time since his rebirth that he experienced such close proximity to a beautiful woman. How comforting. At that very moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Network detected. Network name. Early Golden Core Mu Yunxian. Would you like to connect? Su Lin was momentarily taken aback. Was there really a need to ask? Being unenthusiastic about utilizing the internet indicated a problem in one's mindset. Network connected. Your prize is on its way. With a resounding bang, the door to the principal's office was forcefully pushed open. Two burly men clad in black suits strode in, carrying a box. Huan Express. At your service. Under the bewildered and astonished gazes of the onlookers, they set down the box and exited without uttering a single word. Su Lin fell silent. It seemed that his reward was indeed dispatched via courier. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the basic physical enhancement, now in the process of fortifying your physique. Congratulations, host. You have acquired basic spiritual power enhancement, currently enhancing spiritual power. Spiritual power has reached the required standard. Would you like to initiate awakening? This flurry of notifications left Su Lin somewhat dazed. Recalling that his master had stated just last night that he could not possibly awaken, a smile crept onto Su Lin's lips as he decided to initiate the awakening. Instantly, spiritual energy surged forth, and spiritual pressure materialized, creating a tempest within the office. Frost and Uchiha instinctively closed their eyes. While they were still perplexed, unable to comprehend what was unfolding, the seemingly frenzied spiritual energy, akin to a spiritual serpent, slithered into Su Lin's body. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of explosions echoed from Su Lin's body like popping beans. Along with this, a stream of system messages followed. Congratulations, host. Awakening initiated. You have obtained the Destiny weapon, the Broken Hate Blade. Current cultivation level 1. The system has been upgraded, expanding the network connection range. New feature unlocked. Destiny Weapon Cultivation Guide. Details can be viewed on the desktop. Awakening complete. Comprehensive assessment in progress. Assessment completed. Level. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the title, Cultivating Novice. Permanent physical enhancement of 1 obtained. Skill acquired. Basic spirit gathering technique. Before Su Lin could fully appreciate the changes brought about by the awakening, a shrill scream erupted in his ear. Uchiha's entire being began to tingle, her body trembling with anger, leaving her momentarily unable to react, reduced to instinctual screaming. Su Lin, bewildered by her outburst, was suddenly struck by a gust of wind that sent a chill down his spine. It dawned on him. A phrase his master had once uttered surfaced in his mind. The immense potential unleashed by awakening should suffice to restore you to your original form. The implication of restoring one's original form meant that he now possessed the physique of an adult male. Oh dear, this was quite disastrous. Indeed, the very next second, a sharp gust of wind brushed past his face. Uchiha, at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, would find it effortless to strike a novice like Su Lin, who had just embarked on the path of cultivation. There was no way to evade this palm. Su Lin received it squarely. In an instant, his body was propelled outward, crashing through the wall with a resounding thud, and then, with unyielding momentum, he continued to soar. Su Lin, still in a state of shock, even heard the cheerful chirping of birds overhead. How could one be so enraged? Chapter 16, The Ultimate Champion. The Earl of Bear Island, son of Duke Giamormont, willingly joined the Night's Watch to ensure his son would inherit the lands and title. He became the 997th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, the supreme commander of the Black Castle, known as Bear Old. Jorah, the champion of this year's tournament, had set his sights on a noblewoman. However, the taxes from the Earl's territory could not sustain his beautiful but extravagantly costly wife. Eventually, after being discovered for slave trading by Eddard, he fled to the eastern shores of the Narrow Sea to escape punishment, becoming an ally to the Dragon Queen. But these were merely remnants of Jorah's past. Meeting Rog was the greatest fortune of his life. Rog noticed that after Jorah's victories, his gaze would often drift toward a particular direction. There stood a remarkably beautiful noble maiden, adorned with golden locks and skin as white as milk, exuding an elegant demeanor befitting a lady of noble birth. Her alluring red lips sparked an irresistible desire to draw near. Such delicate and graceful noble women could only be cultivated in the venerable families of the southern regions, presenting an almost insurmountable temptation for the warriors of the north. In the remote and frigid Bear Island, it was a rare sight to behold such exquisiteness. Fortuitously, the maiden favored warriors, those who commanded admiration as formidable champions. Jorah grew increasingly valiant, triumphing over the likes of the Earl of Seaguard, the Earl of Runestone, the Earl of Riverrun, and Sir Lyman Florent, among many others. With each successive victory, Jorah's confidence soared to unprecedented heights, emboldening him to gaze directly at the one he admired. Yet, this very boldness unveiled a detail he had previously overlooked. The object of his affections was fixated on another man. Following her line of sight, he beheld a young, handsome nobleman radiating an irresistible charm. It was him, Rog Greyfrost. Indeed, there were numerous noble maidens akin to the one Jorah admired, all captivated by Rog's unparalleled prowess on the arena. Not only did Sir Rog possess striking good looks, but he also exuded a captivating gentlemanly nobility, with even his gentle smile enchanting those around him. Moreover, prior to Jorah's string of victories, Sir Rog had not yet made his move. While they acknowledged Jorah's strength, his victories paled in comparison until he bested Sir Rog. Jorah recognized this reality. He mounted his steed and approached Rog, signaling his intent to challenge him. Rog, undaunted by challenges, was preparing for his next bout when an extraordinary knight unexpectedly appeared on the arena. This individual was none other than Jaime, with whom Rog had previously exchanged a fleeting acquaintance. Since assuming the role of Kingsguard, he seemed to have lost the opportunity to earn glory for himself. The Mad King had treated him thus, and Robert I shared a similar sentiment. Thus, seizing the moment when the king was inebriated, he boldly sought to earn honor at the tournament. He aspired to demonstrate to the world that he was not a base regicide, but a true knight. Ser Jorah regarded the sudden intruder with a tinge of dissatisfaction. Yet, contemplating the infamy that accompanied Jaime, it seemed somewhat acceptable. After all, he was a member of the Kingsguard. Defeating him would be a mere formality. With the clash of lances, the two knights began their assault at an optimal distance. A sharp crack resounded as both Rog's and Jaime's lances shattered simultaneously. What transpired? The lance, crafted by Three-Tomoe, had indeed been broken by both combatants. Such strength. Was it mere fortune? A flurry of broken lances ensued, with 9 splintering in succession without a clear victor. This compelled Jorah to confront the reality of the infamous Kingsguard before him. As the eldest son of Lord Tywin, the Warden of the West, he had been born into a life of unparalleled privilege and a promising future. Yet, he now found himself a knight besmirched by disgrace. A fate that could only be encapsulated by the word tragic. In the stands, King Robert, who had long grown impatient, did not share the camaraderie displayed by the two knights. Did Jaime believe he could gain honor in Robert's presence? Such thoughts were delusional. With a wave of his hand, Robert declared Jorah the victor. This decision sparked murmurs among the crowd, yet Jorah's prior victories allowed for acceptance of the outcome, especially after enduring 9 bouts against Jaime without a decisive triumph. However, the discerning observers recognized that Robert was enacting personal vengeance, deliberately vexing Lord Tywin. Even so, Lord Tywin maintained an air of indifference, as if nothing had transpired. Robert snorted dismissively, preparing to announce the champion of the joust. At that moment, Lord Tywin finally uttered the first words of the tournament. The true champion has yet to be determined. Cheers erupted around Robert, fervent and directed, echoing a singular name that was all too familiar. Go, Sir Rog. 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 The king believed the contest concluded, yet all understood that until that individual made his entrance, the competition could not be deemed complete. Jorah, too, wore an expression of excitement, for he awaited this very moment. To fail to prove oneself before the cherished woman is to leave an indelible regret upon the title of champion. Do you require a moment's respite? Continuous combat can indeed be exhausting, a truth well understood by Rog, who wishes not to take advantage of his opponent. Jorah was momentarily taken aback, unprepared for such a declaration from Rog. Yet, as a man of pride, he felt no need for such fairness. It is the relentless victories that would attest to his strength. Sir Rog, my final adversary, let us proceed. Are you certain? The championship you could miss may cast a shadow over your entire life. Rog offered his opponent yet another opportunity. However, Jorah, already blinded by hormones, was beyond listening. You could also concede, Sir Rog. Jorah reluctantly acknowledged his unwillingness to resort to such provocations, yet he desperately longed to demonstrate his prowess to the woman he admired. Observing this, Rog chose to refrain from further words. The exhilarating contest finally commenced, capturing the undivided attention of the audience, including the king, the queen, Prime Minister Jon, Duke Ed, and even the perennially aloof Duke Tywin. A familiar sound of shattering echoed, causing a collective gasp among the spectators. Would the earlier 9 draws repeat themselves? Would the king again declare Jorah as the victor? Without comparison, there is no distinction. The public's perception of the regicide and Sir Rog was, in fact, diametrically opposed. Should King Robert dare to rule thus, the discontent would surely arise from the nobility below. Yet, the outcome was utterly contrary to the expectations of the crowd. Victory. Sir Rog had triumphed. Huzzah! Sir Rog had unceremoniously unseated Count Jorah. Champion Rog. Chapter 17, The Temptress Lennis. The audience was delighted to discover that the inferior wooden lance had indeed shattered, but simultaneously, our formidable Sir Rog, with astonishing strength, had brought down his opponent, Count Yura, before the lance could completely splinter. Thus, the ultimate victor of this jousting match was Sir Rog Greyfoss. At that moment, Rog became the focal point of attention. He sensed himself becoming a target in the eyes of certain individuals. Even King Robert's gaze toward him had transformed, not to mention the noble maidens and matrons. A young nobleman, powerful yet from a weakened lineage, represented a significant potential asset. Established aristocrats never lack wealth. What they seek is a capable heir. However, most heirs possess only mediocre abilities. Yet, if a vigorous alliance could be formed through marriage, could the family's legacy remain unaffected? In this tournament at Lannisport, Rog had claimed all champions, showcasing undeniable prowess in both personal combat and leadership, certainly a talent that none could overlook. With the conclusion of the tournament, the final thrilling event awaited. Throughout the history of the tournament, champions have been bestowed with the privilege of selecting a woman to be crowned the queen of love and beauty. Although the crown itself is merely fashioned from ordinary flowers, the honor it confers is a cherished aspiration for countless women. This privilege also serves as a covert means for a champion to win the heart of his beloved. Should a champion bestow the crown upon a lady who is already betrothed, or if he himself is married, yet fails to gift it to his wife, it would inevitably lead to scandal. Thus, every action of Rog is of great significance, stirring the hearts of many present. As Rog rode forth, he accepted the crown from his attendant, casting a fleeting glance before deciding upon his choice. Cersei had harbored countless dreams, only to have reality shatter her fantasies time and again. Yet, she could never have imagined that the chosen one would be so audacious and unrestrained. Nevertheless, she could not deny her fondness for the glimmer of greed and desire in his eyes at that moment. A fervent heat surged within her, awakening a long-dormant passion. In the next instant, the venue erupted in jubilant cheers. The Queen of Love and Beauty had been chosen, and she was none other than Lynys Hightower, the youngest daughter of the Earl of Leighton. When Yura witnessed this scene, his heart trembled. He felt he had lost his dearest love. Yet, he was the only one who believed this, for all could see that Lynys's affections were directed towards Sir Rog, her eyes brimming with joyous delight. Our queen, undeterred by the decorum expected of a lady, boldly kissed her chosen king before the gaze of all. In that moment, no one cared for Lynys's audacity. Instead, they collectively bestowed their most sincere blessings upon this pair of remarkable beauty and talent. The soft sensation caught Rog off guard. He had underestimated the girl's boldness and, even more so, the significance he held in Lynys's heart. At that moment, Lynys felt like the luckiest person in the world, for Sir Rog had indeed chosen her. Overcome with excitement, she momentarily forgot the etiquette befitting her noble status. She hoped fervently that Sir Rog would not perceive her as a frivolous and shallow woman. Fortunately, her apprehensions dissipated when Sir Rog took her hand and assisted her onto the horse. Feeling his heartbeat and the warmth of his chest, Lynys was overwhelmed with nervousness. Gripping his hand tightly, "With me by your side, relax a little, Lynys." His voice, rich and magnetic, made her feel weak, and she leaned against him for support. Despite having just emerged from battle, Sir Rog bore no unpleasant odor. Rather, a subtle fragrance enveloped him, neither perfume nor cologne, yet more comforting than either. Sir Rog, with his newly crowned queen, circled the arena, receiving the audience's recognition and blessings, and finally, with Lynys's reluctant gaze upon him, he escorted her to her parents. Rog returned before the king and the prime minister to accept his honors and rewards. However, the first words uttered by the inebriated Robert incited a sense of displeasure. "Rog Greyfoss, do you wish to join the king's guard, pledging to defend the greatest honor of knighthood with your life?" Upon Robert's proclamation, the public expressed their delight. Yet the surrounding nobles fell into a profound silence. Particularly, the expression on Jaime's face darkened considerably. "My esteemed majesty, if you would grant me the privilege to protect the subjects of my family's domain at any time, I would be willing to join the king's guard." Undoubtedly, this was Rog's subtle means of refusal. It is crucial to understand that once one becomes a member of the king's guard, they are bound to serve the king for life, even in old age, disability, or mental collapse. Furthermore, the guard does not receive lands, take wives, or bear children. Their loyalty is solely to their sovereign. Only fools or those knights utterly devoted to the king would accept such terms. Rog was no fool. He would not relinquish a promising future to serve as a lapdog for a drunken wastrel. He yearned to slap that imbecile and shout about his reckless antics. Alas, the other party was the king, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, and Rog, still in his formative years, could not confront him directly. The self-deprecating Robert waved his hand, allowing Jon the Prime Minister to bestow the champion's reward, before striding towards one of his mistresses, evidently seething with anger. Rog remained indifferent to the king's temper. Once the tangible rewards were in his grasp, who cared about the king's wrath? Sir Rog, the king has had too much to drink today. Do not take it to heart. In truth, the king holds you in high regard. The overly amiable John, while begrudgingly dispensing the champion's reward, attempted to salvage Robert's image, subtly suggesting a desire to win Rog over. Throughout, Rog dutifully played along with John's charade, and as box after box of gold was brought before him, his spirits soared. Once the king departed, he swiftly summoned his 5 attendants. John's expression soured instantly. After all that was said, it appeared Rog had not absorbed a word. A reward of 50,000 gold coins had been reduced to a mere 20,000. Prime Minister John, this reward. Well, we don't have that much at the moment. But Sir Rog can personally go to King's Landing to collect the remainder. Rest assured, the rewards decreed by the king are never deferred. Must I go to King's Landing? Is Sir Rog reluctant to make the journey? John's gaze turned insidious. Rog had no choice but to explain, I have yet to visit King's Landing. I fear I might get lost. That's easily remedied. The king will return to King's Landing shortly, and Sir Rog can accompany him. No need for that. I have quite a few matters at home to attend to. I shall go when I have the time. After all, the king would not delay. Very well. Since you say so, I shall not press you further. Do remember to inform me in advance when you decide to visit King's Landing. Certainly. Absolutely. After a round of insincere pleasantries, Rog successfully deceived the scheming John. In Chapter 18, where the East fails, the West shines, are you referring to Queen Cersei? Or the current moment? Jaime did not respond, his gaze fixed upon him, appearing rather unsettling. All right. I suppose I should refrain from asking further. Please, lead the way. You know where to go. So, you shall not accompany me? Humph. Rog sensed that Jaime harbored some resentment towards him, as if he had taken away something of great significance, perhaps even a person. Yet, Rog could not fathom what it might be. His last conversation with Cersei had been rather unpleasant. If he was not mistaken, this queen would soon return to King's Landing with her husband. On this dark and tempestuous night, which easily ignited desires, inviting a stranger felt ill-timed. Although he had heard tales of Queen Cersei's reputation, this would be his first true encounter. The inn was particularly quiet, as if it were uninhabited. He ascended the wooden staircase to the second floor and, with an accidental glance, spotted the anticipated figure. Jaime was indeed nearby, though not within the previous room. He resembled a king's guard on a mission. Strange. Rog pushed the door open. Before he could fully enter, he was met with a familiar scent of roses that wafted through the air. Almost immediately, he felt a soft body pressed against him, and the door behind him closed with a swift motion. Perhaps sensing his next move, before he could part his lips, delicate fingers silenced him. Not a single word was exchanged, yet Rog could feel the fervent emotions of the other. The rapid breaths scattered any momentary calm. 2 ignited passions converged. Rog seemed to grasp the other's intentions, yet he did not outright refuse, as this individual could serve as a means to his advantage. Though uncertain of the other's strategy, as long as he maintained control, he would not be overturned. How could this be possible? What does it feel like to be a queen? Is Robert not capable? It cannot be. Silence. Just know that you can now take your revenge on that king who insulted you. What grudge could compel a queen to go to such lengths? This was indeed a fortuitous stroke of luck for him, an unimaginable boon. He was not foolish. Now was not the time for questions. Robert, look at you now. Do you know why I chose you? Because you are bold and ambitious. The thought of exacting revenge on Robert excites me. The night wore on. Cersei awakened from her slumber, her body racked with sharp pangs of pain. Yet, she bore no trace of anguish. Instead, her countenance radiated the delight of a goal achieved. Her heart brimmed with loathing. For Rob, for her father, for the brother who had entrusted her with burdensome responsibilities. Everything she had orchestrated today was driven by a desire for vengeance against these figures. As for a certain pawn she had identified, she found herself quite pleased with it. What significance did noble lineage hold? What weight did high office carry? All were eclipsed by the audacity of a mere commoner. Cersei was destined to wield power over the realm. If no one would assist her, she would take matters into her own hands. Her pride stemmed not solely from her beauty, but also from her ability to manipulate authority. Suddenly, Cersei's expression shifted as she glanced toward a corner of the room. You haven't departed? It seemed the presence of another was unwelcome to her. I feared the 7 would take you, so I lingered to assess the situation. Now that you have recovered, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to exit. Were you genuinely concerned for me? In a manner of speaking. A flicker of hope crossed Cersei's face, quickly replaced by an icy demeanor. What do you think, Your Grace? This time, he did not linger but opened the door and stepped out. Listening to the echo of footsteps in the corridor, Cersei's heart raced in synchrony. After a moment, a cryptic smile graced her lips. Outside the inn, Rog encountered a visibly agitated Jaime. He had not intended to engage in conversation, yet Jaime was determined to detain him. You must heed the king's command. Heed what? Join the king's guard. Huh, that is hardly a wise suggestion. Rog's dismissive tone struck a nerve with Jaime. He commanded with fervor. You must do so. You must protect the queen. Then, as a member of the king's guard, have you safeguarded the queen? Rog's words left Jaime momentarily speechless. The king's guard, broadly speaking, served as royal protectors, yet in reality, their sole charge was the king. Even if the king was a tyrant, tormenting his own wife, the king's guard would be compelled to prevent the queen from rising against her husband. Jaime had witnessed such scenarios firsthand during his tenure beside the Mad King Ares. He could not refute Rog's assertion. Rog continued, clearly, joining the king's guard means allegiance solely to the king, not the queen. Thus, even if I were to join the king's guard, it would bear no significance in terms of protecting the queen. So, are you loyal to the Lannisters? Indeed, as a vassal of Lord Tywin. Loyalty to my liege is my fundamental duty. Hearing that Rog still owed fealty to his father, Jaime's demeanor softened. Subsequently, he informed Rog in a tone reminiscent of a formal announcement. I shall arrange for father to dispatch you to King's Landing to establish a guard for the queen. You will serve as the captain of this guard, ensuring her safety. To Jaime, his sister Cersei held significant weight in his heart, though he often struggled to express it. Coupled with his steadfast principles, whenever he witnessed her making mistakes, his inclination was not to offer assistance, but rather to exert all efforts to rectify her errors. Consequently, his impression in Cersei's eyes gradually transformed from one of hope and reliance to disappointment and worthlessness, ultimately allowing Reg to gain the upper hand. Reg regarded Jaime's words with disdain. The Duke of Tywin was a formidable figure, while he may not have known everything. A general understanding sufficed to conclude that Jaime's recent notion would not find favor with Tywin. In matters of personal sentiment, Tywin was a weakling, yet, politically, he was a colossal force. The childish thoughts of someone like Jaime appeared utterly foolish in Tywin's eyes. To create an additional Queen's Guard was tantamount to opposing the king. Tywin was acutely aware of just how foolish his self-important daughter could be. The Lannisters were wealthy and powerful, but not inflated enough to contend against the king. Regardless of the king's shortcomings, he still enjoyed the backing of several influential families. It was believed that should Robert be provoked, this drunken king would not hesitate to join forces with other noble houses to divide the West. Robert would wake from dreams laughing at the gold bestowed upon him by the Lannisters. Chapter 19. Tywin's generosity. Well, Reg, henceforth we shall be one family. Tywin rarely displayed a smile, yet he was pleased with Reg's choice. The geographical location of Castle Watto was exceedingly remote and the land barren. Henceforth, the territory of House Greyfoss would be annexed to Castle Casterly, and from this day forward, you shall be known as the Count of Casterly. With Tywin's decree, Reg was elevated from the Lord of Castle Watto to the Count of Casterly. He found it hard to believe that such immense wealth had suddenly befallen him, with the price being merely the superficial allegiance of House Greyfoss. Reg understood that his surname was Reg, and his name was Grey, seemingly disconnected from the Greyfoss lineage. As far as he knew, Castle Casterly originally belonged to the vassal Reyes family of the West, having been eradicated by Tywin for offending the Lannisters. Prior to their downfall, the Reyes family's wealth was second only to that of the Lannisters, and their lands were rich in gold mines. Reg had not anticipated such generosity from Tywin. This method of winning hearts was remarkably effective. He was nearly moved to tears. Reg, if possible, I hope you can train more soldiers swiftly. The Lannisters need more formidable warriors like your retinue. In that moment, Reg perceived Tywin's ambition. Rest assured, my lord, in due time. You may entrust Reg with your fiercest foes, and the soldiers of House Greyfoss will clear all obstacles for you. He desired nothing more than to pledge his loyalty unreservedly. House Greyfoss would undoubtedly obey. You need only point the way. As for the future, no one could predict what lay ahead. Rog is not a genuine member of the Greyfoss family. However, he assures that he will remain true to his roots. The elder has invested in me, and I will undoubtedly ensure your comfortable retirement, shielding you from that ungrateful son. Tywin's inscrutable nature continues to elude understanding. Despite his fervent display of loyalty, he failed to elevate the trust between them. Instead, he coldly informed him that he could leave. This stark contrast in treatment might leave an ordinary person feeling uneasy. Yet, for Rog, it was easily adaptable, as he could perceive the shifting values of Tywin's true sentiments towards him. Regardless of how well the other party concealed their feelings, he remained acutely aware. As long as their relationship maintained a foundation of trust, Rog had little to fear. However, The outcome of this encounter struck him as peculiar. From an initial alliance through marriage to ultimately being granted territory, the latter received formal documentation, while the former felt like a mere distraction. His confusion did not stem from matters of love, but rather from the unsettling nature of receiving benefits so freely, lacking a solid foundation. Was he truly deemed worthy of Tywin's trust? Or was there someone else aiding him? Some thoughts are better left unexamined, for overthinking leads to weariness. After Rog departed, unbeknownst to him, a bird accompanied him on his journey, a raven. King's Landing. At the docks, an elderly man donned in a hooded cloak leaned heavily on his cane, making his way towards the secluded beach. After about half an hour, he halted before a modest wooden shack. He extended his arm from beneath his garment, revealing a pale, delicate limb devoid of any hair. Within the shack, a sound emerged, which eventually subsided. Shortly thereafter, a white raven descended gracefully, alighting upon the man's arm. He removed a scroll tube tethered to the raven's claw and proceeded directly into the shack. As the raven took flight, a chilling screech emanated from within the shack. It was not until someone exited that tranquility returned. However, it was not the hooded elder who emerged, but rather a bald giant. Clad in vibrant, luxurious silk, he exuded an aura laced with feminine perfume, wearing soft slippers that appeared rather peculiar. Yet, if he were to stroll down the street, even the most opulent of nobles would halt to pay their respects. Varys retrieved something from his pocket and tossed it towards the sturdy-looking shack. Suddenly, the structure erupted into flames, crackling as the wood ignited, releasing an inexplicable scent of meat into the air, which soon turned to ash. Varys wore a standard faux smile as he departed the scene. In a private residence in Lannisport, Rog had only just left Lord Tywin's temporary abode when he received an invitation from his nominal father-in-law. "Sir Rog, I have great faith in you." The father-in-law greeted him with a warm smile, candidly expressing his attitude towards his son-in-law. "Thank you." Rog understood that in this world, there are no unprovoked affections. Prior to this moment, the two had shared no common ground. Yet, the father-in-law, like an old acquaintance, was eager to consider his interests. "Rog, I must remind you of a crucial point. Castamere is a splendid place, yet it is also exceedingly perilous. The Lannisters are no strangers to Castamere. Their patriarch, Tywin, has made it abundantly clear that they repay their debts with vengeance." Is the knight alluding to the gold mines surrounding Castamere? I relish conversing with astute individuals. I would feel at ease marrying one of my daughters, Shalina or Muriel, to you. However, I presume you are currently in need of manpower. If you do not mind, I could summon a group of miners and knighted guardians for you. The father-in-law candidly revealed his true intentions. "Thank you for your kindness. I believe I will require assistance once I have rebuilt Castamere, but until then, I wonder if it is possible." Rog delicately expressed his current predicament. He neither outright declined nor accepted, but sought the father-in-law's support in return. "You enjoy lending a hand, do you not? Shall we not collaborate on the construction of the Count's castle?" While Tywin obliterated the Reyes family, Castamere was reduced to ruins by fire. Though he was now the Count of Castamere, he lacked even a place to reside within his domain, let alone recruit laborers for gold mining and other protective measures. It is well known that reconstructing a castle is a laborious and time-consuming endeavor. Some renowned fortresses have taken generations to perfect before completion. Rog held modest expectations for his dwelling. Yet it was impossible to accomplish such a task within a short span. It necessitated a substantial investment of manpower and finances. He tossed his pressing needs towards the father-in-law for resolution. Should the father-in-law be willing to assist, the subsequent tasks could proceed step by step. If he had no intention of helping, the matter of miners need not be mentioned further. Everyone knows the gold within the mines is valuable. Who wouldn't wish to partake in the bounty? However, the father-in-law, Stifle, was merely a knight and not even a landed knight. A grand project like castle construction was beyond his solitary capacity. Thus, there must be someone behind the scenes. Where there are individuals, there are interests to be shared. He was uncertain if Duke Tywin was involved, but within his own domain, he despised those who sought handouts. Chapter 20. Father-in-law Stifle Lannister. As the father-in-law momentarily fell silent, Rog did not wish to prolong the awkwardness. He decided to extend an olive branch. Castamere was in dire need of revitalization, and as a first-time visitor, Rog was not well acquainted with the situation there. If the knight were willing to assist, he would be immensely grateful. With that, he produced 10 gold coins. What could this mean? Lord Stifle, being a noble and a member of the esteemed Lannister family, is no stranger to gold coins. "I require a substantial workforce to erect Castle Castamere, striving to complete the construction in the shortest time possible. Rog, hailing from the remote Waterberg, lacks the connections you possess. Upon hearing this, my father-in-law feigned humility and waved his hand. This task is indeed quite manageable. However, what is the shortest time frame? A larger workforce incurs greater expenses. Although I can hire additional laborers from other lords, the corresponding costs will inevitably rise. Rog understood this was merely a deposit. I shall reimburse the lord's fees at their standard rates. Furthermore, I shall ensure that Sir does not toil in vain. Rog discreetly retrieved 10 gold coins from his pocket and placed them before Lord Stiefel. This gesture thoroughly satisfied the father-in-law, who appreciated his son-in-law's decisiveness and generosity. 10 gold coins constitute a considerable fortune for an ordinary knight. Once the business was concluded, the conversation naturally drifted to personal matters. Lord Stiefel candidly mentioned, "I have 2 daughters, twins to be precise. I have been considering marrying one of them to you. However, Rog, you are aware that your performance at the tournament captivated nearly every maiden present, including my daughters. Thus, does the Lord intend to offer both daughters in marriage to me?" Rog's confidence prompted Lord Stiefel to roll his eyes in exasperation. "Humph, you are rather conceited, aren't you?" Rog awkwardly chuckled. "Then what does the Lord mean?" Just then, 3 crisp claps echoed as 2 striking figures entered from outside. What a pair of exquisite twin lotuses. Despite the father's unremarkable appearance, his daughters were undeniably beautiful. The sisters bore an uncanny resemblance, both adorned with golden curls and bright green eyes, elegantly clad in demure dresses, embodying the quintessential image of noble women. Individually, they may resemble many noble maidens Rog had encountered, yet together, they possessed an extraordinary allure, as if imbued with a unique aura. "Sir Rog, whom do you choose as your bride?" Lord Stiefel observed Rog's expression keenly. His daughters were his pride. Were it not for Lord Tywin's connections and the prestige of the Count of Castamere, he would never have considered marrying his precious daughters to Rog. Presently, Rog's status as a count had indeed captured his attention. Although he admired them, Rog discerned that Lord Stiefel's visit was not merely for admiration, but rather a display of his own pride. From a man's perspective, regardless of his choice, there would always remain an unresolved tension. The unattainable forever stirs the heart. Yet, the reality is that a choice must be made. Rather than subjecting himself to discomfort, it would be better to return the dilemma to the other party. "My lord, I believe both Miss Selina and Miss Merrill are excellent choices." Faced with the sudden necessity of making a choice, one finds oneself in quite a predicament. Furthermore, as you, sir, have mentioned, the 2 young ladies are twin sisters, undoubtedly bound by a profound emotional bond. To separate them would indeed be a cruel act. Rog is unwilling to commit such an atrocity. So let us leave the decision in your capable hands. Thus, let us designate the elder sister, Selina, and the younger sister, Mealy Ree, observing the 2 sisters. Stiefvater too found himself in a quandary. Having grown up together, inseparable and sharing a deep connection, their feelings for one another are exceptionally strong. To part them now would indeed be somewhat heartless. This unexpected situation was not something Stiefvater had anticipated. However, he was not oblivious. He recognized Rog's calm demeanor as a calculated ploy. Had a decision been made sooner, this predicament could have been avoided entirely. Now, although he, as their father, could still compel one of them to become Rog's wife, the outcome would not align with his desires. Alas, it has become clear to him that his son-in-law is exceedingly greedy, wishing to claim both. Such a scenario has never before transpired throughout history. Rog, you must realize that this is simply untenable. Of course, that is why I have relinquished the choice to you. Rog maintained an air of nonchalance, presenting a facade of indifference. In truth, he had already discerned Stiefvater's vulnerability. Stiefvater harbored immense affection for his daughters. Were it not for their own fondness for this avaricious individual, even Lord Tywin's command would not suffice to sway him in this matter. I require a compelling reason to be persuaded. Young man, Stiefvater was visibly irate, unwilling to grant this fellow any semblance of respect as a father. Rog, sensing the opportune moment, had not anticipated the possibility of a surprising turn of events. What once seemed impossible was gradually morphing into reality. If you seek a reason, very well, I possess an abundance of them. Sir, I envy the affection you bestow upon Selina and Mealy Ree. Under your and your lady's meticulous care, they have thrived joyfully and lived happily. Yet, the harsh truth we must confront is that your protection has its limits. Although Rog is a newly minted earl, I believe you have witnessed my prowess at the tournament. The Lord of Wartoft has bested numerous nobles to seize the crown. Can't Earl Castmere achieve even more? If you entrust Miss Selina and Miss Mealy Ree to Rog, he will undoubtedly safeguard their futures with his very life. Before my departure, Lord Tywin entrusted Rog with the task of training a battalion as dazzling as those in the team competition. The more, the better. Is that truly so? Steve Fader found it hard to believe that Lord Tywin would hold the other in such high regard. Yet, numerous facts have indeed validated this seemingly implausible situation. Deception is utterly meaningless. Such matters cannot be resolved through trickery. Steve Fader wrestled with his decision, ultimately arriving at a choice. I implore you, always treat them with kindness. By the seven gods, I, Rog Greyfoss, vow here and now to cherish and honor the sisters Sharingan and Millie, until the stars fall and the flames scorch the earth. Upon hearing Rog's solemn promise, Stafer's countenance lightened considerably. The two sisters, blushing with delight, hurried outside, eagerly anticipating the shared companionship of their beloved husband. No longer troubled by the disparity of possession. Once certain matters are settled, the bonds between individuals inexplicably strengthen. Stafer pushed the 10 gold coins back towards Rog, questioning, "What is this? Do we still need to exchange gold between us?" Stafer shot him a disapproving glare. This sudden display of closeness left Rog momentarily taken aback. The only change between then and now was the addition of a vow. It seems the faith in the seven gods holds significant weight in people's hearts, and Rog felt it necessary to be more mindful of this in the future. Chapter 21. The Family Feast at the Banquet. Rog once again encountered the sisters Sharingan and Millie, along with their mother, Lady Miranda. The sisters inherited their mother's beauty. Lady Miranda was a gentle woman, quite pleased with Rog as her son-in-law. However, she felt a tinge of discomfort regarding the arrangement of two sisters marrying one man. Nonetheless, with her husband, son, and daughters in agreement, Lady Miranda chose not to voice her objections, tacitly accepting her daughter's choices. As this was a family gathering, everyone was more relaxed, discussing amusing anecdotes and customs from the continent of Westeros. Although the nobles possessed a certain level of knowledge, much of it stemmed from books, and many novelties could only be passed down through generations or heard through word of mouth. Rog applied the same approach he used with Linny's to his future wives and their family members, receiving remarkably positive feedback. In their eyes, Rog emerged as an elegant, witty, and erudite gentleman. This new perception delighted Lady Miranda, assuring her that her daughters would lead a happy and fulfilling life, with familial blessings and affirmations. The sisters Sharingan and Millie grew bolder in their interactions with their future husband. However, in the presence of family, their exchanges of glances far exceeded their actual actions. "Count Rog, I raise a toast to you," declared Sharingan. "Me too," added Millie. The sisters each lifted a glass of fine wine, their eyes shimmering as they gazed at Rog, taking only a delicate sip before reluctantly returning to their seats. Nearby, Sir Stafer and Lady Miranda observed this ambiguous scene, sharing a contented smile. The banquet progressed without Rog noticing the passage of time. He felt he had consumed copious amounts of wine, though the alcohol was not particularly potent. The effects of overindulgence were still quite palpable. The family continued to toast one another, and the two sisters followed suit. Rog found himself increasingly overwhelmed, his mind gradually becoming unresponsive, teetering on the brink of collapse. Observing this, Stiver instructed his son, Devon, to assist him to rest. The obedient brother-in-law guided him to a chamber, unceremoniously tossed him onto the bed, and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, two maidservants entered to attend to him. By the time he regained full consciousness, it was already the following day. Rog vowed never to indulge himself so recklessly again, for such behavior could easily lead to dire consequences in unexpected situations. As he opened his eyes, two pairs of enchanting little eyes met his gaze. "Selena, Millie Ree, what are you doing here?" "Lord Rog." The two sisters stood at his bedside, one on the left and one on the right, and he had to admit, it was quite a delightful sight. Rog attempted to rise, only to realize that he was completely unclothed beneath the covers, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Sister Selena beckoned to a nearby maid, who dutifully presented his garments with a slight bow. Millie retook the clothing from her, dismissing the maid from the room. With an air of determination, she and her sister leaned closer, pulling back the covers before him. Upon seeing his form, they merely blushed slightly and commenced their own tasks. Rog hastily insisted that it was unnecessary, yet he could not resist the fervor of the two sisters. Perhaps it was their first attempt at serving, as their efforts were evidently lacking in finesse. As they navigated certain sensitive areas, their fingers were somewhat uncooperative. Had it not been for Rog's considerable patience, a rather unfortunate incident could have transpired. At last, they succeeded. As he uttered these words, he could distinctly sense the two sisters discreetly exhaling in relief. However, when Rog turned his gaze towards them, they shyly lowered their heads. Being of noble lineage, this was their first experience in the role of maidservants. It must be said, the sense of participation was remarkable. Prior to this, they harbored no other concerns. In the aftermath, They felt that such duties could no longer be entrusted to maidservants. For Lord Rog was simply too perfect, too compelling to resist. If they felt this way, one could only imagine how the maidservants must feel. It was often whispered that maidservants, in pursuit of nefarious ends, would employ various means to entice their masters. The silent exchange of understanding between the two sisters did not escape Rog's notice, yet his thoughts were far removed from such matters. He strode past them, engaged in a brief ablution, offered an apology, and then departed. Selena and Mealy Ree were still reeling from the experience as their Lord Rog vanished from sight. Upon exiting the chamber, Rog's intentions were clear. He must leave Lannisport. Before departing, he first sought an audience with his father-in-law, Stiver, to inform him of his decision to leave and to discuss the arrangements for the wedding with the Selena sisters. According to his plans, the ceremony would take place in Castle May a month hence. The reason for this month's delay was straightforward. Castle May currently lacked a residence for its lord, and he needed to expedite the construction of the Greyfoss family stronghold. Time, in the span of a month, also signifies his commitment to Stannis. Although the father-in-law retains the same status as before, this union with the Lannister family is significant, and Tywin will undoubtedly be present. Moreover, with the preceding events surrounding Hightower and the sensational news of the Selwyn sisters also marrying, should Roga fail to orchestrate a flawless wedding, it would undoubtedly tarnish the honor of both the Greyfoss and Lannister families. A month may seem neither long nor short, yet it provides a fleeting opportunity to rectify matters before the weight of negative sentiments fully settles. Beyond this period, it would be futile. He believes that following his elevation to the title of Earl of Castamere by Tywin, many old and new nobles are discreetly observing his every move. At the tournament, Robert's actions have significantly diminished the value of his championship. Next came the relay from Earl Leighton. Had it not been for Duke Tywin's timely assistance, Roga's honor would have plummeted to a new low. Thus, matters concerning honor are not trivial. Roga understands clearly that his only course of action now is to endure, to gather his strength, so that he may retaliate at the most crucial moment. A futile rage would only lead him to irrationality, reducing him to a mere jester, something he does not wish to see. Darren, my beloved son, follow Roga without worry. I shall join you soon. I implore you. Indeed, Roga's party represents the last group of foreign nobles to depart from Lannisport. The earliest to leave were the Hightowers, followed by Robert and Eddard, from the Riverlands and the Stormlands. Their departure signifies the complete end of the Greyjoy Rebellion. A new phase of dormancy is about to commence. The kingdom's surface tranquility will be restored, yet the undercurrents of conflict will begin anew. Do not be deceived into thinking that the absence of war allows the nobles to coexist peacefully. That is merely a superficial illusion. Chapter 22. The summons from Greyfoss during the tournament. Roga discerned that the seemingly detached Tyrell family of Highgarden has been subtly aligning themselves with King's Landing. During Robert's rebellion against the Mad King Aerys, the Tyrells had chosen to pledge their loyalty to Aerys. With the king's demise and Robert's ascension, the Tyrells, having backed the wrong side, suffered considerable repercussions, effectively distancing themselves from the centers of power. The implications of such a departure from power are self-evident. In a bid to amend their earlier misjudgment, the Tyrells are now exerting considerable effort to strengthen their ties with Robert. To this end, they have even sent Loras, the third son of the Duke of Mace, to serve as a squire to the one noble who does not oppose the Tyrell family, Renly, Robert's younger brother. This crucial subplot lays a solid foundation for their future advance towards King's Landing. Roga lacks such capabilities and holds no desire to employ such tactics. After departing from Lannisport and journeying northward for several days, I finally arrived at the forgotten land of Castamere. This territory no longer resembles the era of the Reyes family's rule. Weeds and trees have overtaken the once thriving mining area, and the grand thoroughfare has become indistinct. However, in the distance, a narrow path can still be discerned, leading to the remnants of a bygone era. Is that the ruins of the original Castamere? Indeed. After the eradication of the Reyes family, no one dared to venture there. Oh, why is that? Perhaps it is due to some unsavory rumors. I have heard my father recount tales regarding this matter. Before Lord Tywin completely obliterated the Reyes family, he commanded the main entrance to the mine be sealed with stones and earth, and water be diverted into it from one side, trapping over 300 members of the Reyes family, men, women, and children, who perished within. Guards assigned to oversee a smaller, more remote entrance reported hearing faint screams and cries emanating from the depths one night, but by dawn, the stones had returned to silence. Since then, the mine of Castamere has remained unopened, and Tywin Lannister set ablaze the halls and fortifications above ground. It has become a silent tomb. bearing witness to the fate of those who dared to challenge the lions of Casterly Rock. My lord, shall we proceed? No. I have no intention of erecting a castle in the same place. Rog pointed toward another peak parallel to theirs, where the rise of House Greyfoss would take place. Now, I must summon my soldiers and vassals. With that, 5 attendants mounted their horses, bearing the banner that symbolized House Greyfoss, fanning out from Rog in 5 different directions. His brother-in-law expressed some concern. Is this advisable? I believe the people of Castamere need time to recognize their lord. After all, this land has long been without a master. Rog's sudden appearance may provoke resistance and extreme reactions from some. Perhaps, but I cannot afford to wait that long. If it were ordinary folk, Rog would opt for a more cautious approach, similar to his brother-in-law's. However, he is clearly no ordinary lord. He possesses a summoning card. Ding. Utilizing the summoning card. In a short time, at least 100 loyal soldiers will respond to your call, ready to fight for all your offensive commands. The outcome was unexpectedly effective. When he first obtained the summoning card, there was no minimum limit. Rog realized that the ultimate effect of the item card was significantly influenced by his environment. Summoning within a territory is a broad conscription order, encompassing all eligible targets within the domain. If it were at Watto Fortress, 100 would be the limit. Yet, in Castamere, 100 is far from the maximum. Here, not only are there free knights eager to be summoned, but also mercenaries and outlaws willing to sell their lives for coin, alongside the anxious wanderers and freemen who roam in uncertainty. Rog believed that under the effect of the summoning card, the title of Count Castamere would undoubtedly resonate throughout the entire territory. Indeed, this proved to be the case. When Harlan and others, as summoned knights, traversed every corner of Castamere, the first to respond were the long-awaiting free knights, who brandished their battered swords and hailed the brilliance of Count Castamere. Regardless of who Count Castamere was, the mere presence of a master in this land rekindled their prospects and glory. Rather than toiling for those wretched merchants and foolish lords in foreign lands, they preferred to possess their own modest plot of land back home. Moreover, upon hearing the true name of their lord, Rog Greyfoss, nearly everyone went wild with excitement. Although the martial tournament had only recently concluded, perhaps the nobles had grown accustomed to it. However, the common folk and mercenary knights could never forget the gentleman, Lord Rog, who had triumphed over all the nobles at the tournament with his generosity and kindness. Rog could not have imagined that while he had merely stirred a few ripples in noble circles, he had unleashed a shockwave akin to a nuclear bomb among the commoners. The legends of heroes and great knights had never left the hearts of the common people. Their childhoods were spent immersed in the tales of these illustrious figures. Some even revered them as idols and role models to emulate. If Count Castamere were to be the champion Rog, then pledging loyalty to him would indeed be an honor. The wretched wandering should have long ceased. For the great Castamere, I shall pledge myself to Lord Rog at the earliest opportunity. Damn it, you are unworthy of loyalty to Lord Rog. Get lost, old fool. Do you think Lord Rog would ever look your way? Ha ha ha. Indeed. Not everyone is fit to pledge allegiance to Lord Rog. Is my poor Castamere finally coming to an end? Mother, is Lord Rog truly formidable? Ruth. Lord Rog is the champion of the martial tournament, having defeated many powerful knights among the nobles. I've heard that Lord Rog is extraordinarily handsome, captivating countless noble maidens. This is the first time Defun has encountered such great charisma. Observing those emerging from the woods, some in tattered clothes, others with broken armor and rusty swords, riding on gaunt old horses or wielding nothing but a wooden lance, they appeared inconspicuous anywhere else. Yet, the fervent glances they directed towards someone left Fun profoundly shaken. Their response was swift. Almost within an hour of the attendant's departure, they surged in from all directions. Such a phenomenon was impossible elsewhere. Clatter, 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 cavalry. Defun kindly alerted his brother-in-law beside him. Rog, however, remained remarkably composed, his gaze evidently fixed on the direction from which the sound of hooves approached. What he had thought to be the beginning of surprises turned out to be merely the prelude to something far more extraordinary. His 5 attendants personally returned with a cavalry of precisely 100 knights. My lord. Chapter 23, the arrangement commences. Harlan galloped to a halt 10 meters away, dismounted, and reported the results of the mission. Each of the 100 knights was a soldier of considerable experience, capable of immediate deployment without the need for training. However, their weaponry was somewhat inferior, lacking the refinement of the attendants. Yet, they were more than sufficient to combat bandits and other nefarious elements. Observing that most had gathered, Rog declared his first edict in Castamere. Henceforth, all subjects of Castamere shall be exempt from taxation for 3 years. What? No taxes for 3 years? The subjects believed they had misheard. A half year or even a year might have been tolerable, as Castmere was in dire need of revitalization, making taxation impractical at the onset. Yet the Count's audacious decision to abolish taxes for 3 years represented a significant boon, should the Count intend to establish his roots in Castmere. Even if the harvest in the second year were modest, the third year would surely usher in prosperity for the subjects. This was a bold move that few other lords would dare to undertake. Esteemed Count, is this truly the case? A humble knight inquired softly. Indeed, every word I, Rog Grafus, utter is true. From this day forth, all subjects of Castmere shall not owe a single coin in taxes for the next 3 years. You may sustain yourselves. Esteemed Count, we commend your generosity, yet the impoverished Robert lacks land to be self-sufficient. He was once a minor. The speaker was the same knight, whose status did not align with that of the nobility. More akin to a free knight, he had transitioned from a minor, driven not by glory but by the necessity of survival. Rog held a particular admiration for such individuals, recognizing their value in his current endeavors. Robert, in the near term, there shall be no mining operations in Castmere, but if you are amenable, I could employ you. To work for the Count? Robert could scarcely believe his ears. To serve the Count would indeed be an immense honor. Yes, to work for me. I require a substantial workforce to establish the new Castmere castle in the mountains. As he spoke, Rog glanced at the others. Regardless of your past identities, from this day forth, I shall regard you all as free men in my service. You may choose to receive wages or simply ensure your daily sustenance. Once the castle is completed, I shall personally bestow upon you land to cultivate or offer new employment. What say you, Robert? Not only Robert, but all present were taken aback. Such fortune existed? To serve their lord and receive compensation? Were these words spoken by another? They might have been met with skepticism. However, uttered by the benevolent and generous Lord Rog, they commanded belief. Furthermore, Lord Rog graciously absolved them of taxes for 3 years. Had it been other lords, such an act would have been utterly unnecessary. Under coercive measures, the subjects would possess no power to refuse. Yet Lord Rog chose a different path, captivating them with the gentlest and most charming of words. Robert is willing. Lord Rog, we too are willing. Excellent. From this day forward, you shall labor for me. Your first task is to construct wooden dwellings for yourselves. With this auspicious beginning, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Castmere abounds with trees, so much so that their abundance obstructs the roads. Under Robert's guidance, the subjects first cleared a direct road to the castle area and subsequently erected their wooden homes alongside it. Lord Rog was equally industrious, summoning a number of female subjects to handle the domestic duties of cooking and logistics. Prior to departing from Lannisport, he had prepared well, utilizing the gold earned from the tournament to purchase a substantial quantity of food and supplies. Additionally, he dispatched a raven to inform Vodwall, urging Jon to come quickly to assist him, as he was in dire need of a blacksmith's expertise. However, due to the circumstances in Castmere, he refrained from summoning others. It was simply impractical. Moreover, Vodwall offered a comparatively safer environment than Castmere. His decision to enlist upon arriving in Castmere stemmed from this very concern. The area was not as secure as one might presume. When Harlan returned, he reported encountering mountain bandits and marauders during the conscription mission. Although he swiftly dealt with the attackers, many managed to escape. Harlan, committed to the task, opted not to pursue them further. Upon completing his mission, he promptly relayed the situation to Lord Rog. Upon hearing this, Devon immediately expressed his eagerness. My lord, send me forth. Just provide me with Wolf. The 100 assembled cavalry were divided into 5 squads, each led by one of Rog's 5 attendants, with each attendant commanding 20 men. Devon's request to borrow Wolf would certainly entail taking 20 cavalrymen as well. Lord Rog had no objections to Devon's plea, however, prioritizing safety. He declined and instead dispatched Harlan with Wolf. Harlan, being sharp-minded, had trained Wolf to possess a certain level of military acumen, ensuring he would execute orders without any recklessness. A strategist paired with a warrior created a perfect balance. Nonetheless, Harlan's martial prowess had its limitations. Thus, Lord Rog assigned the only knight card to Harlan, ensuring optimal utilization of resources. In this manner, they could swiftly address the unfavorable factors within their territory. Time was of the essence for Castamere's development. Distractions must be minimized. As for Dafin, he preferred to manage the vassals responsible for constructing the castle. Nobles overseeing commoners naturally leads to oppression, making it a fitting arrangement. Furthermore, Dafin was well aware of his own character. He possessed a fundamentally kind disposition. Engaging with the lower classes early on would be advantageous for future developments. Additionally, he assigned Figo and Bart to assist Dafin, primarily tasked with perimeter vigilance and security patrols. Rog's vision for the castle involved first establishing a defensive wall on the outskirts, ensuring a degree of fortification before addressing the internal enhancements. Simultaneously, he activated the subterranean river resources. As a lifeline, a water source is of paramount importance. He connected the underground river to the sole water source in Castim. The Castim stream, a brook that Tywin had once utilized to flood the Reyes family's mine, thereby ensuring an ample water supply within the territory. Regarding the iron mine, he planned to wait for Jon's arrival before proceeding. To this end, he commenced a survey of the territory with Holloway and the remaining 20 cavalrymen, primarily seeking out the existing mining areas. Ultimately, the principal economic industry of Castim lay in the extraction of gold. In the 24th chapter, gold continued to flow, and two significant talents were acquired. Tywin's restraint in not intervening stemmed largely from the fact that the extensive gold mine in Castim had already been depleted by the Reyes family. The remaining smaller mines were challenging to extract from and yielded far less profit than before, yet required the same investment of labor and resources. Rather than allowing them to languish as a burden, it was preferable to sell them off and gain a loyal vassal in return. Rog's initial assertion of not pursuing mining was merely a strategic ploy. The resource situation in Castim was nearly transparent. While it was certainly better than Wodo Castle, which relied solely on agriculture for taxation, the tax revenue from crops could not compare to the tangible wealth of gold. Moreover, most of the inhabitants in Castim, like Robert, were landless and could not secure mining jobs, indicating that their means of livelihood was a significant concern. Therefore, mining was an absolute necessity. As for the method of extraction, that would depend on the actual circumstances encountered. My lord, all the mines are exhausted. Even though he had anticipated this outcome, the alignment of reality with his expectations still left Rog feeling somewhat discontented. With the visible mines devoid of value, they would have to rely on luck to dig deeper. The cost associated with this approach would not be trivial. He needed talent in this domain, yet such individuals are not easily found. At that moment, Rog recalled that he still had an unused high-level talent card. Based on the earlier circumstances, it might yield an unexpected surprise. Ding. You have used a high-level talent card and acquired the character Peter, Master Merchant. My lord, I have discovered a suspicious character. The voice preceded the arrival of the individual. It was a soldier under Holly, dragging along a shifty-looking figure. In Rog's world, this individual was none other than the esteemed business master he had just drawn, Peter. By the seven gods, I am merely a humble merchant, simply passing through this place. Unlike Jon, Peter's performance was more abstract, which particularly irked Rog's soldiers. My lord, this man is certainly not a merchant. When I discovered him, he was excavating some sand, vibrant and red. I suspect he might be a thief, pilfering from your gold mine. The soldier's reasoning was compelling enough to sway even Rog's belief. Speak. What is your name? Where do you hail from? What were you doing just now? Dare to utter a falsehood, and you shall not live to see another day. Respectful lord, my name is Peter, an aspiring merchant with grand ambitions. I was merely verifying a substance and was not stealing anything from your domain. Peter felt immensely wronged, yet his acting was truly masterful, revealing no flaws. What substance? Red sand. I just confirmed it, the very soil of that hue. State your conclusion. Wherever red sand exists, there is a high probability that gold mines lie beneath. Peter's declaration sent ripples through the air. Rog had not anticipated that the talent he sought would present itself in such a manner. Are you certain? Absolutely. Though this is merely a method to ascertain the existence of a gold mine, it is a matter of probability, not a guarantee. Had anyone else uttered such words, Rog might have hesitated. But Peter was marked as a high-level talent by the system. Disbelief was no longer an option. Where is this location? Take me there. The knight seized Peter and led Rog to the site where the red sand was discovered. Mark this spot. Rog did not rush to excavate. Instead, he inquired if Peter was willing to work under him. That is not possible. I, Peter, aspire to be a grand merchant. Peter's expression was grave, exuding a sense of ambition that would not permit him to serve beneath another. Then assist me in locating the gold mine. With that, he entrusted Peter to Harley. Take him and mark all the places where gold may be found. Yes, my lord. Peter was utterly bewildered. This was not how the narrative was meant to unfold. Although he could indeed detect the faintest signs of a gold mine, his expertise lay in commerce. My lord, I am truly just a merchant. Rog disregarded Peter's protests and instructed Harley to see to the matter. It was a rare opportunity to have someone alleviate his burdens. He could not let it slip away. Ding. You have acquired 1,000 pounds of rice seeds, 100 pairs of Balenciaga stockings, 100 pairs of speed-enhancing shoes, and 100 bottles of golden euphoria. For a fleeting moment, Rog felt as though he had traversed into an entirely different realm. What on earth was golden euphoria? Did he even need it? The first few items might have been of some utility, but the latter offerings were nothing short of an affront to him. However, Rog contemplated that since it was a resource, it need not be exclusively for his own use. Perhaps it could be commodified and sold to those in need, potentially yielding a substantial profit. He resolved to have Peter mark the gold mine within the territory and then set him to work immediately. The golden spear was undoubtedly a groundbreaking male health product in the entire realm of power struggles. With prudent management, it could very well cultivate an entirely new market. The mere thought of it intrigued him, and he found himself eagerly anticipating the contents of the remaining 2 crates. Ding. You have acquired 3 tons of cement and 1 recruitment card. Ding. You have obtained 1 advanced talent card and 1 beast taming card. Goodness, another stroke of fortune. He now possessed 2 beast taming cards, which he intended to reserve for the dragon, as they would not be needed immediately. Cement, an epic-making building material, arrived just in time, though in somewhat limited quantity. If only there were more, the completion time for his castle would be significantly reduced. The recruitment card was immediately applicable to his tools, falling into the category of more being merrier. As for the advanced talent card, its value was self-evident. Ding. You have used the advanced talent card and acquired the character Philip, Master Craftsman. Esteemed Count, Philip expresses his gratitude for the opportunity. A bearded Philip seemingly materialized from nowhere, fortuitously finding himself alone in the vicinity. Welcome, Philip. My castle requires your expertise. Thank you for your trust, my lord. Philip will commence work promptly. Philip was remarkably professional. Equipped with drawing tools and paper, he resembled not merely a craftsman, but rather an exceptionally skilled architect. Many of Rog's concepts and expressions were effortlessly articulated by him. Yes, this is precisely the castle I envision. My esteemed Count, this should not be merely regarded as a castle. It bears more resemblance to an eastern watchtower. Indeed, but here, it shall be referred to as a castle. If possible, I will require a substantial workforce, for such a grand endeavor is immensely taxing both physically and mentally. That can certainly be arranged, Philip. I shall ensure you have ample assistance. With that, I could fully control the progress of the project. Unbeknownst to them, several hours had elapsed. Hallie returned with knights and Peter. Upon encountering Philip, Rog distinctly perceived the resentment in Peter's gaze, reminiscent of a forsaken spouse. Rog deliberately disregarded Peter's look and inquired about Hallie's achievements over the past few hours. Hallie's face gleamed with excitement. The shift in his demeanor towards Peter, from condescension to camaraderie, indicated considerable success. Indeed, when he presented the map detailing the location of the gold mine, Rog was taken aback. Chapter 25. Clearing the bandits. He had always assumed that Tywin had bestowed upon him a rather inconsequential mining territory, never anticipating such a delightful surprise would manifest so suddenly. Alternatively, it may be the rudimentary exploration techniques of this world that have bestowed upon Rog an unexpected bounty. The schematics depict 8 small gold deposits and 2 large ones. While the former may seem insufficient when considered individually, their sheer number compensates for this shortcoming. The latter, however, is unequivocally a harbinger of wealth. Yet, while fortune may be within reach, the costs associated with such endeavors are bound to escalate correspondingly. The locations of the 2 large deposits are quite precarious, situated near vital water sources. Should large-scale mining commence, these water sources would inevitably be compromised, and Rog is reluctant to transform verdant landscapes into desolate, gaping mines. Thus, he resolves to primarily focus his mining efforts on the 8 small deposits. This approach not only allows for resource generation, but also circumvents unnecessary disputes and surveillance. The wealth derived from the small deposits may yield modest gains, but lacks sustainability. As long as Rog refrains from revealing all 8 small deposits at once, he can effectively manage the surface-level gold reserves of Castmere. Meanwhile, the efforts of Harlan and Wolf to eradicate the bandits have not unfolded as smoothly as anticipated. These wretched moles are exceptionally adept at concealing themselves. Castmere, with its mountainous terrain and dense forests, has gone unmanaged for many years, resulting in numerous unauthorized mining tunnels. The bandits have ingeniously connected these tunnels to create a seamless underground passage. Given the vastness of the tunnels, their limited manpower renders their attempts at apprehending anyone within somewhat quixotic. Regardless of Harlan and Wolf's strength, once the adversaries retreat into the tunnels, capturing them becomes exceedingly challenging. Wolf, inherently earnest, was provoked by the despicable words of the foe, and his temper flared. Had it not been for the calm and astute intervention of Harlan, their mission would have faltered before yielding any results, a scenario Harlan is keen to avoid. Harlan, allow me to lead a team inside. We must crush these shameless moles. Patience. Wolf, do you have any bright ideas? Wolf, aware of Harlan's capabilities, understood why the Lord had entrusted command to the somewhat less formidable Harlan. Wolf, do you recall Lord Devon recounting the tale of how Lord Tywin subdued the Reyes family? Wolf, no fool, grasped the essence of the story, though not entirely. Harlan, our numbers are insufficient to seal off the mine, and our resources are hardly optimal. No, we possess suitable resources, Harlan declared, brandishing a sword and severing a nearby branch. Though the mine is labyrinthine, the exits are limited, and their preparations cannot compare to those of the Reyes family. We are not Duke Tywin, blessed with ample manpower. However, we can utilize local materials to create smoke that will drive these moles out. Such a vast area, is that feasible? Wolf expressed his skepticism, having glimpsed the considerable space within the mine. Relying solely on smoke appeared to be of little effect. It is imperative that we proceed. For this is the sole course of action available to us, and currently, it is the most advantageous. If we had an abundance of personnel, we could afford to do otherwise. However, at this moment, we cannot afford to lose a single individual. This is the first task entrusted to us by our superiors, laden with symbolic significance, and we must not falter. Harlan's earnestness deeply moved Wolf, who had not considered this perspective. Given the current state of their territory, any misstep was unacceptable. Soon, the soldiers, following Harlan's directives, began to pile damp branches and leaves outside the entrances of the mines, their aim being to maximize the production of thick smoke. Additionally, they sealed the surrounding areas with mud. Their objective was to significantly deplete the air within the mine, without necessitating a complete blockage. Next, they organized personnel to keep watch. Should anyone emerge, they would eliminate them without hesitation. It soon became evident that Harlan's strategy was effective. The dense smoke was deliberately blown into the mine. Initially, there was little reaction, but as time passed, the bandits within began to sense something amiss. The dark mine already suffered from a lack of oxygen, and with the entrance obstructed, they required both air and light. When the oil lamps extinguished unexpectedly, darkness enveloped them entirely. The terror of the abyss caused the already tense bandits to panic. Before they could devise a countermeasure, their anxiety led to casualties. Damn it! Someone has intruded. Stay calm. Who acted? In that moment, trust eroded among them. Armed with their weapons, they struck out in every direction. The bandits, feeling pain, naturally retaliated. Stop! We haven't heard footsteps. They haven't entered. Stay close to the walls to avoid friendly fire. Some among the bandits retained clarity, but in such an oxygen-deprived environment, how long could they remain coherent? Soon enough, they felt their limbs growing weak and their minds clouding. The resolute among them still attempted to crawl towards the exit, yet without any means of illumination, their efforts were futile. Minutes passed in silence within the mine. Outside, Wolf paced anxiously. Harlan's countenance darkened. He too was uncertain of the ultimate outcome of their plan. If no signs of life emerged before darkness fell, he would be compelled to take action. Suddenly, Wolf approached Harlan, his expression grave. Are we to wait indefinitely? What if they escape through another route? No one can guarantee that the mine lacks an exit we are unaware of. Harlan, upon hearing this, found his composure waning. He had become too fixated on the immediate circumstances, neglecting the pre-existing conditions. We will wait 10 more minutes, then we will enter. Harlan, every additional minute spent waiting is a waste. But if we enter now, we too will be in peril. The air in the mine has been nearly depleted. We must wait for 10 minutes to allow for air circulation before it is safe for us to enter. Harlan found himself in a state of resignation. At this juncture, all he could do was implore the 7 gods for their favor, hoping that the band of mountain thieves he encountered were nothing more than simpletons. 10 minutes later, Harlan took the lead, torch in hand, and ventured into the depths of the dimly lit mine, rekindling the illumination at intervals. After traversing several tunnels, he had yet to encounter a single brigand, which deeply dampened his spirits. He feared he might disappoint his lord. Fortunately, the 7 gods seemed to have bestowed their grace upon him. Just as he was about to enter the next tunnel, a soldier under his command caught a glimpse of something unusual. Lord Harlan, there appears to be a shadow over there. Upon hearing this, Harlan immediately turned his gaze in that direction. Indeed, there was a figure, hidden in the mine's obscure corner, its dim lighting making it difficult to discern. As he cautiously directed his torch toward it, a concealed space was fully revealed. The shadow the soldier had spotted was not a true figure, but rather a rock formation resembling a human shape. Harlan scrutinized the corpse before him, his anxious heart finally easing somewhat. Yet, he remained acutely aware of the lurking dangers. You all, advance together, maintain your coordination. Should you detect any signs of resistance from the target, immediately alert your comrades. Leave no one behind. Eliminate them all. Chapter 26. Utilizing everyone's strengths. Harlan's ruthless tactics caught the bandits off guard. At that moment, they were indeed feigning death, but it was a strategy born of necessity. Their bodies incapable of swift movement. Before the soldiers, well-prepared and resolute, one by one, the brigands were dispatched. Harlan remained vigilant, observing every move of the enemy. And only after confirming their demise did he finally exhale in relief. With their deaths confirmed, he continued his search for any remaining brigands. In stark contrast to Harlan's success, Wolf was experiencing considerable discomfort. He had inspected several tunnels without spotting a single bandit. It's hopeless. I've wasted precious time. I wonder how Harlan is faring. Despite Wolf's seemingly simple demeanor, he was quite astute, having noticed details that Harlan overlooked. Fortunately, the intelligence of these bandits was quite average. They had left no escape route and were swiftly eradicated by Harlan. What sheer luck! Who could argue otherwise? As evening fell, Rog hosted a grand bonfire feast for everyone, celebrating the contributions made by Harlan and his companions towards their territory. As they feasted on lamb chops and danced, it was hard to imagine such camaraderie occurring between nobility and commoners. This was particularly bewildering for Tywin, who was experiencing such a banquet for the first time. He found it incomprehensible. Shouldn't the nobility embody grace and dignity? Did those lowly commoners truly deserve to share a feast with them? This was an affront to the aristocracy and a disrespect to the king. My lord, we should not be mingling with them. In the realm of literary discourse, we ponder the query, with whom ought we to associate? Rog raised his goblet in a gesture of camaraderie towards Tywin, who reciprocated the gesture. It is my belief that nobility should distinguish itself from the common folk. After all, we are of noble lineage. Tywin found himself momentarily at a loss to articulate his thoughts, yet the term nobility undeniably encapsulates everything. Indeed, we are nobles, but first and foremost, we are human. Coexisting with others should not be deemed inappropriate. Elevation in status does not inherently confer true nobility. Tywin, at times, you must immerse yourself among the populace, relinquishing your noble identity and embracing the essence of an ordinary individual. This notion is rather perplexing and difficult for me to comprehend. My lord, you ought to recognize that you too are a member of the aristocracy. It is your noble status that compels the commoners to heed your call. Otherwise, no one would regard the opinions of a mere commoner. Precisely, that is my intent. Tywin, you have misconstrued my meaning. I urge you to engage with the people to better understand their needs. When you can truly perceive their desires, you shall know how to fulfill them, thus achieving mastery over all. Such profound wisdom comes as a tremendous shock to Tywin's understanding. Perhaps, throughout his education, he has only been taught a rigid hierarchical perspective, failing to grasp the truth that one must first give in order to receive. Coercion and plunder are fleeting. Only through diligent labor can one attain lasting success. I seem to grasp the concept, yet I also feel perplexed, remarked Tywin. Nevertheless, these matters are of little consequence. Come, let us drink. To drink. In contrast to the cerebral strategies of governance, Tywin prefers to indulge in the rich, velvety liquid before him. The desires of the common folk are simple. Even the loftiest ambition merely amounts to aspiring to be a lowly noble. The sacrifices they make far outweigh the rewards they receive. Rog does not consider himself a saint. While he enjoys the conveniences afforded by his noble status, he is inevitably bound to protect the interests of the aristocracy. Yet, perhaps he exhibits a degree of compassion surpassing that of his peers. As the revelry began to dwindle, Rog took his leave from the banquet. Not far from the wooden abode, a private sanctuary, specifically tailored for the esteemed count, awaited him. In truth, it was merely a relatively opulent dwelling. In contrast to the crowded hall, this space was a significant improvement. Plush carpets, a comfortable bed, and a dedicated chamber for receiving guests adorned the setting. My lord, hailed the sentinel Halai. Summoned Peter. Due to Halai's commendable capabilities, Rog officially integrated him and his contingent into his count's guard. Amidst the jubilant crowd, Peter was rather unceremoniously extracted by Halai, who grumbled along the way, clearly displeased. Rog's expression darkened. It appears you still have a penchant for seeking fortune, he remarked, causing Peter's demeanor to shift instantaneously. Esteemed Count, Peter was merely overwhelmed with excitement. I implore you not to take offense. Hallie, please forgive Peter's unintentional misstep. He was simply too exuberant. Hallie had no intention of reprimanding him. He is well aware of your favorable disposition towards him. Enough of this. Rog waved his hand, prompting Hallie to turn and depart. My lord, are you indeed preparing to entrust Peter with a grand endeavor? Peter's reaction was swift. He articulated the purpose of his visit even before Rog could utter a word. Observing this, Rog dispensed with pleasantries. I require a substantial population. You can surely deduce the reasons. Should you accomplish this task for me, you may venture eastward. Truly? That is splendid news. The inherent tendencies of a merchant dictate that Peter cannot linger by my side for long. To fully harness his potential, he must be allowed the freedom to roam. Peter was elated. However, merchants are notoriously astute. My lord, what financial backing can you provide? What funds? My lord, you wouldn't expect me to embark on this endeavor unarmed, would you? Is this not your forte? One moment, he was in paradise. The next, he was cast back into hell. Peter could scarcely believe it. The esteemed and seemingly magnanimous Lord Rog was being so miserly with him. With a woeful expression, Peter lamented, My lord, I have uncovered numerous gold mines for you without demanding a single coin in recompense. If you are ungrateful, that is one matter. But now you expect me to approach other lords empty-handed? Is this not pushing Peter to the brink of despair? Are you not a master of commerce? Even a master cannot conjure something from nothing. Are you implying it is impossible? It is not impossible. It is simply unfeasible. Very well then, my lord. I do not require much. A mere 10 or 20,000 gold coins will suffice, and I assure you I will return with ample population. Starting tomorrow, I shall have Hallie safeguard you. Safeguard? My benevolent Lord Rog, I extend my sincerest apologies for my earlier impoliteness. There is no need for such formality. The journey ahead is fraught with peril, and with Hallie's protection, I feel reassured. I am grateful once more. Indeed. Remember to clearly mark all concealed mining sites in the Western Territory. Of course, if you possess the capability to also identify those in the riverlands and the valleys, wait. My lord, mark the mining sites? Indeed, marking the sites incurs no cost, and I shall cover all your expenses along the way, even in advance. As he spoke, Rog retrieved a gold coin from his pocket and tossed it to Peter. At that moment, Peter felt overwhelmed with despair. Even his fondness for gold did not alleviate his dismay regarding that singular, burdensome coin. To venture to the homes of other lords to mark treasures could cost him dearly. He now comprehended that Lord Rog was compelling him to accept this first task. Otherwise, he would have to accompany Hallie to mark the mining sites. No, he resolutely refused to do so. I, Peter, aspire to become a great merchant, not a stealthy miner lurking beneath the feet of other lords. Chapter 27 My lord. Must we really go? Peter inquired. You have to choose. Either go find someone obediently or become a slacker. When Rog spoke of the latter, his tone bore an unmistakable hint of menace. He had no desire to engage in further conversation with Peter. My lord, could you not offer even a modicum of convenience? I, Peter, represent your esteemed visage. If I am shamed, does it not reflect upon you as well? Huh, who claims you are mine? My lord, you cannot be serious. Very well, take this as your capital. If with this, you cannot accomplish your task, then you shall dutifully serve as a miner. Rog tossed a small vial of pills to Peter. Peter curiously examined the vial, finding nothing remarkable about it. He looked at Rog, bewildered. Rog gave him a knowing glance, one that any man would understand, and Peter instantly comprehended. Ahem, this effect will at least ensure you do not betray anyone. With this assurance, Peter's spirits lifted, shedding his previous fatigue. My lord, I assure you I shall complete the task. Peter, I expect to see results within a week. That is feasible. I shall take my leave. Upon hearing this, Peter hurriedly departed, likely not to return for a while. Early the next morning, Harley informed him that Peter had left with several vassals. Rog did not inquire further, merely advising Harley that if Peter sought his assistance in the future, he need not be notified for trivial matters. He still held high hopes for Peter's capabilities. Ding! You have received one advanced talent card and one night card. A splendid day begins with the opening of cards. Ding! You have used the advanced talent card and obtained the character Fat Cat, Chef. At the moment Fat Cat appeared, Rog thought he must be hallucinating. The character was not of Western descent, but bore the unmistakable features of an Eastern visage, evoking a sense of kinship within him. My lord, henceforth, I shall take charge of the kitchen, ensuring your daily happiness. Very well, you shall handle the cooking. Feel free to allocate personnel as needed. And if you encounter difficulties, consult Harley. If he cannot resolve it, then you may come to me. Fat Cat understands. Rog entrusted Fat Cat to Harley, instructing him to convey the recent appointments. He also used the night card, selecting Harley as its recipient. As his captain of the guard, a certain level of capability was essential. In the ensuing days, Rog seized the opportunity to use the recruitment card once more, enhancing the defensive forces of his territory. Under his firm guidance, Castlemate gradually returned to its rightful path. In Cayenne City, it became increasingly common for ravens to frequent the Duke Tywin's study. During these times, Captain Villar believed it to be when the Duke was in his most favorable mood. for he could occasionally hear the Duke's laughter from outside the door, a phenomenon that had not occurred since the passing of Lady Joanna. This piqued Villar's curiosity as to who could bring such uncharacteristic joy to the usually stoic Lord Tywin. It was not until one fateful day, when Tywin, in a fit of anger, expelled the imp, that he realized the person who pleased the Lord more than his own son was none other than the recently ennobled Count of Casterly Rock, Roga Greyfrost. Roga? The Count of Casterly Rock, the champion of the tournament? A person I could never hope to rival? What an enviable stroke of fortune! The speaker was a diminutive dwarf, whose golden hair did little to enhance his appearance. Rather, his grotesque visage rendered him even more difficult to behold. Clad in a splendid ermine coat, adorned with opulent decorations that seemed to mock him, he nonetheless hailed from the illustrious Lannister lineage, a heritage that many envied. Despite his repugnant demeanor, rudeness, and sharp tongue, none dared to lay a hand on him, for he was Tywin's son, and the Lannisters always repay their debts. Tyrion lacked the one thing he desired most in life, fortune. From the moment of his birth, misfortune had set him on a path divergent from that of his siblings. His father, enraged by the death of his mother during childbirth, directed his anger towards him. As he matured, misfortune bestowed upon him a visage and stature that alienated him from the norm. He was burdened with derogatory titles such as the imp and the dwarf. Yet, in a rare display of restraint, his father, who typically prioritized family honor, refrained from harsh treatment, instead instructing him to avoid public appearances to spare the Lannister name from disgrace. He yearned for freedom, for familial affection, for the love he so desired, wishing for the day when he could enjoy a life akin to that of ordinary men. Yet, misfortune twisted his aspirations into despair. His sister loathed him, his brother deceived him, and his father repeatedly dismissed him. Now, he had been cast out, expelled from the family castle by the very Duke he once admired. Helpless, he could do nothing but acquiesce to this unjust fate, striving to adapt and comply. Though he often displayed a facade of debauchery and shamelessness, it was merely an expression of his yearning for attention. He believed that one day, he would earn his father's recognition. It was only when he overheard his father's praise for a stranger that Tyrion came to understand that his father was not inherently harsh. He was simply uniquely severe towards him. Tyrion felt a pang of both envy and jealousy as he contemplated the nature of Villar Roga Greyfrost, the one who had captured their father's esteem. Villar pondered for a moment before replying, "I am merely the captain of the Lord's Guard. What he thinks is beyond my knowledge. However, I do know that Count Roga is the only individual of such significance to the Lord thus far." The notion of significance, as it could be applied to his father, stirred a sense of inexplicable sorrow within Tyrion. He suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to meet the other party. Tentatively, he suggested, "Let us not go to King's Landing, but to Casterly Rock. My lord, escorting you to King's Landing is a direct order from your guardian, and Villar has no choice in the matter." Villar cast a sharp glance at Tyrion, harboring a less than favorable impression of the young lord. Nevertheless, he maintained a modicum of respect, albeit one rooted in Lord Tywin's authority. Very well. Tyrion's hopes, which had just been kindled, plummeted once more. He was acutely aware that none of his desires would be acknowledged. That cursed King's Landing was the last place he wished to visit. What he longed for was Casterly Rock, the site of his father's legendary acclaim, a place he yearned to explore, to discern what extraordinary qualities the Earl of Rog had that could capture his father's cold-hearted attention. Alas, he could only entertain these thoughts in the recesses of his mind. He had never desired to visit a place so fervently. The horses quickened their pace, and he understood this as Villar's warning. Being a dwarf, he could ill afford the injuries that would accompany a fall from his steed. He could only gaze longingly towards the direction of the place he wished to go, even if it was misguided. Chapter 28. The Raven's Letter. Casterly Rock. Rog realized that the development of his territory was lagging far behind his aspirations. The inadequate infrastructure left him feeling helpless, bored and restless. He found himself relegated to training and patrolling with Harlan and the others. In this moment, Rog felt a twinge of longing for his little maid. If Anna were here, he would surely not feel so dreary. Surrounded by these intellectually robust men, the very scent of their sweat was nearly overwhelming. Fortunately, the so-called seven gods finally deemed it fit to bestow a blessing upon him. "My lord, a letter has arrived from Cliffside." Rog took the letter, the wax seal emblazoned with the sigil of House Westerling. Curiosity piqued, he considered that his only acquaintance with the Westerling family was young Jenny, making it unlikely that such a letter could have originated from her. Only Earl Gavin possessed the standing to dispatch such correspondence. With a mix of intrigue and uncertainty, he opened the envelope. Inside, there was nothing particularly remarkable, merely a sheet of paper filled to the brim with writing. As he perused its contents, Rog's expression grew increasingly peculiar. This letter was rather irreverent. To be precise, old Gavin was somewhat unseemly. Having met Earl Gavin before, Rog could not ascertain his exact age, but he could make a rough estimation based on appearances. He must be at least in his 60s or 70s. Perhaps that sounds exaggerated, yet in a world reminiscent of medieval Europe, people aged quickly and had shorter lifespans. To reach the age of 50 or 60 was considered quite an achievement. Earl Gavin appeared quite aged, sporting a grizzled beard and a face lined with wrinkles. Standing beside young Jenny, they resembled not a father and daughter, but rather a grandfather and granddaughter. The image of the elderly Count Gavin is one that Rog does not wish to associate with the youthful pleasures of entertainment, as such activities seem rather extreme to the Count. A moment's carelessness could lead one to meet the seven gods. In a letter, Count Gavin expressed a fervent desire for a certain drug, prompting Rog to immediately think of its originator. While this development was within Rog's expectations, he did not foresee that Count Gavin would be the first to seek him out. In the letter, the Count conveyed a deep yearning, even offering a considerable sum of gold in exchange for this miraculous substance. That cursed Peter had even given it an exaggerated name, Hero. It is evident what his true intentions were in naming it, allowing these aging nobles to display their heroic prowess on another battlefield. What a talent that man is. This elixir must be an irresistible temptation for those elderly aristocrats who feel powerless. Rog could easily surmise that Peter had likely been welcomed as a distinguished guest by those nobles, possibly even endorsed by them. These individuals would consider employing dubious methods, yet they would weigh their options carefully. Most importantly, they are in need of these miraculous heroes. Rog had never personally experienced the effects of the drug known as Hero, but he had heard from others that it was remarkably potent, provided one does not exceed the dosage or use it continuously. Its effects are impressive and it poses minimal side effects. This might explain the allure of the substance in Count Gavin's eyes. Naturally, Rog had no intention of acquiescing to the Count's demands. The rarity of a prized commodity only enhances its value. Having entrusted the matter to Peter, he did not plan to interfere. He even delayed his response to the letter. Patience was key. It was not until he received Peter's correspondence, along with numerous letters from surrounding nobles, that he realized his esteemed reputation was on the verge of being tarnished by that wretched merchant. Ever since those nobles had indulged in Hero, they had spoken of it in nothing but glowing terms. That damnable swindler Peter seized the opportunity to profit immensely, leaving without so much as a word. His destination was clear, the 9 free trade city-states to the east. If fleeing were not enough, he had left Rog with a heavy burden, a chorus of male nobles clamoring for the drug. Damn, Rog found himself regretting not placing constraints on Peter. Although Peter had exceeded expectations in completing the task assigned to him, dealing with these insatiable nobles was proving to be exceedingly vexing. As for the drug, he now had no intention of selling it. While it may be effective, its addictive nature was a cause for concern. If those nobles were to succumb to their pleasures and meet their demise, the consequences would fall upon him. Selling such a substance could yield profit, but at the cost of his reputation. Rog, at this point, had decided to disavow any knowledge of Peter, the so-called hero, or any related matters. As for the individuals Peter had sent, he accepted them without hesitation, swift as lightning. Upon entering his own territory, there is no rationale for pushing outward. Throughout the entire affair, the nobles, led by Count Gavin, did not suffer losses. They merely endured the distress of addiction to a certain miraculous elixir. Seeking a resolution from Rog, yet fearing for their reputations, they ultimately chose to remain silent. However, clandestinely, letters continued to arrive, all of which Rog chose to ignore. Rog is now wholly devoted to the development of his domain, and with thousands of new subjects arriving from other territories, the construction of his castle progresses remarkably well. Moreover, perhaps due to the abundance of provisions, some vagrants have voluntarily joined the Castim territory, eager to be part of this community. After all, in this place, as long as one works, there is food to eat and no taxes to pay, truly an ideal place to reside. More importantly, they can seize numerous opportunities unattainable elsewhere. For instance, they may pledge allegiance to Count Rog and become soldiers of the Greyfoss family, or they might labor to secure their sustenance, earning corresponding rewards and attaining the status of first-class tax farmers. Such prospects of survival, stability, and the chance to gain honor are inconceivable in other locales. Rog has categorized his subjects into several major trades: builders, miners, tax farmers, and merchants. The first 2 are currently critical to his endeavors, while the latter 2 will gradually become more integrated. Tax farmers refer to those farmers and fruit growers willing to cultivate. At this stage, no taxes are collected, and they can rent tools and livestock from the Lord, which is part of Rog's encouragement strategy. In this era, food is fundamental. He cannot deprive people of the opportunity to sow their staple crops for the sake of mining. As for merchants, the primary trade is currently conducted by the Lord, focusing on taverns and restaurants. Fat Cat's prowess has earned Rog's recognition. Opening a restaurant or tavern poses no challenge. The plain bread and watery soup pale in comparison to the exquisite culinary delights such as egg-fried rice, beef noodles, meat and bread, and braised pork from the illustrious Uchiha cuisine. The allure of fine food has allowed Rog to amass considerable wealth, ensuring a steady flow of gold into his coffers, which not only remains intact, but also grows daily. He has constructed his castle, built walls, acquired people, and generated profits, leading to the flourishing of his entire domain. His army has expanded from an initial 100 men to 2,000, with ongoing recruitment efforts. However, the pace of armor and weaponry supply is relatively slow. John finds himself increasingly busy, with his apprentices filling the ironworks. Witnessing the thriving aspect of his territory, Rog can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This count can certainly be deemed worthy of the title. Chapter 29. Cunning strategies. Nevertheless, the current achievements are far from sufficient. Military preparedness is one aspect. Food storage is another. Intelligence and communication with other lords are also crucial. His rise has been too swift, so smooth that he fails to perceive any threats. On the surface, it appears as though Tywin is shielding him from above. In truth, the individual he must guard against the most is Tywin. Not long ago, his father-in-law, Stannis, sent a raven bearing the latest news from King's Landing. Upon the drunken king's return to the capital, he began to seek loans from the Lannisters, requesting an astronomical sum of 500,000 gold coins. This staggering figure left Rog utterly astounded. He had anticipated that Tywin would refuse, yet to his surprise, the latter acquiesced. However, the burden would not solely rest upon Tywin's shoulders or that of his family. The nobles of the Westerlands would be called upon to share this weight. Tywin did not explicitly state this, but instead, he distributed a copy of Robert's letter to every lord in the Westerlands, particularly targeting those families that possessed gold mines within their domains. Rog, due to his connection with Stannis, received this communication through the latter. Stannis advised that contributions should be made within one's means, assuring Rog that Lord Tywin would understand his recent difficulties. Rog, however, contemplated providing substantial support to demonstrate his loyalty, while maintaining a balance, neither setting a precedent nor appearing overly generous, as the latter might suggest sycophancy. He resolved to act without seeking accolades, believing that this would reveal his distinctiveness. In the Westerlands, he greatly needed a formidable ally like Tywin to offer him protection and comfort. This sum of money could be perceived as a tribute or as a necessary means of preserving relationships among powerful figures. To this end, he planned to personally escort the funds and visit Tywin once more. However, before his visit, an unexpected twist occurred. A long-absent maid and cook had returned. The inner keep, designated for the Earl's rest, was now completed, sparing Rog the discomfort of sleeping in a makeshift tent outdoors. The affairs of the territory were running smoothly, devoid of any adverse factors, prompting him to have the people from Wartoft move over. Old Vard, a loyal noble steward, was tasked with organizing the wedding arrangements. The arrival of the young maid, Anna, alleviated his boredom. He found himself yearning for the red bean pie made by Ilana, having not tasted it in quite some time. The old Bad and his crew were proficient farmers, and Castamere provided ample opportunity for them to showcase their skills. In the study, he greeted his steward warmly. "It has been a while. My dear steward, how fare thee?" "All is well, my lord. It brings me indescribable joy to see you." Old Vard felt a swell of pride upon seeing Rog, who had accomplished what had eluded Lord Ron. This was a unique honor belonging to the Greyfoss family. And how could Old Vard not be elated? Little did he know, there was more good news to come. "Old Vard, I need you to commence preparations immediately for the wedding between myself and the Lannister family at the end of the month." The mention of the Lannister family initially startled Old Vard, but soon ecstasy took hold. This news was no less significant to him than the previous, and perhaps even more so. To be precise, this pertains to the wedding of Ser Steffan Lannister's two daughters, Shireen Lannister and Myrcella Lannister. Lord Tywin has ensured that the reputation of House Lannister resonates throughout Westeros. Yet this familiarity is merely superficial. An old steward like Maester Varys, who has spent many years within the castle, may not be acquainted with every member of the Lannister family. Noticing Maester Varys' confusion, Roga elucidated the connection between his father-in-law and Tywin. "Ser Steffan's sister is Lady Joanna." "Joanna? The very Joanna?" Maester Varys inhaled sharply. If that is the case, Roga's betrothed indeed possesses a notable lineage. It is no wonder that Roga has been bestowed the title of Earl of Casterly Rock by Lord Tywin. Maester Vardes promptly assured that he would execute the arrangement splendidly, ensuring that the Greyfrost family would not be brought to shame. Well, as you are new here, feel free to inquire about anything unfamiliar with Harlan. By the way, the sister's brother, Devon, is also within the territory. If there is anything that needs discussing, you may consult him as well. I shall soon visit Casterly Rock to see Lord Tywin, and will also meet with Ser Stefan to discuss the wedding details. You simply need to prepare in advance. We will finalize the specifics upon my return. Very well, my lord. Maester Vardes, filled with determination, wasted no time and immediately commenced preparations as instructed. At that moment, Anna, who had been waiting outside, entered with a nervous demeanor, holding a cup of tea for disguise. Her gaze, tinged with a hint of trepidation, resembled that of a small kitten abandoned by its owner, yearning for affection while also hoping to be cradled. Our protagonist, Lord Roga, feigned busyness with affairs, yet had been attentively observing the pitiable little maid's every move. My lord, Anna whispered, but when she noticed that the once fond Roga did not even lift his head, she persisted, calling out, my lord, just as she thought she had disturbed him. The familiar tone that reached her ears caused her taut heartstrings to finally unravel. How is it that after only a few days apart, my lord seems older? Gazing at the teasing expression on Roga's face, Anna realized he was merely jesting and had not forgotten her at all. She immediately felt a wave of grievance, and tears began to fall unbidden. Observing this, Roga stood up to scrutinize the maid's attire for the day. She had clearly put in effort. Adorned in the maid's outfit he had gifted her, impeccably maintained without a single wrinkle. Enough, I was only teasing you, my dear maid. If you cry any further, I shall be displeased, he said, finding her sorrowful demeanor irresistibly endearing. Upon hearing her lord's words, Anna quickly stifled her tears, gazing at him with eager anticipation. The pair of eloquent, beautiful eyes seemed to yearn for an embrace. Rog did not move, yet his gaze revealed an unmistakable intensity. Rather than feeling discomfort, Anna found herself filled with joy, realizing that Master Rog still held affection for her. Unable to resist the allure of his favor, she willingly surrendered herself into his arms. Master, how heartless you are. Are you truly oblivious to Anna's feelings? As she inhaled the familiar, intoxicating scent that clung to him, Anna felt her heart, which had been so restless for days, finally find solace. Suddenly, he embraced her, and as his warm, reassuring hand glided down her spine, a shiver coursed through her. The longing she had harbored for him transformed into a warm current, soothing her anxious heart. Master, I truly miss you. Anna fervently expressed her love for him. In that moment, her tender gaze conveyed an unending affection intertwined with a tantalizing desire. Rog, too, was moved by this heartfelt scene, and the emotions he had suppressed for so long became uncontrollable. His breath grew heavy, his eyes smoldering with intensity. He could no longer maintain his gentleness. Chapter 30. Inspection. Have you considered doing anything else? What do you mean, master? Like what Oldvar does. Anna had not thought about it, but if it pleased the master, she would comply. Come, take a walk with me. He disliked such passive requests, for he did not wish for those around him to become mere automatons, obediently following orders. Rising, Rog accepted the towel from Anna's mother, carefully wiping his hands. Once the task was complete, Anna followed closely behind, ever ready to assist. Rog did not correct her. In his view, maids like Anna seemed to inherently understand their purpose from birth. To forcibly alter their ingrained habits would only invite unnecessary complications in the future. In truth, Rog had never contemplated changing the current aristocratic system. Social hierarchies, though despised by the free, were nevertheless coveted and pursued by all. He was merely a common man wishing to live his life well. The only change he could effect was to improve the living conditions of his impoverished subjects. As for altering their thoughts, that was a consideration he had yet to entertain. He understood that to change them ultimately meant changing himself. At most, within his capacity, he aimed to eliminate some of the more vulgar and inhumane customs. Such seemingly simple efforts were regarded as remarkable deeds in the eyes of his subjects. As the development of the territory began to progress smoothly, an increasing number of imperfections began to surface. For instance, the indiscriminate disposal of waste has rendered the ground utterly filthy, while a foul stench lingers in the air. To avert the incursion of disease, numerous subjects refrained from bathing for extended periods, including the soldiers. The improper use of domestic water is evident, as the same stream is contaminated by both consumption and waste disposal, with pollution occurring upstream while downstream residents continue to utilize the tainted water. Upon discovering these issues, Rog promptly instructed Philip to implement renovations, constructing dedicated drainage and sewage systems, and enacting stringent laws prohibiting residents from discarding waste at their doorsteps. Any stains must be cleaned immediately, or a fine will be imposed. Subsequently, he undertook a comprehensive transformation of the primary water sources within the territory, ensuring convenient access for residents while safeguarding public water from contamination. He also aspired to transform what appeared to be waste into valuable resources, yet his limited capacity, coupled with the busy schedules of the subjects, forced him to temporarily set aside this endeavor. As for bathing, Rog refrained from employing overly forceful measures, opting instead to lead by example, believing that no one would resist the joy of bathing. He spent the morning exploring unfinished constructions with Anna, who followed dutifully without complaint, observing her young master as he engaged in conversation with the subjects. He also interacted with a noble named Tywin. Later, Anna learned that this noble was the brother of the noble lady whom her master was to marry. "My lord, I believe it is a waste to keep me here. Philip is more than sufficient," she remarked. "If not, you could utilize Robert. I find his abilities quite commendable." Rog acknowledged Tywin's words, aware of Robert's capabilities, and understood that someone of Tywin's temperament could only endure the demanding conditions of the construction site for a limited duration. Any longer might lead to complications. Thus, he readily consented to Tywin's request to depart. "Where do you wish to go?" "Back to Cayenne City, brother-in-law." He jested. "Well, as a joke, if you are willing, you may assist Harlan in training new recruits." "No, I wish to recruit soldiers anew and train them myself. I mean independently. I want to prove myself." Rog harbored no doubts regarding Tywin's ulterior motives. His intentions were transparent. Although he did not exhibit unwavering loyalty, he was not a mere sycophant either. For nobles of Tywin's age, the desire to establish one's worth is particularly compelling. "Very well. I shall allocate you a squad of 100 men. "Thank you, brother-in-law. The weapons and equipment should be the same as theirs. However, it must be done according to the rules." "Understood. Brother-in-law, I shall take my leave." Tywin mounted his horse and departed swiftly from the tedious supervisory role. Compared to the envied leisure of others, he preferred the company of soldiers engaged in daily training. "My lord, is he truly a noble? He seems a bit foolish." "Ha ha. Indeed, he is a noble, a member of the Lannister family." Anna found it difficult to comprehend why one would neglect the ease and comfort of leisure to join those soldiers who tirelessly trained from dawn till dusk. In her recollection, aside from her young master, she had not encountered any other nobleman who conducted himself in such a manner. However, that was not entirely accurate. Her young master, too, preferred the solitude of his study or the act of overseeing affairs more often than not. Though somewhat tedious, Anna found a unique allure in her master's handling of governmental matters. "My lord, we should return now." "Come, our Anna is quite fatigued," she suggested. "Not at all," he retorted playfully. "Very well, it seems the young master is the one who is weary." In the afternoon, Rog examined all mining records since the commencement of operations. The extraction of gold was progressing remarkably well, yielding between 5,000 and 10,000 coins daily. Over time, excluding the coins yet to be minted, there was nearly 250,000 gold coins accumulated. He intended to allocate 100,000 coins to support Tywin, each coin weighing 10 units, thus amounting to 2,000 pounds in total. With each crate designed to hold 20 pounds, he would require 100 such crates. The only transport available was the cart, which had an optimal carrying capacity of approximately 300 to 400 pounds. Therefore, he needed to prepare 4 sturdy carts, preferably drawn by pairs of horses. He could not guarantee that the journey would be devoid of complications, but aimed to minimize any potential issues. Consequently, he resolved to personally lead a contingent of 200 men, both for security and to showcase his strength. Should any unruly elements arise, the 1,800 standing troops under his command would ensure they learned their place. The Grievous family had never shied away from provocation. Honor, after all, was something that required blood to be redeemed. "My lord, do you not think this approach is rather ostentatious?" one inquired. "Not quite. If I dispatched all the ravens before setting out, that would indeed be flamboyant." "Alas, that would be too much to waste," he replied. "Do you not understand?" Anna shook her head, genuinely perplexed. "Ha, then ponder it a bit more. Despite having absorbed so much insight from my master, how is it that your mind remains so unyielding?" Rog expressed his bewilderment. "Insight." Anna pondered earnestly what exactly she had gleaned from her master that could be deemed as such. However, the moment she caught sight of his mischievous grin, clarity dawned upon her. "My lord, are you not aware that such behavior is rather ungentlemanly?" "Oh, does Anna prefer the gentlemanly demeanor of her master?" he teased, then proceeded to perform an exaggerated gentlemanly bow before her. "Beautiful Miss Anna, may I invite you to dance?" In that moment, Anna felt a flutter of excitement, fully aware that it was merely a jest. Yet, she could not resist extending her hand in response. To her delight, Her gesture was reciprocated. "My lord," she exclaimed. "Fear not. Relax a little. Our Anna can certainly embody the role of a noble lady. Treat me as your dance partner." "I'm afraid that's not possible, young master. There is nothing that cannot be done." Without concern for the world around him, Rog grasped Anna's hand and wrapped his arm around her waist, commencing his performance. Dancing, in essence, is a spontaneous expression of emotion, requiring neither intricate movements nor refined techniques. It simply demands adherence to one's innermost feelings. The body's instinct will transform you into a dancer of the soul. Although the study was modest in size, Anna felt as though she were transported to a grand ballroom at that moment. It was a sensation she had never experienced before, exquisite and utterly delightful. As the dance concluded, the emotions between them involuntarily deepened, akin to lovers in the throes of passion, their gazes exchanging tender affections. The enchanting music began to play rhythmically. Anna endeavored to restrain her emotions, wishing to remain strong, yet the melody was too captivating, compelling her to applaud. "You truly are a little sprite. How can you be anything but delightful? The young master should cherish these moments. Perhaps when the lady arrives, you will no longer need Anna. Are you feeling jealous?" "No." Anna simply wonders sound effect. "Do you still feel this way?" Anna affectionately caressed his cheek. "Young master, do you know? At times, you resemble a child. Yet at other moments, you are as intimidating as a lord." It is quite a challenge for Anna to adapt. "Then do take your time to adjust. Young master, behaving this way may lead Anna to bear your child." Anna felt powerless to persuade him, merely wishing for him to comprehend the inherent risks of his actions. "Let it be called bearing a child, then." Rog remained unperturbed. Anna felt a flicker of joy at his words, but her thoughts turned to the lady from House Lannister. An anxiety crept in. The existence of a bastardy was not a matter of pride. She could not convince herself to dismiss her concerns for the children's future. "Do not fret. The Greyfoss family requires as much fresh blood as possible. Should you bear a child for me, I shall not regard him as a bastard. I will nurture each of my children fairly, regardless of whether they come from a wife or a maid." "Really? Young master, you are such a foolish woman." Faced with Anna's silent gratitude, Rog could only respond with fervent enthusiasm. Sound effect, sound effect, sound effect, for reasons unbeknownst to him. He felt an enhancement in his physical vitality. As the indulgent moments came to a close, Rog prepared to set forth to Tywin. Before departing, he decided to initiate a sequence. Ding. You have acquired the character Nord, Financial Master. Ding. You have obtained the ability of possession. This ability is only effective on non-humans, allowing you to envelop its spirit and consciousness to gain control over its entire body. Note: during possession, the death of the possessed can affect the host's mental state. Therefore, it is advisable to avoid immersing oneself in the state of possession to prevent the host from being influenced by the possessed. A financial master? Surprisingly, he is indeed in need of such talent. However, this individual has long been a part of his team. Within the system's vision, Nord is a middle-aged man who has recorded the mining quantities associated with him on several occasions. When he approached Nord, the latter was diligently inventorying the treasury. "Nord." "My lord, Nord is at your service." In an instant, it felt as though he had transformed into a player. The transition was so swift that he found it somewhat disorienting. Yet, this was advantageous, as it spared him unnecessary explanations. Rog straight to the point, directly addressing the purpose of his visit. "Are there any issues concerning finance and accounting?" Nord responded with a confident smile. "My lord, these are Nord's strong suits." Rog nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. From now on, you shall be responsible for all financial and tax matters in Castmere. Remember, you need only answer to me." "Thank you for your trust, my lord. Nord fully understands." "Do well. I have high hopes for you." 3 days later, a formidable group of over 300 departed from the Castmere territory. The procession advanced along a relatively flat mountain path toward the Riverway Boulevard, where danger was minimal once they reached the main road. This route would lead them past the city of Imprint, the domain of the Marblin family. Rog had previously met their patriarch, Daemon Marblin, during his last visit to Lannisport. Moreover, during Rog's need for manpower, Count Daemon had generously provided some affluent subjects, and he had also sent requests for medicine during the ravaging of the crows. Currently, Rog was keen to avoid these old lords and had no intention of lingering within their territory. With the keen eyes of a little falcon, he steered clear of the Marblin cavalry from a distance. "My lord," Hallie inquired, "we could easily travel alongside the Marblin family. This would alleviate some of the defensive pressure." "Do you truly believe that, in the presence of over 200 fully armed cavalrymen, any foolish bandit would dare to attack?" Such audacity was not unheard of. Taking a bold glance at the entirety of the convoy, many bandits would quickly retreat into the woods. They deemed it unwise to provoke such formidable foes, armed only with their ragged gear and a meager number of men, which was tantamount to courting death. On several occasions, Rog had hoped to indulge the oafish members of his crew, but after observing numerous factions, not a single one dared to make a move. Even the little falcon in the sky had begun to grow bored. My lord, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should reach Riverway Boulevard by evening. I leave the vigilance to you. Yes, my lord. Dismounting, Rog entered the carriage. Though equally bumpy, it is still more comfortable than riding a horse. On the other side, the knight who had been waiting for an eternity finally returned to report to his lord. Upon hearing the news, Count Damon wore a look of disappointment. Such a splendid opportunity had been eagerly anticipated. He had prepared a banquet for the evening, intending to regain his former glory. To his dismay, his subordinate knight had failed to encounter Count Roger. Useless. A bunch of inept fools. The route to Kagan City must pass through my branded city. How could they not have received him? It must be that your eyes are blind to the task at hand. My lord, I truly did not see Count Roger's carriage. I believe he must have taken an alternate route. An alternate route? You do not even know the necessary path? You are indeed worthless. The thought of the evening's splendid affair evaporating instantly overwhelmed Count Damon, nearly driving him to the brink of fury. Seven gods, save me. Chapter 32. The thirst for medicine of Count Leo. Roger had not anticipated that someone would think of him to the point of madness. Nor did he foresee that there were always greater mountains beyond. While he was lost in a delightful dream, he was abruptly awakened by hail. My lord, Count Leo has come to pay a visit. Roger's expression darkened. Could he not have waited for a more opportune moment? Without a doubt, this visit was related to the matter concerning Count Damon. However, given that the visitor had come to see him, he felt compelled to meet. As a fellow lord of a gold mine, Count Leo of Golden Tooth City was considerably wealthier than he. Furthermore, as the eastern gateway to the west, Golden Tooth City commanded the essential thoroughfare into the region, and its unique geographical position had garnered the trust of Tywin for the Lannister family. There were indeed many topics for discussion between them, which would be beneficial for him as a newcomer. Count Leo was a robust and upright nobleman, as was his wife. They hailed from the same lineage. In truth, Roger could be considered a relative of the Lannisters, as his mother-in-law, Miranda, was from the Lannister family. Count Roger would likely be heading to Kagan City. Why not take a respite at Golden Tooth City for a night and depart together in the morning? Would that be too much trouble? What are you saying, Count Roger? Do we need to speak of such matters between us? But I do have quite a few people with me. Ha ha ha. Is Count Roger concerned that I cannot accommodate you? Simply enter the city. I assure you will be satisfied. Come now, Count Roger. Count Leo, without a hint of decorum, threw his arm around him as they ambled towards Golden Tooth City. While the small entourage could only follow the arrangements made by Lady Alyssum into the city, it seemed they were entirely unguarded. Nevertheless, Hale remained steadfast in his duty. Armored and vigilant, he would not part with his weapon. Alyssum observed the unwavering soldiers, astonished. The last time she had encountered such disciplined warriors was under Lord Tywin. Knights, once you arrive in Golden Tooth City, rest easy and enjoy the hospitality. Your lord has gone to the banquet. Harley approached with a courteous demeanor, apologizing, my lady. This is Lord Roga's custom, and we have grown accustomed to it. All we require is a spacious area. You are the captain of Lord Roga's personal guard, are you not? The fact that Lord Roga has chosen to retain you indicates his trust in us. Do you not share that trust? Alyssum teased. Of course not. Harley replied. Since that is not the case, please allow me to make the arrangements. Stepping back, he reiterated, it is the master's rule, and I hope my lady will not take offense. I shall speak to your lord. Alyssum asserted. Harley did not object. He was aware that the lord would not acquiesce. After Lady Alyssum departed, he reiterated the master's orders, which all the soldiers echoed before he followed after her. Golden Tooth City was indeed more vibrant than other towns. Though it lacked the maritime merchants of Lannisport, it still welcomed numerous traders who brought fine goods purchased from King's Landing. However, their clientele consisted solely of nobles and wealthy knights. Burly miners sat in humble taverns, sipping cheap ale. Their eyes were dull and lifeless, only flickering with a glimmer of life when the liquid touched their lips. Even this inexpensive brew was a luxury they could seldom afford, often requiring a week's toil to save enough for a single cup. The arrival of Harley and his men sparked a stir among the locals, perhaps due to their well-equipped appearance. They are quite affluent. I hear they hail from the Castamere lands. Their lord is certainly generous. Likely the Earl's guard, they whispered. Their voices barely above a whisper, yet their gazes followed the movement of the carriage. They were all too familiar with the weighty chests, fully stocked and enticing to behold. Were it not for the knights stationed nearby, they might have attempted to seize them. Nevertheless, a few bold individuals dared to stir trouble, only to be swiftly shoved aside by the protective soldiers. "Move away if you wish to live," bellowed one soldier. The disheveled rogue, unexpectedly shoved aside, nearly had his heart seized in terror. Had any knight possessed lesser control over their steed, he might have been trampled. The soldier shot a fierce glare at the restless mercenary at the roadside. Guarding the carriage was his duty, and should the provocateur dare to challenge him further, he would have just cause to strike. "What is happening?" Harley inquired, hastening over upon hearing the commotion from behind. The soldier explained the situation, and Harley too cast a sharp glance at the troublemaker, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He understood well the greed of these men. Had they not been in Golden Tooth City, he might have already acted. "Keep up and safeguard the carriage," he commanded. "Humph, a bunch of mice hiding in armor." "Huh. That is Sir Harley, attendant to Lord Roga." "Roga? Are you speaking of the champion Roga? Who else would I mean? I dream of possessing such a suit of armor. It is said that Lord Rog's domain is in need of miners. Are we courting death? This is Goldtooth City. Count Rog, rest assured in Goldtooth City. There is no need for such caution. By the way, you ought to address me as chieftain. Count Leo, I apologize for the trouble this time. I had hoped for a swift return. Count Rog, there is no need to be overly anxious. Feel free to ask for any assistance. With no war at hand, we can both enjoy ourselves." Seizing the opportunity while Lady Alyssum was absent, Leo hastily expressed his needs. "Ahem, Count Leo, I must admit my confusion." Count Leo's exaggerated expressions were quite comical. However, Rog found himself in a state of exasperation. "Count Leo, can I honestly say that I do not possess that item either? How could that be?" "Count Rog, simply name your price. I am not short of funds." Rog waved his hand dismissively, as he truly had no intention of involving himself in this matter. "How about 1 gold coin per grain?" Count Leo earnestly proposed his offer. Rog remained unmoved, for this was beyond his plans. 2 gold coins for 1 grain. "Please, Count Rog, I would be grateful for even a single grain. Forgive my bluntness, but too much of that substance is detrimental to one's health. 3 gold coins for 1 grain. If that is not acceptable, please state your price. I can afford anything. May I inquire how much Peter sold it to you for per grain?" Upon hearing this, Count Leo pouted, realizing he could not utter falsehoods. As this pertained to his happiness, he extended 2 fingers. 20 gold coins per grain. Rog replied with uncertainty, for according to his calculations, he had given Peter a bottle, which contained 100 grains. "No, it is 200 gold coins per grain. Of course, initially, it was given for free. I did not entirely trust the merchant's words until he mentioned your name, which led me to give it a try. The results were exceptionally good. Rog, do you understand? I am utterly enamored with it. It fulfills all of Alyssam's demands. You cannot fathom how significant this is for me." He struggled to convey that feeling to Rog. Meanwhile, Rog was utterly stunned by the staggering price quoted. At the same time, he grew increasingly furious with Peter's unscrupulous behavior. Damn Peter. To have quietly pocketed such a fortune and slipped away. He thought he had merely earned a fare for the ferry. 200 gold coins for a single grain. 100 grains, what a windfall. A total of 20,000 gold coins. He toiled for half a day at Lannisport just to earn that modest sum. Yet this fellow boasted and sold it effortlessly, reaping the rewards with ease. His heart ached with loss and further solidified his resolve that this potion was not for sale. Perhaps, with the passage of time, its value could even appreciate? But he never intended to sell this item. Chapter 33. The White Raven. Observing the eager expression on Count Leo's face, Rog could not help but convey a harsh yet undeniable truth. The potion in question was indeed not mine. I had merely endorsed that unscrupulous merchant to attract populace to the territory, and reflecting on it now, it is a tale too complicated to recount. What? Count Leo, if you still require such a potion, I fear you must seek that merchant. I have none. Where has he gone? It is said he has journeyed to the eastern free trading city-state. Rog replied with a feigned seriousness. You are not deceiving me, are you? Count Leo's eyes brimmed with disbelief. Rog offered a wry smile, stating, if I possessed such a valuable elixir, I certainly would not hoard it. Ahem, Count Rog. Upon catching the scrutinizing gaze from the other, he promptly asserted that he was still quite young and had no need for such items. I believe you have misunderstood. I meant to inquire if he had gifted you a few. Only then did Rog realize that the merchant had indeed played a clever game of allure, offering free samples that ultimately became the most coveted. He had deftly ensnared the interests of these nobles. No, I have no use for that trinket, and thus did not accept it, Rog declared confidently. Count Leo appeared somewhat unconvinced, yet it seemed futile to dwell on the matter further. The merchant had sailed across the seas. Any further attempts to act would be meaningless. Ahem, Count Leo. While the merchant did offer me something which I declined, he had bestowed other gifts upon others, which I still possess. Originally indifferent, Count Leo was suddenly invigorated upon hearing this. Where's the potion? He gestured eagerly, diving straight to the point. Count Leo, do you not wish to know to whom it was gifted? Surely not to Lord Tywin. Rog smiled, remaining silent. Indeed, it is rather unfortunate, as Lord Tywin has no need for it. Everyone knows that since the passing of Lady Joanna, Lord Tywin has not taken another bride. Thus, there was no need for Rog to elaborate further. Count Leo quickly interjected, I am willing to purchase it at the price of 500 gold coins per vial. I implore you, Count Rog, assist me. Since I have spoken of it, I naturally intend to offer it to Count Leo, but not for sale. It is a gift for you. A gift? How many vials? 5 vials, though I must reserve 5 for Lord Tywin. Count Rog, I shall say no more. In the future, should you need anything, do not hesitate to ask, as long as I have it. I require miners. As the pace of extraction in the territory is far too slow, primarily due to a shortage of laborers. Upon hearing this request, Count Leo was quite pleased. In this territory, there may be lacking in many things, but there is no dearth of miners willing to work for free. How many do you need? The more, the better. Haha. It seems Count Rog's territory possesses quite a significant amount of mineral reserves. Since you have spoken, I shall gift you with 1,000 miners. Such generosity is immensely appreciated. With that, Rog retrieved a small paper pouch from Ollie and handed it to Leo, who eagerly accepted it. Upon opening it, he found precisely what he had long desired. Elated by acquiring his coveted possession, Count Leo elevated the banquet's grandeur once more, even assigning 2 additional maids to serve Rog. Although he felt indifferent towards these maids, who were not as captivating as Anna, he could not resist the enthusiasm of Count Leo. It was not until the arrival of Lady Alicia that Count Leo regained a semblance of composure. Lady Alicia spoke to him about the captain of his guards, to which Rog explained that the training he had provided them was rigorous, and their initial discomfort was to be expected. Alicia discerned Rog's steadfastness and noticed that the soldiers exhibited no dissatisfaction towards their lord's commands. Rather, they accepted them as a matter of course. From that moment, Alicia sensed that Rog was indeed extraordinary. With such disciplined soldiers and guards at his command, his ambitions were likely considerable. She subtly broached the subject with her husband, but Count Leo dismissed her concerns. Coupled with Rog's earlier generosity, Leo felt no apprehension towards him. Instead, he regarded this as a virtue that could strengthen the bond between their territories. Today, in Golden Tooth City, we welcome the legendary champion of the tournament, Count Rog. Let us raise a toast to Count Rog, Leo proclaimed, lifting his goblet. As the host, he openly expressed his warm welcome to the guests, showering them with praise, which elevated the atmosphere of the banquet to a crescendo. That night, both host and guests reveled in joy. Upon awakening the next day, Rog found himself enveloped in a tender embrace. He distinctly recalled having refused such attentions. Perhaps Count Leo had been overly enthusiastic, arranging for 2 maids to accompany him during his slumber. They appeared quite youthful, prompting Rog to feel a twinge of guilt. My lord. The 2 maids were soon stirred by his movements. One moment they were groggy, and the next, they naturally gravitated towards him. Their instinctive behavior left him pondering. What are your names? Cia, where do you hail from? From a farm on the outskirts. Cia whispered, seemingly apprehensive, her gaze averted. Are you not maids from Golden Tooth City? Rog inquired. Lord Leo purchased us specifically to serve you. And last night, Rog sought to uncover the truth. However, his inquiry triggered a peculiar reaction in Cia and Leah. Their movements were somewhat awkward, yet their hands bore no signs of the roughness typical of farm labor. What tasks did you perform on the farm? Milking cows. Very well, you may cease your service. I do not require your attendance at this moment. His curiosity was pure, not driven by lust. My lord, rest assured, I shall explain everything to Count Leo, one of the maids assured him. Rog did not ponder too deeply. He simply felt it unwise to become entangled in such matters. Were it his own woman, he would certainly take charge. Both Xia and Leo were not unattractive. On the contrary, they possessed an innocent charm that was quite alluring. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of his feelings towards them and deemed it unnecessary to leave such a troublesome debt unresolved. Count Leo appeared to be in high spirits, his face glowing, while Lady Alicia's complexion was noticeably better than the previous day. Rog surmised this improvement was related to the medicine from yesterday, which had softened Lady Alicia's tone, radiating the essence of a mature woman, utterly captivating Count Leo. Rog intended to set off promptly, wishing to avoid any delays, as there were still matters within his territory that required his attention. Why the rush, Count Rog? A few days of rest would not harm you. Alas, Castmay awaits my arrival. I wish to deliver promptly to return sooner. Then I must apologize. It seems we will need to delay our departure a few more days. You know how the situation in the territory fluctuates. Count Leo expressed his regrets while providing his rationale. Rog remained indifferent to this, recognizing that it was not a particularly pleasant task. It was indeed rare to find someone as diligent as he. Were he in a stronger position, Rog might have enjoyed a more leisurely pace like the others. Yet, it was evident that he was not. He needed to expedite his relationship with Tywin to secure better protection. Chapter 34. Farewell to Tywin. Rog encountered Tywin in the study. At that moment, Tywin appeared much as he had on their last meeting, though there was a newfound depth of intrigue in his gaze. My lord Tywin, please, take a seat. Rog, your intentions please me greatly. In the entirety of the Westerlands, you are the first. Tywin acknowledged his actions, though it seemed to fall short of Rog's expectations. Your ambitions are considerable, Tywin remarked, startling Rog with his candor. If my ambitions were modest, how could I justify your patronage, my lord? Rog replied, maintaining his composure. What is it that you desire? Tywin's demeanor was one of cordiality, yet veiled with a sharp edge. That depends on what you wish for, my lord. Rog's response was impeccably crafted, yet it still fell short in the eyes of the wily old fox that was Tywin. How many mines have you opened now? 8. Rog chose not to conceal the truth. He understood that transparency often yielded better results than obfuscation. Then you should be quite financially secure. I am, yet my soldiers are not. Indeed, with such fine armor, my guards cannot compare. Though lightly spoken, Rog discerned the profound implications behind those words. One should not attempt to decipher the mind of a powerful figure. The more one guessed, the further they strayed from the truth. Who could tell if Tywin was merely whimsically inclined or laying a trap for him to step into? My lord governs the Westerlands, where the population is vast and demands high. Naturally, some areas may be neglected. Should you require assistance, Rog is at your service. I appreciate your goodwill. But do you truly believe I lack for such trifles? The nobleman is certainly not lacking in resources. Now let us address the matter at hand. How much have you brought? Tywin, cutting straight to the chase, seemed disinclined to prolong the discussion. 100,000 gold coins. 100,000? Roach, I underestimated you. Tywin was somewhat astonished, as he had not anticipated that this newly appointed minor noble, having assumed office for less than a month, could possess such audacity. Even seasoned aristocrats like Count Leo would not exhibit such generosity. 100,000 gold coins is a sum sufficient to drive an ordinary person to madness, and enough to sustain a typical noble for several generations. It is truly remarkable that he could allocate such a substantial amount for tribute, despite the pressing financial demands within his own territory. To claim that one is not moved by this would be disingenuous. This individual, the greatest fear lies in comparison. Tywin found himself increasingly fond of the young man before him, almost wishing to reward him in some way. I shall personally attend the wedding at the end of the month. Your presence would indeed be a great honor to my humble estate. It is rare for Tywin to personally attend events, save for royal summons. Such a distinction carries immense weight and would elevate his standing. Now, you may retire and rest. In his tone, Roge detected an unexpected warmth, which was uncharacteristic of you, Lord Tywin. Is it merely the sum of 100,000 gold coins that has elevated your regard? It appears I ought to offer more. Once Roge departed, the relaxed demeanor on Tywin's face swiftly transformed into a rigid expression. Before outsiders, he maintained a stoic countenance. Yet, in the presence of a vassal he admired, he could afford to bestow honor and affirmation. In solitude, however, he revealed his true self. Roge's intentions were transparent to him. Such subtlety was impossible to conceal. He would much rather contend with those foolishly greedy individuals than address someone who feigned goodwill while harboring deep ambition. The former's avarice is superficial, easily subdued with a modicum of benefit and strategy. The latter, appearing loyal, is often shrouded in complexity, making it arduous to discern their true motives. Once the opportune moment arises, they could become a formidable threat. Regrettably, he could not treat Roge as he did the Reyes family. Undoubtedly, Roge possesses remarkable capabilities. Yet his ambition is a source of concern for Tywin. Ironically, such talent is precisely what Tywin admires and seeks. Were he James, Tywin would unhesitatingly groom him as his heir, clearing all obstacles to the Iron Throne within his lifetime. Alas, he is not, and thus, Tywin must resort to training and tempering him instead. In contrast to the latter, the proud Tywin would only choose the former when absolutely necessary. He is acutely aware of the circumstances in the West and recognizes the need for an individual to expand its frontiers and serve as a vanguard. He possesses ample resources, but lacks an heir to inherit his legacy. This dilemma plagues many prominent figures, and Tywin is no exception. Throughout his life, he has been blessed with only 2 offspring, a son named Jaime and a daughter named Cersei. In his earlier years, he meticulously orchestrated their futures, convinced that adherence to his grand design would ensure the continued prosperity of House Lannister. However, fate has proven to be unyielding. His naive firstborn, in his simplicity, often elicits a sense of exasperation, while his cunning daughter is irredeemably foolish. As for the third child, whom he scarcely acknowledges, even the thought of him induces a sense of revulsion. He would sooner invest in the potential of an unknown nephew than acknowledge this offspring. He harbors a faint hope that his future nephew will not disappoint him, for that would be an unbearable cruelty. The wind at the harbor howled relentlessly. Observing the thriving scene before him, Roga felt a pang of envy. If only he possessed such advantageous terrain, his development would surely accelerate. After all, gold mines are a finite resource. Every shovelful removed is a loss, and the future economy of Castamere must rely on trade. Lacking favorable geography would only inflate costs and introduce unnecessary risks. This was the scenario he dreaded most. How he longed for a port city. Yet he understood the futility of such desires. Even Tywin, in his generosity, would not entertain the notion. Predictably, Castamere would accompany him throughout his life. He did not doubt that Tywin was aware of his ambitions. The reason for Tywin's restraint lay in his need for Roga, rather than any genuine trust. In his youth as a minor noble, some leniency could be afforded, but with the greater nobility, such indulgence could lead to perilous consequences. How complicated it all was. Must he truly wait for the narrative to unfold before he is granted an opportunity? In truth, he was reluctant to wait, unwilling to bide his time. Strength is one aspect, but character is another. Rather than strategizing against these entrenched nobles, he would prefer to strike with the chaotic fury of an unskilled fighter. Tywin is undeniably formidable, yet no one is without their flaws. His Achilles heel lies in his progeny, and his rigid adherence to tradition leaves him without a successor. Intriguingly, Roga's strengths could very well exploit Tywin's weaknesses. This line of thought brought to mind a long-lost acquaintance, a queen, strikingly beautiful, fiercely independent, and tinged with rebellion. King's Landing. The Red Keep. Chapter 35. The bandits standing outside the king's chamber. Jaime bore an impassive expression as he listened to the distressing sounds within. He had never imagined that the proud King's Guard, of which he was a member, would be reduced to such ignoble tasks. The drunken king had not ventured out for days, save for the occasional bellowing demand for wine, or, as now, the crude sounds of debauchery with a courtesan. The king showed no regard for the queen's feelings, daring even to humiliate her in plain sight. Robert's disdain for the Lannisters was nearly palpable. His sister, Queen Cersei, appeared to be indifferent to the actions of her ostensible husband. He sensed that she held no affection for Robert whatsoever, her disdainful gaze mirroring the king's own. They bore mutual contempt for one another. Yet, in a bid to maintain the semblance of harmony between their two families, she felt compelled to inquire about the king's well-being each day. This was the only opportunity for Jaime to see his sister. She remained as stunningly beautiful as ever, captivating and enchanting, evoking within him a sense of longing. In such moments, he would be reminded of that fateful night in Lannisport, the memory of that man, and the way his sister would occasionally drift into a trance. It was a side of her he had never witnessed before. To him, she was eternally proud and aloof, especially since the day after her coronation, when genuine laughter had eluded her. The insincere smiles she donned in public were mere facades. He disdained this aspect of his sister, yet felt powerless to intervene. Matters concerning her had always been beyond his influence. His sole recourse was to remain by her side, shielding her from harm. "Your Highness." Sir Mandon Moore's voice interrupted Jaime's reverie, and he lifted his gaze to behold his sister. Clad in a resplendent crimson gown, she exuded beauty without a hint of vulgarity. Her fair neck was adorned with a necklace of blood-red gemstones, each one exquisite, yet none could rival their owner's radiance. "You've worked hard, Sir Mandon." Jaime could see through the veneer of that professional smile, yet he chose to revel in it, for he cherished the sight of his sister's smile. Unlike Jaime, Sir Mandon was a seasoned Kingsguard. Although he recognized the king's actions as questionable, he still chose to uphold Robert's authority. He showed little regard for the queen's arrival and merely echoed polite platitudes. Cersei, undeterred by Sir Mandon's indifference, harbored no anger. In truth, had it not been for the Lannisters, she would never have set foot in this wretched place. She had long since grown weary of the boar's antics. Did he truly believe that his sordid escapades could tarnish Cersei? How absurd. The wretched corpse ought to take notes. Robert incessantly belittled and humiliated the Lannisters. Cersei's eyes brimmed with scorn and derision. The foolish king was likely oblivious to the infidelity that loomed over him. On their wedding night, Robert's inebriation had already cast a pall over Cersei's impression of him, compounded by his drunken utterances of other women's names. His fervent and desperate calls had felt like a resounding slap in the face to Cersei. Proud as she was, her initial infatuation had been with the handsome Prince Rhaegar, the son of the mad King Aerys. However, due to the obligations of familial alliances, she found herself compelled to marry the valiant warrior Robert. Cersei intended to resign herself to her fate, yet Robert shattered her pride. In retaliation, she employed the most venomous of tactics, sending a hideous, drunken harlot to spend the night with the illustrious king, while she herself endured a long night listening to the haunting melodies of Lyanna, the northern woman who not only stole her beloved prince, but also humiliated her on that sacred night. From that moment on, Cersei harbored a deep-seated loathing for the North and the Starks, convinced that her life had been irrevocably tarnished by that one fateful evening. As Robert continued to drift further away, repeatedly committing acts that insulted her family, Cersei ultimately abandoned all hope for the drunken king. To the extent that in her moments of despair, thoughts of vengeance would surface. It was during this tumultuous time that Rhaegar entered her heart. Although her feelings for him were more utilitarian than genuine, the memory of their first intimate encounter lingered, for a woman seldom forgets the sensations of that initial moment. In Cersei's eyes, Rhaegar embodied youth, beauty, strength, and valor, possessing almost all the virtues of both Rhaegar and Robert, coupled with a unique allure of his own. The brief time they shared was unforgettable. He was tender yet haughty, arrogant yet surprisingly attentive. He seemed unlike anyone she had ever encountered. While others quaked before the king and feared her father, in his presence, she saw neither fear nor reverence, only an inscrutable ambition and audacity. She admitted to herself that she was captivated by everything he exuded. Only the recollection of that enchanting night could provide her restless heart with a modicum of solace. Cersei wandered alone through the quiet corridors, occasionally gazing vacantly in a particular direction, puzzled by this strange behavior that had overtaken her. Suddenly, she found her hand, as if possessed, resting upon her abdomen. "You fool, Cersei! You must be out of your mind." At Casterly Rock, her lord stated plainly, "If there are no other matters, Rhaegar intends to return to Castamere. While Casterly Rock is splendid, it is not his place of prolonged stay. There is something I need you to do." Tywin was direct, wasting no time on pleasantries. Rhaegar appreciated such forthright communication. "My lord, please proceed. I wish for you to journey to King's Landing and escort 500,000 gold coins there." Tywin's astonishing demand caught Rhaegar off guard, yet he quickly acquiesced. "This will not hinder your impending nuptials at the end of the month. Do make haste." "Yes, my lord." When a great man entrusts you with a task, it signifies confidence, and such trust is not to be taken lightly. He merely found it peculiar why he was chosen for this task rather than a member of House Lannister. 500,000 gold coins. Was he not concerned about being discovered by Rock? He had indeed underestimated Tywin. Regardless of the outcome, Tywin remained firmly in control. If the goods were lost, it would reflect his inadequacy, and the blame would rest on him. Conversely, if the goods were not lost, it would signify Lord Tywin's trust in him, for which he should be profoundly grateful and serve him loyally. In either scenario, he was merely a pawn, working for another. However, this was an opportune moment to reclaim the 30,000 gold coins owed to him by Robert. No, he intended to deduct it directly from this sum. When he handed over the funds to old John, he would simply mention it. John would not dare to default on his debt. Yet, the possibility of that old man reneging on his obligations was quite high. It would be prudent to act swiftly. He resolved to adopt a firm stance upon their meeting, leaving no room for refusal, and then to make a hasty exit, ensuring the other party had no opportunity to evade their debts. Rog was fervently devising his plan to collect the debts, determined to reclaim the overdue rewards. Chapter 36, Slaughter and Bloodshed. Hale. Why not send a few men ahead to scout the path? That would be wise. Hale still believed caution was paramount. However, he hoped his lord would provide him with a directive at this moment. Was his lord asleep again? "You three, go ahead and investigate the road." "Yes." The three mounted soldiers departed from the ranks, heading forward. The movement of the convoy immediately raised the tension among the bandits. "Fear not. Our trap is the convoy. Which bastard set this trap?" Before the cavalry could fully accelerate, the lead horse nearly stumbled into a void. This unexpected turn of events even caught Rog off guard. These foolish bandits had made such a blunder. Logically, the scouting cavalry should not have uncovered anything, yet they did not need to. Their adversaries had inadvertently ensnared themselves. In the blink of an eye, the moment to act arrived. The bandits recognized that if they did not strike now, they would find themselves in a passive position. "Charge! Seize the gold." Humph. There are indeed some reckless bandits. The captain immediately drew his sword, ready to spur his horse into the fray and wreak havoc. Hale swiftly intervened. The wagon is crucial, and they are merely a group of easily vanquished bandits. There is no need to squander our advantage. Mention of advantage prompted the captain's immediate realization. Bring me arrows and shoot down these damned bandits. The numerous wagons and the soldiers' proactive approach would inevitably leave openings, which was precisely what the bandits desired. Yet, if the soldiers remained steadfast, they would have no chance. Their rusted weapons could not pierce the nobleman's leather armor, let alone the arrows that could swiftly send them to the seven gods. In a matter of mere minutes, the unsuspecting bandits were decimated by the counterattack of the caravan. They were utterly unable to evade the soul-piercing arrows that rained down upon them. The bandits had not anticipated that each of the fully armored knights were exceptional marksmen, each arrow aimed with deadly precision. What remarkable archery! The captain of Lannister exclaimed in admiration, having witnessed Hally's prowess at the tournament in Lannisport. He held him in high regard. However, he was astonished to discover that Hally's soldiers were equally skilled in archery, rendering his proud Lannister troops mere background figures in comparison. The majority of the fallen bandits had been dispatched by Hally and his adept soldiers, none of whom managed to approach within 5 meters of the caravan. Many fell in front, while others fled in panic, only to be struck in the back by arrows, their fates uncertain. Those with slower legs, in a twist of fortune, managed to escape with their lives, too frightened to covet the riches within the caravan. Fearing that a moment's delay might lead to their demise at the hands of the seven gods, the captain, thoroughly impressed, eagerly volunteered, "Leave the rest to us," and prepared to pursue the fleeing bandits. No need to chase them. He was interrupted as he turned to see Lord Rog. "This is a prime opportunity. If we allow these bandits to escape, we may face far greater troubles in the future." This road was not merely a mountain path, but rather the principal thoroughfare. The Golden Road, directly linking Kavon City to King's Landing. Merchants and travelers frequently traversed it. The bandits, desperate for survival, would resort to anything. And now they had the audacity to offend the Lord's family, leaving no room for mercy. However, with Lord Rog's intervention, the captain found himself in a quandary. The remaining bandits were merely the old, weak, and infirm, devoid of any will to fight, fleeing into the mountains. Pursuing them would be a waste of precious time. "Your wisdom is duly noted, my lord," the captain conceded, realizing the truth in this reasoning. After all, they were but a rabble. Starving farmers had transformed into starving bandits, and both seemed equally pitiful. Slaying them would offer no glory and could potentially offend Lord Rog. It was wiser to save face, to minimize the situation. "Gather the arrows, and we shall depart in 10 minutes, commanded Rog, and no one dared to dissent. 10 minutes later, the caravan resumed its journey, with Rog once again seated in the carriage as if he had never left. Hally glanced up at the hawk that reappeared in the sky, frowning as he pondered its significance. The captain, however, was even more amiable than before. Along the way, no further incidents occurred, and the common folk encountered seemed too intimidated to approach, preferring to remain in the shade of trees rather than risk appearing by the roadside. Even the more sensitive animals began to avoid them from a distance. Hally maintained a demeanor of calm, occasionally engaging the captain in light conversation. As Rog departed from the west, crossing the Blackwater River, he found himself amidst a denser throng of people. Yet, many did not instinctively distance themselves from one another, lingering in the fields and murmuring softly about various matters, seemingly deliberating over which lord a particular banner belonged to. Children gazed enviously at the soldiers' armor, their timid yet curious expressions evoking amusement. Upon entering the realm of the crown, Rog ceased his ability to blend in. The closer he approached the center of power, the more he encountered exceptional individuals, and he wished to keep his abilities concealed. Furthermore, he felt a growing restlessness. After several days spent in a carriage, his body had become nearly rigid, and he yearned to stretch his limbs. "Sir, sir, sir." Rog galloped past the line on horseback, a sense of wonder overwhelming him as it was his first visit to King's Landing. The proximity of the Blackwater River, with its turbulent waters and flourishing fields of wheat lining both banks, impressed him greatly, far surpassing what he had witnessed at Winterfell. With such advantageous terrain, he could hardly fathom how the lord of this land could struggle to make ends meet. Moreover, this was merely a fragment of the crown's advantages, if utilized wisely. The port of King's Landing would undoubtedly become a veritable treasure trove. Additionally, being the capital, it was the nexus of the fortunes of the Seven Kingdoms. Should he be granted its stewardship, he would not only enjoy a life of abundance, but also secure his livelihood. It was crucial to note that a substantial portion of the king's expenditures was derived from his own resources rather than from the subjects or other lords. A king like Robert could be deemed exceedingly inept. Despite his mental preparations, the moment he entered the realm of King's Landing, he found it difficult to accept the overwhelming stench that permeated the air, a foulness that lived up to the reputation of a cesspool. The flora flanking the roads appeared to thrive, vibrant and lively, yet the muddy paths left much to be desired. He wondered how the inhabitants of King's Landing could endure such conditions. Halt! Who are you? Dismount. A city guard intercepted Rog as he prepared to enter the city. I seek Prime Minister John. I am Count Rog from the Castellan Vale, he declared, revealing his family crest. Generally, those who could emblazon their garments with their sigils were nobles of some standing. However, the city guard seemed unfamiliar with him, regarding his title with evident ignorance. Count Rog of Castellan Vale? The guard's lack of recognition left Rog feeling somewhat embarrassed. Just as he was about to succumb to the awkwardness of standing at the foul-smelling city gates, a familiar voice reached his ears. Lord Rog, what a pleasure to see you again. Padel, Rog exclaimed, surprised that he had been remembered. Lord Padel. Although the guard did not recognize Rog, he was well acquainted with the newly appointed Minister of Finance, whose demeanor exuded obsequiousness, revealing Padel's esteemed position in King's Landing. Peter, with a congenial smile, introduced Lord Rog, the champion of the tournament at Lannisport, who is greatly esteemed by Lord Tywin. You should make his acquaintance, he urged. Lord Rog, not one to be perturbed by the ignorance of a common soldier, felt no offense. After all, they were in King's Landing, a place where all manner of folk converged. What brings you to King's Landing, my lord? He inquired. I seek to confer with Lord John regarding a task, Rog replied. A task? Might you be here on behalf of Duke Tywin? Peter's tone hinted at intrigue. If so, I presume it pertains to the king's loan of 500,000 gold coins. As he spoke of the latter, Peter's demeanor turned cautious, though at the city gates, his act was somewhat theatrical. Ah, I almost forgot. Lord Rog, please follow me. I assure you I shall take you to a delightful place. If I am not mistaken, your matters can be directly addressed with me, as I am the one overseeing this area. Oh, by the way, your convoy is still behind. I assent it? I will arrange for someone to assist them immediately. Peter spoke with impeccable precision, and a finance minister displaying such warmth before a local lord was bound to leave a favorable impression. Yet, Lord Rog was acutely aware that Peter's method of subtle manipulation resembled the boiling of a frog in warm water. One could easily be deceived by his duplicitous demeanor. That is unnecessary, Lord Peter. Simply inform Lord John of my arrival, and I shall manage the rest. Peter, wearing a smirk, sensed that Lord Rog harbored reservations about him. Is it that I have left a poor impression upon you? He mused, sensing the air of caution. Not at all. This matter has been entrusted to me personally by Lord Tywin, and I must see it through myself. I appreciate your goodwill, Lord Peter. Very well, Peter conceded, nodding in apparent understanding, his expression betraying no hint of displeasure. He continued to provide a cheerful tour of King's Landing and had the gold cloaks, the city's official guard, loyal solely to the crown, notify Prime Minister John of Rog's arrival. At this juncture of relationship management, it was unlikely that anyone would harbor animosity towards Peter. It was only natural that such interactions would foster camaraderie over time. Suddenly, as they strolled, the two arrived before a lively establishment, where numerous alluring women beckoned with flirtatious glances. Peter, who had been narrating throughout their journey, abruptly fell silent, adopting a host's demeanor as he awaited Rog's response, refraining even from unnecessary elaboration. Should Rog exhibit any semblance of interest, Peter would enthusiastically invite him inside, offering detailed introductions to its unique features and finest attendants. Conversely, if Rog displayed disdain akin to that of Eddard Stark, with a frown and an air of impending ire, Peter would hastily guide him past without uttering a single word. However, Rog's expression mirrored that of the former, eager and intrigued, yet devoid of the latter's contempt. He merely turned around, casting a profound glance at Peter, and understandingly remarked that Lord Peter's goodwill was duly acknowledged by Rog. However, Rog's foremost priority at present was to facilitate the handover of duties. He instructed that Peter convey to Prime Minister John that he awaited the Lord's reception among the lions, and reminded him not to forget the arrangement regarding lannisport. With that, Rog departed without delay. He felt utterly indifferent to all that was King's Landing. The journey had been excruciatingly dismal, particularly the sordid chaos before him, with the air thick with a briny scent, was exceedingly discomforting. Watching Rog leave, Peter's smile lingered for some time before returning to its usual demeanor. His shadowy gaze fixated intently on Rog until he vanished from sight. Rog was the first enigma Peter could not decipher. Despite the absence of any overt conflict between them, Peter sensed an elusive barrier emanating from his counterpart. Yet, the outward performance was impeccable, unlike the clumsy Ed who merely skimmed the surface. Nor did it resemble Varys who concealed his true self deeply. It was as if they could engage in superficial pleasantries without ever truly accepting one another. They could exchange favors, yet would never become genuine allies. Ultimately, it was a matter of distrust, believing the other to be unreliable. In a fleeting moment, Peter even felt that he and Rog belonged to the same ilk. Rog, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Lord Peter, the imp has arrived. Please extend the usual hospitality. No need for special announcements in the future. Peter cast a sidelong glance at the courtesan beside him, the contempt in his eyes well concealed, while his face maintained its pleasant smile as he gently instructed her to treat him well. Discreetly, he slipped a silver coin into the courtesan's decollage. The courtesan, delighted, promptly assured him of her commitment to serve Lord Tyrion well. Meanwhile, our diminutive Lord Baelish did not glance back, turning instead towards the Red Keep. Although he held a strong aversion to that old man, he still needed to curry favor with him. Delaying his approach posed no issue. It could serve to ease the relations between Jon and Rog. Peter felt a surge of satisfaction, believing that only in that moment was he truly Lord Peter. Half an hour later, the tardy Jon arrived at the Lion's Gate, his expression marked by displeasure. The place was already teeming with people. Upon seeing the obnoxious lion banner, Jon instinctively frowned. The Lannisters certainly knew how to flaunt their wealth. Silence. Peter, you ought to show more respect to those generous miners. He jested. Privately, Jon had long harbored dissatisfaction with the Lannister family. Before Robert's coronation, the Arryns, Starks, and Tullis had fought valiantly for him. After the coronation, the greatest beneficiaries turned out to be the Lannisters, which was a bitter pill for anyone to swallow. In Jon's eyes, the 500,000 gold coins sent by the Lannisters could hardly be considered a loan. It was merely the most basic obligation of a vassal. Although he had previously lamented the extravagant expenditures of Robert, this in no way substantiates the notion that the king's management of the wealth he seized is culpable. In brief, while the king's lavish spending is undoubtedly not a commendable trait, what is amiss with Tywin, as the wealthiest vassal, voluntarily honoring him in such a manner? Displeased he may be, yet the necessity for funds remains. As he approached, the aged and ailing Jon was struck by the realization that the convoy escorting the gold comprised not only Lannisters, but also Greyjoys, and their leader was not a Lannister. Rog. Jon's earlier grievances evaporated in an instant. Chapter 38. The bold Rog, my Lord Jon. It is indeed you. Had I known sooner. The words lingered on his lips, yet Jon chose to swallow them. At this juncture, uttering untimely remarks would only exacerbate unnecessary misunderstandings. I should have arrived sooner, alas. The affairs of the kingdom are numerous, and as your prime minister, I find myself quite overwhelmed. Rog, would you be interested in residing in King's Landing? I can arrange a room for you in the Red Keep. Jon, with an expression of hopeful anticipation, caught the side glance of Peter, whose countenance shifted dramatically. After diligently toiling for 6 years in Seagull Town, enduring the pretense with a loathsome woman, he had finally secured a meager position. Why should Rog, upon his arrival, be afforded such privilege? To claim he felt no envy would be disingenuous. Yet, it appeared that no one cared for his sentiments. Jon's intentions of persuasion were evident. However, Rog politely declined this opportunity, which Peter yearned for but could not attain. Rog's territory was still in its nascent stages of development, leaving him little interest in other pursuits. He could only appreciate Jon's goodwill from afar. Fortunately, Jon did not press the matter further, recognizing that someone of Tywin's esteem was not easily swayed. Now, let us examine the fine goods that Lord Tywin has sent. Jon jested, brushing aside any semblance of embarrassment, preserving Robert's dignity with a mere mention of a gift. Rog did not take offense at this verbal maneuvering. The machinations of the nobility were a game he had no desire to enter, content to claim only his rightful share. As Jon grasped the clinking gold coins, who could remain unmoved? Having inspected all the boxes, Jon nodded in satisfaction and confirmed with Rog. Is this a total of 500,000 gold coins? Rog replied earnestly, after deducting the 3,000 gold coins owed by the king. There remains a total of 470,000 coins, precisely as instructed by Lord Tywin. What? Deducted? Jon's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Rog. Astonished by such statements, could one dare to withhold the king's funds? Had he lost his mind? Indeed, my Lord Jon, you may have forgotten. You yourself acknowledged that upon Rog's next visit to King's Landing, he would reclaim the owed 3,000 coins. Rog, wishing to avoid troubling the prime minister, had taken it upon himself to handle the matter, which required little effort. The audacious actions of Rog truly astonished Peter, who stood by. Can anyone genuinely believe that debts incurred under the king's auspices could ever be reclaimed? Yet, one must concede that his preemptive maneuver was indeed astute. It was the only way to secure his funds. What do you mean by this, Count Rock? Do you suspect I would renege on my debts? Lord John's mood was exceedingly foul. Although his own tendencies to default were indisputable, he still held on to a semblance of dignity. For the ramifications of voicing such thoughts could not be more divergent. To openly question his integrity was nothing short of a blatant affront. Who dared to do so? Was it Tywin who emboldened him? John silently mused that 500,000 gold coins were precisely that. No less, no more. If Rog desired payment, that would only be addressed post-transaction. It is only right that debts are repaid. There is no need for the Prime Minister to beat around the bush. This money is what I shall reclaim. You. Such audacity. John was taken aback by Rog's blatant disregard, daring to confront him over a mere 30,000 gold coins. Did he truly believe that with Tywin as his ally, he could act with impunity? Rog. This is King's Landing, not the Westerlands. If you feel wronged, you may well express your grievances directly to the king. I am certain Robert would be intrigued to hear your tale of debt. With that, he adopted an uncompromising demeanor, signaling his disinterest in further discourse. Ha. My Lord John, do not take offense. I am merely addressing the matter at hand. There is no need to involve His Majesty. That would be for the best. John found satisfaction in Rog's demeanor. Young men ought not to be so impetuous. Even with ambition, they must exercise restraint. As long as the king lives, this kingdom shall remain stable. After all, a mere lord such as yourself cannot achieve such disruption. Little did he know, Rog's perspective was rather unconventional. My Lord John, I believe the most pressing matter now is to facilitate the transfer of this gold. That 30,000 gold coins. John laughed. I was merely jesting with you earlier. Joking has its limits. Peter, you shall personally verify the quantity. Only upon confirmation should the transaction proceed. John's regard for Rog dwindled to nearly zero. In his eyes, Rog had already allied himself with Tywin, rendering any possibility of winning him over utterly impossible. Rather than squander words, it was far more prudent to adhere to formalities. Yes, my lord. Peter, unnoticed by John, conveyed a helpless gesture to Rog, indicating his silent support. Due to the substantial quantity and the inconvenient location outside the city, the actual transfer would require several days. Rog too would need to linger in King's Landing for a few days. Yet John's displeasure over his impudent behavior meant that hospitality was clearly off the table. Peter expressed his own limitations. Had it merely involved a few men, he could have been generous, but with hundreds of soldiers, he could not afford the burden, whether feigned or genuine. My lord, do not fret. We shall simply wait a few days. Gazing into Peter's seemingly profound eyes, Roge felt uncertain whether the other had discerned anything amiss. Yet, this sum of money was something he absolutely required. At worst, if the matter were to become widely known, one could only observe how our king would maintain his dignity in hosting a tournament. This was likely a choice John would concede to, albeit it would irrevocably sour their relationship. As for the potential repercussions that might incite Robert's disdain, leading him to take vindictive measures, Roge remained untroubled. Robert, being a man of pride, might not have the audacity to act upon such whims. This was neither a significant act of rebellion nor a defiance of a lord against the king, but rather a scandal concerning the Seven Kingdoms guardians failing to repay debts, resulting in a severe fiscal deficit that necessitated borrowing from their own vassals. Such an affair, which ought to remain shrouded in secrecy, if exposed to the public eye, would pose a considerable challenge to Robert's ability to retain his seat upon the Iron Throne. It was a cunning stratagem that many great lords desired yet dared not employ, inflicting harm upon an adversary while simultaneously wounding themselves. After all, the nobility cherished their own interests. Only Roge seemed indifferent to such concerns. He had nearly acquired all he desired. The only recourse left for him was to bide his time and create disturbances. Oh, Lord Roge, how formidable you are. I find you quite appealing. Roge turned towards the source of the voice, spotting a diminutive contestant clutching a wine bottle thicker than his own arm, his bleary eyes resting against the stone wall as he spoke with him. The grotesque visage and conspicuous stature made it easy for Roge to ascertain the individual's identity. Anyone capable of indulging in such drink and conversing so comfortably with a noble must surely be Tyrion. The imp jester would not possess such audacity. Not every dwarf is worthy of being labeled a little demon. Thank you, Roge replied with a smile. As a vassal of House Lannister, it was imperative for him to maintain a degree of respect towards the offspring of his lord. You are the first to express gratitude towards me. It seems you are indeed quite the gentleman, as those ladies have remarked.